There's miles from down below. I know I found my heaven. I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best. Feeling like I'm less stressed. Feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop. I'm better smiles from down below. I know I found my heaven. I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best. Feeling like I'm best dressed. Feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. Something in my bones. I am fit to run. Ready for the rampage. Calm before the storm rips up. I think I love it. Anticipation starting to build. Stay low, stay low, stay low. Ready to unlock. Whiskey on the rocks. Heavy from the subwaves. Out till 3 o'clock. I'm not looking for lovers. Tonight I'm looking out for myself. Letting go, letting go, letting go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. Never getting low, set for vertigo. Further as the crow flies, miles from down below. I know I found my heaven. I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best. Feeling like I'm best dressed. Feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart.
PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic-style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a legendary pilot challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knockdown state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the magnet gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the respawn beacon. It will show up in either the Steel Ark or the Assembly Base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. For Metro Royale, we've improved a lot of the processes. Furthermore, we've also added new honor rewards and Chapter 20 collectibles. Moreover, you can now bring your companion on your Metro Royale adventures. For more details, keep an eye out for Metro Royale update videos. In the new version, we'll also be hosting a grand home competition. You can register for it as long as you've reached 200 home prosperity. Let your imagination run wild and share your dream home with the world. Additionally, we've added a mysterious, elegant, ancient capital resource pack. Many home items will also become available in a related upcoming event. Aside from these, we've improved and updated home building, browsing, interactions, butler actions, and more. Want to find out more? Keep an eye out for home update videos. With Mecha Fusion's arrival, World of Wonder has also seen plenty of updates. For gameplay devices, the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and other gameplay devices have all undergone a series of updates. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. These devices are sure to get your imagination flowing for some awesome creations. Also, we've launched a pre-made map where you can play all kinds of creations built from a variety of themed scenery objects. Furthermore, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new map a shot. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content that will be available in Mecha Fusion. Cool mechas and thrilling combat await you in-game. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot. PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic-style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a legendary pilot challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knocked down state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the
The Group of Death may not be playing today, but that doesn't change how bloodthirsty and immaculate the gameplay is going to be happening here at the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer. I'm Tash from Kuku TV, your casters for today, and I am excited to see who will be replacing the top dogs here today now that the Group of Death is not playing.
The question is, will they? Because right now, Austria Esports is on the top of the leaderboards, and I believe that they're like 50 points away from whoever is playing today. Well, again, guys, Group A is not going to be playing today. We have the list here: Austria Esports, Genesis, MFG, and APG Esports. Now, the emergence of Strangers Tribe Aromacy yesterday, they got like at least like almost 70 points from day number 3 to day number 4. So basically, they were like one of those improving teams in this week number 1. And what if they do the same thing, like get another 70 points? Maybe they can grab that number 1 spot.
Yeah, there's always that what if moment. I mean, Harami Bros did well on day number one, and that was definitely something a lot of people were looking forward to. And then after that, there was the rise of Flash Vision on day number two or day number three, number three, which surprised everyone as well. And then after that, it seemed like they seem to be stagnating a bit as well. Aggression coming through from Enigma that's just shocking everyone left, right, and center. And I think this is all due to the point system, which really shows how creative you have to be in order to get these points. Because now you only get 10 points per chicken dinner, which means that if you want those extra points, aggression is key. And some teams, they're looking for that balance. Some teams are going all out aggression. We've seen that from 214 Sin. We've seen that from Playbook Esports, and even Austria, in fact. And some teams, they want to find that more passive gameplay, which is what we saw from Flash Vision Esports from day number three.
Right, and the scoring system. So we have the weekly ranking points. We have also the league points, league ranking, and the head start points. So basically, for this week, we're now looking towards on who will be number one that will get that 20 points. Currently, right now, it is Austria Esports who is leading the way. So if they still get that first place after day number 5, which is today, then they will get that 20 points later on. But again, all of those league ranking points will be added the 3 weeks, first, second, and third, which will be their head start points coming in the grand finals. And that's very important. Like we have talked about, even in PMCL or PMSL, we talked about Boom Esports. Not really that much of head start points, but they were able to actually get to the championship. But then again, here are the groups who are be playing. We have Group B, C, D, and E. And again, we're going to reiterate that Group A, so any of those fans of Group A for Austria Esports, Genesis Esports, MFG Esports, and APG Esports, they won't be playing today. One thing that I'm looking towards on this day would be the emergence of Playbook Esports. We know them playing in the PMSL, so they do have the experience. And now that they don't have the group of death playing together with them, I believe that Playbook Esports would have a better day today.
Yeah, but so would other teams as well. I mean, Harami Bro has been struggling, and in a lot of situations, they have been losing in so many situations to teams from Group A. And sometimes even Enigma, which really shocked me yesterday as well. Now, there is another team that I have just recently become a fan of, and that's going to be ASTE. Their aggression really catching me off guard. I was not expecting them to pop off that hard, especially since a lot of I think the first few days were just completely dominated by Harami Bro, by Austria, and so on. But putting a pause to that conversation, we will now talk about the league prize pool, where there's an 18,000 US dollar prize pool on the line here, where you can see the distribution on the screen, as well as the best performing team and Terminator Weekly. And these are awarded weekly in terms of prizes, so it's going to be 150 for a total of 450. So you can either perform every single week, or you could just maybe go off 1 week and go, whatever. But let's talk a little bit more about the Terminator Weekly. I think so far we're seeing a lot of spotlight onto Red Bull from Austria. He's
Right.
been really great on these first picks, very aggressive, clutch master in fact for the team. I mean, except for the last 2 days where it seems like Marnet was the last man standing, but he has been such an impact to the team. And I think in a lot of time, I thought it was going to be Marnet. I thought it was going to be I mean, in a lot of situations, I did not expect it to be Red Bull. So this step up is welcome in my book to see this change.
Yeah, this is actually brand new to PMCL, because we normally see Smile, we normally see Itchy, we normally see Federalis, who gets that Terminator of the Week. But then again, Austria Esports Red Bull is able to actually get those frags, get those eliminations every single game. And even in Miramar, he's kind of like of the flank for the squad, and he actually get those kills. Now, this is what we're talking about earlier on. Austria Esports right now is currently on top with 217 points. Now, if you look at the rankings, top 1, 2, and 3 is not going to be playing today. Now, YG is 150 points. So if they get like more than 50 points here for today, then definitely YG or Yangon Galacticos can take over that number one spot. Same goes to the other squads who is just right down below Yangon Galacticos. We have Harami Bro, and we also have Playbook Esports. ASTE is knocking on the doors as well. So let's see if they will actually take this opportunity of having the group of death being not here.
I think there's also that moment where I think a lot of all eyes are on PBE. They are so close. They can go, to the top. But I think that their style of play is currently being countered by so many teams. They're not being baited into taking these fights. They're not being forced to they're just playing a more of a whole sort of type of game instead of a more aggressive type of way. And it's been really hard for PBE to really counter this style of play. It's more of like, we want you to fight us. We know we can overcome you in terms of firepower, but it takes two to tango. So when teams are forcing PBE to crash into the site, forcing PBE to take up that space, these holes have been punishing them so many times. So I'm really hoping to see that PBE might have an answer to these teams who don't want to fight, don't want to come and play, because we're seeing that strat not being used already ever since day number 3. Our risk guys as well as ASTE are on the rise as well, very aggressive. I think ASTE is one of the teams that really shocked me, especially 2 days ago, or was it yesterday? I cannot remember, where we did not expect them to completely run over Yangon Galacticos as well as GE, and on top of that, from a very disadvantageous situation. So my eyes are on AST. This aggressive play looks so good. Their combination of players from both Nepal as well as Philippines is working so well for them. Let's see if they can maintain the momentum today, especially since the top 3 teams on the overall ladder is not playing.
Right. And again, we do have the new RP A7 available right now until the 15th of July. So make sure to enjoy all of the perks available worth over 80,000 UC. It includes the new custom color Nightscape Gladiator set. I actually looked at the commercial earlier on, wherein the Nightscape Gladiator set can also be other colors, not just the one that we're looking at right now. So you can actually pick your own color.
Is there
Depending
pink?
on, I'm sorry.
Is there pink?
I'm not sure if you can put it on pink, but I saw one in yellow. Saw one in orange. So you can definitely change the gradient of the colors of that skin. It's kind of unique, actually, to be honest with you. But anyways, we also do have the PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration available until July 9th. And you can find it under the Event Motor Cruise and get a chance to own your Tuatara or Tuatara Striker. Vehicle tokens also do not expire, so you can actually use it in the next corresponding event. And hopefully we could also do some type of custom color on these collaboration cars with PUBGM and right now with Shelby Supercar collaboration. Just want to talk about, though, Tash, a different team. We talk about PBE, we talked about Rami Bro, we talk about Yangon Galacticos, but did you actually notice that Time to Quick Esports have been fragging out? They were able to actually get a lot of eliminations at the end of the day yesterday.
Yeah, they've been pretty consistent in my opinion, and I think that I wouldn't be surprised if they were to come up on top. I think Team Philippines today, including you, and the Filipino desk is going for 214 Sin. It is something that I don't doubt, especially with how aggressive they've been playing. I think the only team that's been really posing a problem to them, honestly, is Playbook Esports, mostly because the rotations have been running into each other. But that's on Erangel as well as Miramar, not really more on Sanhok. So it could be down to anyone. I'm giving it to ASTE because they've been aggressive. They look really good. And I love how quick they play in terms of taking up space. So I think quick is the name of the game, especially for this map. It's a smaller one. So that's the reason why I put that.
Well, for mine, I understand why Vince G and I picked 214 Sin. Well, 214 Sin got their rest day yesterday. So this means that Rankid, especially Rankid is that type of player wherein if he doesn't play, he's gonna be mad. And then the day after, when he plays, definitely Rankid would go all out. Especially he does now have MM in the squad, which is a former Harami Bro player. Same goes with Dale, another former Harami Bro player. So definitely all of those fraggers coming from Harami Bro would, together with Rankid, they're going to most likely be very aggressive now, especially that we don't have the group of death. And knowing also that the circle usually in Sanhok goes onto the northern side part of the map. Remember, they drop in Hatin, so they definitely have that type of advantage when it comes to circle positioning.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to circle positioning, I mean, I really want to talk about like stats, drop spots as well for Sanhok, but end of the day, sometimes it's not. It can be negligible just because of how the size of the map is. I mean, in a lot of situations, it's really quick to rotate. It's a tinier map for sure, and that's why speed is key because you want to be able to not only get into the circle quickly. Those late rotators tend to have to fight with the blue zone, which puts in a lot more damage. You have to fight with the circle gatekeepers who are just fragging out for kills, and then you have the people who are in those prime locations who are prepped and primed to not only go for those sprays, but due to how chaotic this map is, right? I think that it's also really important to talk about teams that thrive in the chaos. 214 Sin, Playbook Esports, ASTE. These are teams, heck, even Austria love these type of style of plays. It suits them very well. It's just a matter of seeing which team would actually react well to these type of play and which team cannot. And the reason why I'm saying is ASTE is their regardless, we're gonna go into our first map, Sanhok. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final day of the first week of the PMCL.
The team who will drop in Paradise Resort. Paradise Resort are really strategic area, especially in Sanhok. And Genesis Esports, since they're not here today, most likely will be taken over by another squad. And you can see now, 214 Sin already had dropped out, going to their usual spot in Hatin. One thing I noticed here is Camp Alpha is open, God of Death 7, not going to their usual spot, which is in Camp Alpha. So they are most likely thinking of another dropping spot. But then again, look at that. On the bottom side of the map, this is See You Soon together with Flash Vision. But then again, inside Boot Camp, this is ASTE versus TTQ.
Very so soon, so aggressive. TTQ down. Another phrase from Gus. Answered back and quickly quit. Last two standing has to find. Actually, last person standing. ASTE starting off hot. We know that they're the team that's so quick on that, so quick on initiate as well. Quit waiting and fighting for time. The top ground area in control of Gus, so he's trying to find a way to play it very safe. Read very well for Miner, a good prediction. Waiting for No Future, really just punched him from the other side, and Miner playing off the distraction. And TTQ couldn't really do much.
Mad.
And wow, this victory dance looks flashy.
Victory dance coming from Miner. Hopefully we can see Miner as well doing it in real life,
Oh yeah? That'd be kind of cool, but moving
that'd be
on
cool
to
content.
Paradise, Enigma finds themselves toe-to-toe with Risk guys. These early fights I think this is something that I sort of anticipated on the last day, given the fact that this is the last Sanhok. Given the fact that, not knowing now that Group A is gone, a lot of people are trying to fight for these areas that they expect to not be as hotly contested or not as aggressively contested. Zyle, huge on that, a DBS in hand so early, gives him a lot of value. Vape, knocked out. The other members of FVE this time gonna see themselves against Sis TKE. Toki, click for that. Nearly goes down. And Sis TKE, this is an interesting one because Sis TKE is usually the one that leads the aggression.
Yeah, right. And you know what? Master Risks is actually currently down. So this is good that we see the other members of Flash Vision Esports is showing up. But then again, Kaya gets one down, gets another one that's gonna be fit. And now it's gonna be just Master Toki who doesn't have any heals. Oh no, this is kind of bad for Flash Vision Esports, and he now just hides at the corner inside one of the ruins of Camp Bravo, or Charlie rather, and Boy Sean now just waiting for the right time. Probably Heartless is getting revived by Kaya right now. Then again, Boyshan just waiting for the right time to go for the push. I think he can go for the revive for Master Risk, but he's not risking it at all because he has 1 HP, and that is it. Flash Vision Esports done for the first map.
Oh man, 2 teams already. I was already expecting this to go on as unaggressive, but not this soon. Regardless, in this situation, there is that lull at the very least, and this happens all the time. We saw on the other end of the map as well that God7 was already toe-to-toe against someone. They did manage to get 2. I don't think it was a full rollout. You can see that for Fearless as well, with Ranzer already down and out. This might pose as a problem to them.
Well, right now, God of Dead 7, like what I mentioned, they didn't really drop at the usual spot that they were in, so they will try to adjust now onto their new dropping point. Myth Clan also can be one of those teams that can actually win in this kind of map, but then again, they're now all up against with Fearless Esports. And remember, when APG is here, it's always them versus Fearless, but now it is a different story. It's civil war right now. 2 KH teams fighting for position. 1 sec, just getting set for the push of Myth Clan. Myth Clan doing a great job of scouting them, using all of those vehicles that they have. Shroud not able to actually get knocked down by the players of Fearless.
They're just waiting. The situation, Myth, high ground, just quickly gonna push forward. Risk guys playing the waiting game. Myth, iTurks, been huge on initial ones, and he finds one. Keeps going. The nade cooked up. He sees and hears the situation. The footsteps, the nade gets full blown in a member's face. He also spots Zizek on one end, finds him. The nade clips him, and he goes on the prone. He barely survives it. His teammate trying to just quickly rush toward him. Won't be surviving longer. This Dizzy confirms the kill. Zizek's so low. A molly just to buy some time. Thankfully, he has a little bit of a pocket to play through, but he's the only one left standing. It's just a matter of time before Myth just rushes him, pushes him in. Daisy's already cooking up that nade. A corner. Zizek. That's all I can do. He drops one down, but the nade can't do more than that. Risk guys. Gonna take the 14th spot here. Smith is gonna be happy in this, but the third party comes through. ASTE! They've been waiting. Shroud knocked out, and DZ needs to be picked up. A smoke to buy time. But it's gonna be difficult. On the other end is a high ground. And they are just sandwiched, crunched between 3 teams. Yango Galacticos fearless as well. It's hard for him to do anything minor. Putting in the pressure. He wants those kills, he wants those numbers, he wants those pickoffs. Understanding that today is the day for ASTE to overcome those teams that have been the kings of the ladder.
Yeah, and they almost got 70 points yesterday, so definitely this is the day for them now. They hear those gunshots, eventually they go for the third party, but then again, Romeo Boy getting set for the push of Enigma MSI, now cooking up the nade. There's one on the left side, there's actually 2 just right in front of him. And he actually don't know where to actually throw that nade. He's not gonna show up until now. He's actually showing up. He gets knocked down by Caps. And now this is gonna be the time for Enigma to go for the follow-up. Zyle gets cute Loki down. And now it's gonna be WTZ and say Cloud at the backside. Zyle now throws up another nade. Will that one connect? No, it overthrows. Onto the backside of WTZ, but WTZ trades with 1 nade, knocks down Caps. Now push here onto Macbeth, but no! That micro Uzi bursted onto the body of Macbeth. And now it's gonna be FB and Zyle. Now say Cloud pushes in. Ooh, he actually got killed there with the DBS. And Yangon Galacticos gets eliminated by Enigma.
And for the second time as well this week, Enigma. Slow start. Everyone had a lot of doubts about this team given how fresh they are into the standings for half the team. Well, I thought Zal in trouble. Exquisite quick on that. A lot of teams are going toward this third-party way, just so attracted to the sound of gunfire. The name of the game is the wait and see. those teams that wait, ASTE came up on top for that. And now Exquisite. The son of honks. Or Exquisite as well. Calling for his teammate to come through. Have a bit of a divide on this circle as a river goes through. But it's going to be Quarry with the bigger percentage of the map. So there is a bigger likelihood for it to go there. But if you look at how Harami Bros have been positioning themselves, it's a nice little area they've held there near Painan, also toward the southern side, and I think it's a good thing. It allows them to just really keep scout without being too close to the bridge. But if they do want to go for those pickoffs, they can. They can go for those long-range initiations, those third-party pickoffs before they go for those knocks. It's gonna be clean. And
Right.
for Harame Bros, they haven't found a lot of success in terms of points at the end of the game from since day one. Day one was the only day they seemed to have success, and they haven't seemed to find the answer. And now with Group A not playing, this might be their chance, but momentum, I don't think they found it quite yet, which results in this slower, safer style play where they're going for positioning instead of aggression, like they usually do.
And they didn't really move at all. Like their dropping point is Painan. Yes, the circle went downwards. Then again, it shifted a little bit to the eastern side. That's why Range got that compound now. Looks like Exquisite Esports getting set to push onto God of that 7. We can hear gunshots on, I think, from the side of Koopa. Just destroying all of those vehicles of God of that 7. Yep, there was a Koopa RB right there. There were some knockdowns though on the kill feed, or on the side though. The scoreboard, you can see one player got knocked down already for Harami Bro, one for Fearless, and there's like one player for Harami Bro who already got eliminated. So it looks like they're planning on moving on to where Range was at, and probably they got hit by those other teams that are already in position, and probably got sprayed down. There we go. Fearless Esports, Ranzer getting revived now by 1 second. As Harami Bro now will take this compound. I don't like this compound though. It's on the lower ground, and they don't have any like good vantage point if there will be someone right above them.
Oh man, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 just in the area right outside of Painan. Straight row. Everyone's just fighting for a compound, fighting for space there. It's a lower ground area as well, not too terraneous. So whoever that doesn't have a compound is at higher risk of just being sprayed out from multiple angles. But we're seeing PBE play their usual style on the edge of the circle. Dread Esports, a slower rotation to come through. This is a bit of a concern when it comes to getting into the area, given the fact that there's like probably 4 different teams just staring straight at them as they go in. But the northern side is also quite packed with 214 Sin, ASTE, Enigma. It's a lull. It's just a matter of just waiting for time to see where the circle pulls before the full all-out rotation battles happen. For God 7, this is the most active I've seen them in a while. And I think there's a lot of hesitation coming for them because they did try playing a little bit more of the positioning side. They did try playing the more of that quick rotation and holding the angle game. And today it seems like firepower in numbers is what they're looking at. There's a lot of pressure onto Super Pickles. If he even peeks, the answer back to him was 3 different gun barrels just spraying straight in his face, and he has to walk away. And now for ASTE, all the way from the lower area of this terrain, they're trying to make their way upwards to a 2-1-4 Sin. And they have done this sort of fight perfectly well. They need to take this fight against 2-1-4 Sin. The blue zone is chunking onto them. I don't think that 2-1-4 knows. I think that this silent or quiet sort of rotation forward means that they just want to quietly take away the space or retake the space that's been left behind by 2-1-4 Sin, which means like a slower rotation might be what they have in mind, just so they don't get eliminated way too early.
And 214 Sin now rotates all the way from the northern side, now successfully able to actually get into this compound where it's only just 2 players of Sis TKE. Now Boyshan Heartless goes down. Now Blanks gets inside, goes for the confirmation kill with a DPS. Now it's gonna be Boyshan. Mix now is using the cover. Ooh, with a 360 shot. No, he goes down. with the S12K of Boishan. Now Blanks will get in. The healing now is going to be coming in onto Boishan. Now Rankid goes in as well with no HP left for him. But Blanks now throws in a molly. That's a mistake. He should have just pushed in together with Rankid. And Rankid, good thing he was there, able to get that kill. And see you soon. Tiger Kill enemy is out.
Long range fight. PBE has been waiting for this as well. Collecting points in their pocket, but surprisingly, despite these late rotations and as well as these holes in the side of the circle, PBE hasn't been raking as many points as I expected them to be. They still managed to get one, so in a way, it's a good thing for them. As we expected, PBE gonna be passing by 2-4 Sin, but it doesn't seem that they want to go for that all-out fight quite yet. Aware that TQ would be close by. A crossfire could be happening for Enigma and Exquisite as well. I think their eyes are onto that airdrop right in front of them, but getting there is a risk. And for Myth, I like their positioning now. They have a nice compound in hand, so does Fearless. Harami Bros, I think despite the circle moving, they're very happy to not have to move around. But it also means that for them, there's a lack of elimination points. And I think that what their plan is going to be is try to get the best positioning as they can in the circle, deny anyone rotations. And as you go toward the last circle, you're going to be forcing these fights, which in turn would bring in a handful of elimination points. Speaking of points there, Michi finds one. So, not too sure how aggressive it's going to be for us. PBE just now, they were right beside 2-4 Sin. Red, in a position where they're just forced to rush into the circle. Thankfully for them, Holy Lanju survives. Nary a scratch on his vehicle, but not the same for Demios. And Range puts in more of this pressure as the other members of the team is just forced to just leave them behind. A nade to come through, and Ranzer holding in. They were not aware that this tree line is completely held by Fearless. And with that, Dread Esports now down and out. Can't do more than that, but still a valiant effort.
Yeah, valiant effort for Dread Esports. Unfortunately, they made a bad decision there. They should have just went ahead on maybe even crossed past Fearless Esports, but they had really no choice. And, ooh, 3 nades coming from ASTE. That was so amazing. But then again, Pozo survives. Nidu, though, is very low on HP. Michi on the feed goes down as Zio now goes on prone. They're kind of like on a disadvantage here. Just on the slope, on the lower ground. But then again, they just need to be careful. They need to slow down. And this is what Zayo is doing together with his teammates. Just proning down on the ground, just making sure that no one else is right outside that circle. Now, Super Pickles able to get that kill, and then God of Death 7 is now out. PBE, though, need to be careful. There's someone just right in the blue zone, and this is the quarter now. Popeye going for that healing game. Ryman now out in the open. This is just very basic now for Popeye. He can just go for the spray, and Ryman will go down now, but unfortunately, he won't be able to go for the confirmation. The question now is, will Michi and the rest of PBE will they go back to Ryman to go for that revive?
Doesn't seem like it. They're a little bit too far out. They have no clue how many of them are over there as well. They do have control of the airdrop. As I expected, they do take their time. On top of that, a compound in hand. This is a W for them. But they do have to be wary. Exquisite has a high ground and terrain to work with. Myth as well. And now here comes the rotation, the forced movement from the west side. The circle has been ping-ponging from north all the way to east and now to the west. It's so hard for teams to really figure it out. But I think teams are going to be very thankful it's not actually in the quarry area, because that's a lot harder to navigate with the high terrains as well as the nooks and crannies. Nate to come through. Aware that Popeye is close, tags him. Not enough to take him down though. Blanks takes the time. Eyes on Harami Bros. But keeping very quiet, aware that they are at a disadvantage here, a man disadvantage. In fact, No Fear knocked out, Miner from the cross side, try to put in a little bit more pressure. But they're not doing so good right now, they're just getting picked up. Like flies! Pozo goes down! ASTE survives by the skin of their teeth, but they can't do more than that. Harami Bros waiting for this moment where they can just third party and just immediately eliminate them. But but they'll
Oh,
be
nice.
punished. Zio still very much alive, still very much healthy. Hard to find where the other members are. A Molly to flush him out of the area. Smokes as well. That's going to cut him off the sideline. Unfortunately, his initial picks with the DBS doesn't work. Long range pick off. Blaze zone finds him at the end. ESCE 9 eliminations, 8th place. And now Federalis gonna be hard, all alone in this one, and he's the only one on the team that's managed to get those frags. It's been very messy from all the teams, with the blue zone chunking in as well as so many different teams fighting for these areas. It's hard to tell who's who. And now the only 2 teams that looks very good, PBE with 3, Myth with 3, Exquisite and Enigma. The others all the way on the southern side. 2-4 Sin, still okay, but needs to bide their time. Has to be careful. The terrain not in their favor as Rankid trying to at least put a little bit pressure, a pick-off, just to really dwindle down the firepower from different teams. Hasn't been able to do so. And they wait back, waiting for an opening, just to really allow them to just rush into the area, into the circle.
It was just chaos earlier. Fearless, ASTE, and then Aramiro going for that third party. Good thing that Federalis was able to get that final kill. Now there's going to be nades coming from Exquisite Esports now. Enigma, just really passive right now at this very moment. Ooh, 2-1-4 now. They actually did rotate it all the way to where Haramibro was at. And looks like Haramibro is out. And then together with the quarter, they're out as well. And now Exquisite just firing their guns over to Enigma. I'm just not so sure why Myth did not fourth-partied that earlier engagement between Fearless, AST, and Aramibro. They had that chance, but they're just focused right now on the circle. Caps is also busy with the push of Myth Clan. They're kind of like sandwich right now, Taj. What will Enigma do now?
They're waiting. Enigma, aggressive, but taking a more laid-back approach. I think this is a good thing, understanding that they do have the man disadvantage, and the lack of information perhaps is making them make sure to play the wait-and-see game. Doesn't really matter though, they do have a nice little area to hold. And these two teams, Exquisite, Enigma, and Myth, like it or not, they're gonna have to fight each other to get into the circle. PBE will relish the situation. They have all the cover they need, but the pressure is on. Good on those picks. The chip damage comes through onto Gerald, but the rest holding. This might be the best situation for the Raimon. Good on that spray. Seems to have been picked up earlier, despite TQ trying their best to do more. Exquisite rushes into the area, and PBE shows us a masterclass of how to defend a compound. Still, it's long-range fights, and now TQ, now and out 3 eliminations, but still surviving to the end. Really impressive feat, despite being alone, and now Exquisite in trouble as PBE completely overwhelms them. The 2 Filipino teams, so strong looking right now compared to the rest. But Enigma, our underdogs, they have been riding on this momentum yesterday, still surviving. Rankit knocked, 2-4 Sin are rushing forward.
Ooh,
Gerald
nice.
found as well this top side of the terrain, providing a lot of value to the team, despite not having the circle advantage. Few nades, Molly, just to stop them from being able to push out. Wacko, waiting, he speaks,
Ooh,
and will be
no.
punished for it. Michi, so quick on that, and eliminates his Filipino counterpart. And now the last 2 teams remain. Enigma, all eyes on them, as the team who start off the week at the bottom of the ladder. And PBE, the Filipino pride.
The Filipino pride. It's going to be a Filipino who will win this. Enigma MSI or Blade of Esports. That was very risky for Wako, by the way. He's the only man standing for them, and then he was out in the open. Then now, look at this from Zyle. Zyle waiting for Michi to pick. Carol, though, just be right beside him. One guy's currently down, by the way. And now, spots Caps. Caps goes down. Now, 2 players left for the side of Enigma MSI now. Knocks down one more. And it's going to be just kicks now for the side of Enigma, or FB rather. Oh, with the nade actually getting that winner chicken dinner over Enigma MSI. The Layback Esports gets this opportunity now to be one of the teams that can maybe get to the top of the leaderboard.
They're looking good today. A very patient game, a little bit more quiet, a different approach, but the end result still remains the same. A good day for the Filipino fans at home, seeing two of their full Filipino rosters come up to the top of Sanhok. So big kudos to both. I'm loving the fact that Enigma is looking a little bit more consistent toward the end of the week. They're starting to understand and find their groove as they rush forward. And this change in pace is definitely because there is that absence of the group of death, which means I don't have to worry about too much firepower. I don't have to worry about teams that are a little bit more mechanically sound in terms of holding their spots. But even then, yesterday, we saw these teams in the top side of the ladder start to shake. And I'm really loving this rise of the underdog story that's coming through here from Enigma. Regardless, that particular game was definitely a lot more aggressive and a lot more quicker pace than I thought it was going to be. Granted, this is the last and final Sanhok map of week number 1 of the PMCL, and I'm sure for a lot of these teams, a good quick start that is aggressive and trying to rack up as many eliminations as they can might be what they want to do. Because at the end of the day, getting the final circle in Sanhok is no easy feat. It's definitely a lot harder than I would say a Miramar map or an Erangel map because of how quick this map can go. You don't really have much time to think. So when you are on your toes, when you have to really make a decision fast, eliminations seem to be what these teams want to focus on.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, especially that in Sanhok, whenever you fire that gun, that sound cues that you can hear all throughout the map, another team might third party or maybe even fourth party you. So that's one thing that you need to think about if you're playing in Sanhok. But again, the MVP is Zio for this match. 5 eliminations, 6 knockouts, 841 damage, 1 assist with 148 heals, 1740 survival time. And most likely this is coming from their matchup with TTQ at boot camp. And then also they were very aggressive right after that when they actually third-partied just right nearby boot camp. But then again, ASTE continuing on adding more elimination points onto their squad. It's not just No Fear, it's Miner, it's Zio, everyone else in Stranger's Tribe Aromacy is actually doing their part.
I think it's really exciting looking at ASTE this time. Eliminations are definitely what they're going for, and I love that they're not backing down in a strat they believe works. Yes, there are adjustments, but it doesn't seem like they want to change it, and I think it looks good on them. Now, for Playbook Esports, I did say it was a very, very slow start for them, and I think it's a lot of trust coming through, a lot of trusting the process and how the circle works is what gives them these eliminations. I think it wasn't toward the last few circles only that they start to get these pickoffs, these elimination points as teams try to to rush them. Exquisite tried to take the compound. They denied them of that push. They were going in for these crossfires. They were very quick to take up the space as well, and because they were very proactive in getting those positionings early, they punish everyone who does not have the prime areas to hold. And in a lot of situations, there are a lot of long-range picks as well. And there is that idea that yes, Raimono got picked up. I think got picked off very early by TQ. But there is that idea, understanding that, okay, there is someone there. Let's play it very safe, try and get as much information as we can, go back, pick up Raimon, and in that process as well, getting those eliminations, as well as kind of dwindling the firepower from across the board. And they were very patient with it as well. So I think about 12 pickups is about three teams they've kind of they've taken out of the game. And I think it works really well in their favor, despite Enigma trying to overwhelm them in terms of firepower.
And I like how Playbook Esports is using their rotation in the bigger maps, also in the map of Sanhok, where they actually just try to lurk around the edges of the circle until like stage number 4 or 5 we're in. They try to get to the middle portion of the circle. They try to eliminate every single squad that they gone into, trying to get inside to that circle. So again, with their gameplay or rotation going into the circle, it's kind of effective to say the least, because it actually worked yesterday, and now it worked even in Sanhok, wherein they actually get a winner chicken dinner with 12 eliminations also on top of that. Unfortunately for the others, like Sin214, my pick to win this matchup, they weren't able to get that winner chicken dinner. It was actually a long rotation from Hatin all the way down south towards that circle that kind of bit them at the very end.
Yeah, I think in a way it's still quite a difficult circle to navigate, and that's why I say that sometimes it isn't really about for Sanhok it isn't really about more of the circle because it's very accessible. It's not as long as a rotation like Miramar or even Erangel, but what makes it harder is the pacing of that one. It's definitely a different shift in mindset and speed. So PBE, this one ending with 22 points, is a lot of, I would say, adjustments on their end on how exactly they wanted to play the early round, mid round, all the way till the end. And I'm liking that they have a different idea on how to approach each phase of the game. So kudos to them for figuring that out. Enigma looking still strong with 13, and 2 and 4 Sin as well, looking good with a 5. Now ASTE, despite only having 1 rank point, their eliminations have been massive. They've been steamrolling through the map, and these early fights give them the placement points and the points for them to just really kind of push themselves forward. And I think in this situation, they are kind of echoing what we saw for Harame Bro on day number 1. No chicken, no problem. I mean, they have been getting chicken dinners, but in a majority of the games they've played, these elimination points have been really launching them way ahead of the rest of the teams. Because like now, I think for, again, it came back to what I was talking about for Yangon Galacticos. They can be as clean as they want, but if they're just going into so many of these matches with 0, that's going to pose a problem as teams start to really just snowball based on like maybe 5-6 points ahead, and these points, because eventually over time does add up. There's a saying in Malay called sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit, which means like bit by bit it does become a hill in terms of what they collect. So now in the overall standings, you can see that there aren't a lot of changes to the, I would say, to the rankings yet, with ASTE still on the 7th spot. But slowly but surely, they are coming up. 2 and 4S dropping a little bit now as a PBE climbs up over both YG and GE. Harame Bro as well, still maintaining 6th spot. I am a little bit concerned for Harame Bro because it's been already toward the end of the week and they still haven't found the answer to their problems, at least on Sanhok. Now, my question is, have they found the answer for Erangel as we go into map number 2? So how do you think this is going to go for Harame Bro? What's your prediction here?
My prediction for Harame Bro, though, they need to be aggressive. I think from the last game, they were kind of on the passive side. They were just hiding inside that compound. And then eventually when the circle shifted away from them, there were like other teams that are in the blue zone or just right at the edge of the blue zone that they try to gatekeep. Eventually, they tried to the third party, Fearless Esports versus Dread Esports, or actually even ASTE. But then again, they lose 2 members in the process, with only having like 1 player left for ASTE.
Right.
So for ASTE now, if they try to continue this, like having 2-digit scoreline for each game, they're on the verge of getting onto the top of the leaderboards, maybe even seeing them in top number 2. If they get a winner chicken dinner today, they might even be at top number 1, right?
Right. I think it's really hard to really figure out. I mean, in terms of points, I'm talking here. I really want to see more when it comes to mechanicals because I am very impressed by the improvement I'm seeing from Enigma so far, as well as ASTE. And I think there were a lot of questions coming in. I think we talked about it yesterday about language barriers by the players of ASTE. It is a combination of Filipino players as well as the Nepalese players, but honestly, it doesn't feel that way from the team at all. I think that they're very aware and very, very much on the same page. I was holding a thought about that conversation because we want to talk about the new Ace 7 Royal Pass, which is available from now all the way till the 15th of July, where we have the Nightscape Gladiator set, which comes in so many different colors. This is going to be the male set after all. And now we also have the Graceful Watcher set, which is in different parts. We have the Watcher set in terms of the clothes and after a cover as well, which I think looks dope as heck. So on top of that, all of this is worth about 80,000 UC, and you can get it I think from now until the 15th of July. And do show us the Victory Royale dance that you'll be getting from this pass as well.
Yep. And actually earlier we saw Miner did a victory dance in boot
Which
camp.
set was that? That looked dope.
I'm not sure which one is it, but I'm not really sure as well if it is actually for RPA 7. Hopefully these players that we're watching right now uses the victory dance that we have here for the
Mm.
RPA 7, so we can have a a glimpse of what actually shows. But anyways, I mean, yeah, definitely grab this RPA 7. Again, it is available until I mean, in less than a month and a half. So
Right.
it is still available till July 15th. You'll get a lot of skins. 80k UZ is a lot. I don't know how much it is in Philippine peso, but anyways, we do also have the PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration. It is
Yeah.
available until July 9th, and you can find it under the featured event Motor Cruise and get a chance to own a Tuatara or Tuatara Striker. And by the way, again, vehicle tokens do not expire, so please keep it until the next corresponding event.
That's right. So now let's talk a little bit about the end of the day here. I think that for Group A, it's all about just waiting with bated breath just to see where they end up toward the end of the week. Granted, it is still very early in the league. I mean, we have about what 3 weeks total before finally going into the grand finals week. And then there's also that the idea of how many points you can get for the head start toward the finals. And I think for a lot of teams, this head start points can mean life or death for them, can mean the breathing room when they start to really shake in the beginning of the match or toward the end, right? It gives them a little bit more space to make some mistakes. But at the same time, when you come to this as well, it also means that you, as if you want to go for collecting, like, yeah, we've seen moments where teams do just sort of shake on week number 1, and then week 2 and 3 they do well. But consistency is definitely key here to make sure that you end up at the top. And in this situation as well, you have the league points, the league rankings. And, in this situation as well, we have to really understand what it means to end up at the top seat this week, especially on the final day, with the group of death not playing, as well as these teams starting to adjust to the idea that, okay, these drop spots are available. I'm not sure who's dropping there. That might pose a problem and even might cause these early skirmishes, exactly what we saw in Sanhok. Now, coming into game number 2, I know that a lot of the viewers at home, especially on these English broadcasts, come from the Nepal broadcast as well. So welcome to the English stream. I'm really excited to see. I wanted to actually go for ASTE, but Yangon Galacticos hasn't found that success quite yet. So why I'm picking this is more toward their performance, as well as, I would say, not only performance but also their mindset on what they want to achieve toward the end of the day, which is why I'm going toward Yangon Galacticos. I understand why you're going for Harame, bro, though. I would like to hear more from you about that.
Well, I understand why you picked Yangon Galacticos because earlier in the Sanhok map, they got eliminated very early. So I am expecting for Cute Loki and the rest of Yangon Galacticos to bounce back in the map of Erangel. Especially, we know how good Yangon Galacticos is in the map of Erangel. Now, my pick is Harame, bro. I know every single second game, I just noticed that the Harame, bro, is actually really good when it comes to playing that second game. I'm not sure that they use Sanhok as a warm up match, and then eventually on that second game, remember on the first day they had like 16 bombs, wherein they got 16 eliminations, and unfortunately they only got like the second place in that game. It also happened in the previous days, wherein they got some kills, but unfortunately they weren't able to get a chicken dinner. And with Group A, which is Group of Death, not being here together with them, maybe they can actually finally get that winner win a chicken dinner at the
A
end of
good
this matchup.
prediction. A good prediction. I like this idea of patterns and what we expected to see from day number 1. But again, it's hard for me to really say or gauge them based on that, just because of how, it is day number 1 of the league. It's been an idea where day number 1 and day number 2, because the introduction of the new teams that haven't been playing is more toward the ice breaking situation where they need to understand how these rotations are going to go. And I think, it comes back to that idea that some teams do well on day number 1, week 1, and then suddenly they start to go downhill. And unfortunately, that is the case for Harame, bro, right now. I would love to be proven wrong, though. Like, coming here, I think that I was very excited to see them play. They are definitely a team that's been around for so long, a household name, in fact, when it comes to the Challenger League. So I would love to be proven wrong, and I want to see more from them because we would love to see that empire, the dynasty of Harami Bro to keep going. On the flip side for PBE, they're looking great right now. This first map, I would say, coming back to what you said about how they approached Sanhok, the same way as how they approached Erangel as well as Miramar that you mentioned earlier, is a really good point. They're very patient and understanding how to play the early game, mid game to end game, which I like to see as well. So I want to see more of that. For Young Galacticos, I think for the last 2 days, it's been such a shocker for them. Losing firepower, not able to go against these underdog teams such as Enigma. Getting caught off guard in the middle of these rotations. Granted, these circles have been very, very hard to deal with, but it's just surprising because these players are a lot more new, lacking in experience. But at the same time, there is that flip side, that idea that these new players might have a whole new perspective on how to approach the game with this different format that's been introduced.
Right, and I love also the pick of Sammy and Mr. Cal. Time to Quick Esports. I did mention them before we started this day. They are one of those squads from yesterday that actually had so many elimination points. I believe in Miramar and also in, I think, one of the Erangel maps yesterday. So if they continue on with that type of gameplay, well, definitely Time to Quick Esports, together with the fragging abilities that they have, can be a factor in the bigger maps like Erangel. But then again, the other pick here, which is Big Daddy, the other pick is Fearless Esports. We've seen them in Sanhok. It's always been that they go to this usual spot that they have in at the hills. They always meet up with APG Esports, but it's a different story since APG Esports was not or is not here. Now going into the bigger map of Erangel, I'm not sure with this pick though. With Fearless Esports, this is kind of like a very random pick coming from.
I'm gonna have to
KH.
disagree with you. Rancer has been immaculate with those first picks. He's been the tip of the spear for the team. Granted, they haven't really been able to really just close these fights, but I love the proactiveness coming from the team. The potential is definitely there, and I think that's what he's tried to show us here. The potential is there, but I do also understand why you said that because we haven't really seen them shine quite yet. So
Right.
there is that two sides of the coin and the argument that I am seeing. And again, I like you, I would love to be proven wrong.
Yep. Well, hopefully we can see them at the very end of this matchup with all of the rest of the predictions from the other casters. So it'll be exciting to
I
see
love this
that.
prediction game, man. I love
Right.
it. I love this idea that, oh my gosh, my pick is correct. I am I a prophet? I'm just kidding.
How many predictions have you actually got correct?
Two. Out of this whole week, only two. I mean, like, it's not really
I
like
think
in the
we're
game
tied
itself.
at 2 right now.
Yeah,
I
we're
think
tied at 2, but like a lot of our picks happen either like after the fact that they've won. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So I mean, like again, our predictions. If you guys are at home and don't know how these predictions work, we actually give our predictions in the beginning of the day before these games happen. So all of our predictions are basically based on patterns, based on just I would say RNG at this point because we do have three Erangels in a row and 2 Miramars as well. So I think technically, even though like our predictions are wrong in the initial game, but we are actually getting it. What's the word for that? Like they're correct, but they're just
Like
not in that particular game.
what happens is like we pick them like on second game and then they win on the third game. It's kind of
yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
And it happened
yeah.
multiple times. I think on day number 4, or day
I
number
mean,
2.
everyone's seeing it. Like,
Yeah.
that I think everyone's understanding that we are seeing the potential well, and I'm really liking that the teams are getting their, their spotlight and their due diligence. But again, that flash vision picks looks so good as well. Want to see more from Myth. I'm really, really hoping that Myth isn't that day one wonder sort of team, and the same thing can be said about Harami Bro. I want them to come back online again. They are definitely teams that I want to look out for. But ladies and gentlemen, eyes on the screen because today this is the first Erangel map of the final day of week number 1.
Final day of week number 1. First Erangel We're still starting up, guys. So again, we are just in the first Erangel map. If you're just tuning in, the first map winner is Playbook Esports. Will they go back to back again? No group of death. Again, this is the chance for Playbook Esports to win a lot of games. But then again, look at now this flight path. This is gonna be very difficult for Playbook Esports, knowing that they are used to dropping at Stalber and Kameshki. They're now going to be dropping right around the jungles of Hospital and right around the western side of the whole map of Erangel. Now it goes to Milta Power, so this is going to be good also for 214 Sin. Then again, also, since Genesis Esports is not here, Rozok is open as well as Novo.
This is gonna be really exciting as we watch how today is going to be played. I think all eyes. I think for a lot of I'm looking at the how it's looking at right now. I think for me personally, I think toward the middle of the week, honestly, I've been really taken by ASTE's performance, especially after we saw how aggressive and how they're able to just rush up and take a fight which they had no business of winning from the lower ground all the way up to the high ground. End of the day, the circle will be pushing up toward the western side. And in this situation for Myth, it's going to be a long rotation forward. Not just Myth, it's going to be 2-1-4 Sin. Hold that thought. Got 7 in trouble.
Ooh.
This early fight with Enigma might not just work on their favor. And in this situation for Enigma, we don't want them to be knocked out super early. They've been having this problem early in the week, and I'm afraid that it might be the same today. The other members of Enigma forced to vacate this compound with the tail between their legs. Not winning this one. God 7 starting off good. And God of Death 7 was a team that the casters had a lot of hope for in the beginning of the week. And it starts to go a bit quiet. I want to see them come back and show us why exactly they're called God of Death 7.
Right. I mean, we know for a fact that God of Death 7 is really good in the map of Sanhok. They actually drop on a different dropping point in that map. Then again, they weren't able to, get into the final 4. But this time around, this is a good start for them. 2 kills already in the bag. Enigma MSI, though, I remember when Austria Esports dropped together with them at Gatka. And this is the same story for Enigma MSI. Now, for this time around, they have 2 members who survived. When Austria is with them at Gatka, they just annihilated them altogether. So they can try to bounce back in this game. I mean, 2 members still is a strong team for Enigma MSI. They just gotta be smart when trying to get into the circle or when trying to get into position. Right now, you're looking at Myth Clan right around Lipovka. Very quiet early game here. I mean, after that early engagement between Enigma MSI and God of Death 7, so nothing's gonna happen as of yet. Harame Bro. Their lineup has updated now. They went back to their original lineup during day number 1, and this is the lineup that I said that is very effective for them.
It is effective, but you also have to. I also understand the reasoning why they're doing that. In situations where you have to keep your team hot, you have to make sure that if, say, there is a situation where you need your sub to play a different style of play, I think maybe even different strats, it's best to do it early in week number 1. And again, how you play with your team in scrims might not be the same in an official tournament just because of the mindset as well as, how teams are dishing out their own strats themselves. So I think it's a good thing that they're allowing him to play. And I believe there are a few more newer players as well that I think a lot of people were saying they're very new, it's going to be hard for them to really come up on top. There's a lot of doubt going around, especially for the new Enigma roster, the Flash Vision Esports roster that's very new as well. And I can only say that the more you play in these international leagues and gain this experience, this adaptability to a whole new region, the better it is that you're going to be moving on in the roster. And I'm loving the fact that I think out of most of these teams that I'm seeing right now in PMCL, they've actually maintained their rosters for long periods of time. And I think that's really important to talk about because there are some orgs that are just so quick to change their roster, especially when they don't find success. But chemistry takes time to build. And sometimes, I had this conversation with a coach before where he said that sometimes you can collect the best players, like Pokemon even, like collecting them one by one by one, these star players and putting it in a team. If there's
Right.
no chemistry, there's no point.
There's
Because
no
they
point.
won't be
Yeah.
because end of the day, there is no I in team. And
Right.
when the players are playing very selfishly, not on the same page, not able to trade off each other, not supporting each other, it's gonna pose a problem. I think we've seen this happen so many times where you had 4-star players in teams and it just doesn't work out in their favor.
Yeah, it's kind of like putting up an all-star lineup. Like if you get a chance to put up an all-star lineup, like say you get a Paraboy, and then you get Tony K.
You
If they
high.
cannot if they cannot gel well,
Yeah.
they won't be a team eventually. I mean, they're just like an all-star team, just that,
Yeah.
just for them to be cheered by most of the fans. But I mean, they will not win if they don't have chemistry. I kind of like what you said there, because I actually did had the team of Few before. It was Few, Range, Claire, and Dragon,
Mm-hmm.
and we kind of like started really good, and then eventually they were too comfortable with each other, and then eventually they lost some of the the tournaments that we had in our PH local scene. So
Yeah.
that's kind of like something that I can connect to whatever you said. But TTQ, this is the pick of the Myanmar desk. Liquid just flickering around outside the compounds of where they're at right now. They're actually on a 1-to-1 split. It's kind of interesting, and he's actually out in the open. So if ever a team would crash in, it'll be out there in the open and maybe get shot at. But for now, it's 2-1 for Sin. Looks like they went on a different type of dropping point. Look at them. They're gonna be coming from the Sosnovka Island, so they didn't really went to milk the power.
It's probably because Austria wasn't there today. I believe GE drops there as well. Correct me
Yeah,
if I'm
Novo.
wrong. Yeah, Novo. So it's pretty much free for them. They don't have to go against these very aggressive teams and firepower. A longer rotation, yes, but free for the loots. I think it's a win. On top of that, there's a lot of vehicles to be found there as well. I'm actually quite surprised at how slow these rotations are for some teams. Like Myth right now is still in the blue zone, and I don't understand. You can take your time, but I feel like I feel like a lot of teams that go in for these late rotations have been really punished, unless you are a team like ASTE, like 2-1 for Sin, who are very adept at playing this very quick, take the site before your enemies can blink sort of play. And not a lot of teams have the firepower or the right strat to do so. But again, this can be this is a very difficult one because it's not only all the way to the west, it's going to keep pulling toward the west. It's most likely going to be toward the northern side of Quarry, I hope. I mean, if it is in Quarry, it's definitely going to be a lot more fun to watch. But it's going to be very difficult for the players to just navigate. But TK this time, I think I'm liking the fact that they're quickly just taking this positioning all the way up to the middle side of the area, and they can quickly move toward the beach side if they want to, if they have to. On top of that, they don't have to worry about anyone coming in from the western side as well, which means that they only have to worry about what's in front of them instead of behind them.
Right, and we can see some gunshots coming from PBE onto the side of TTQ. TTQ actually had rotated away from that compound where they were at originally. This is also good for Flash Rush Esports. They're at the middle of the circle. They just need to protect and sustain any kind of push coming from any type of team that they're going to be into. Oh, but for now, RSG, they're actually stuck out in the open. This is Dread Esports now going for the spray down. Holy Lanju gets Naughty Boy down. Then again, we're going to see some explosion there coming from that UAZ. They need to get away from that. But if they can revive Naughty Boy, but then again, Holy Lanju not able to actually get the confirmation kill on the kill feed as well. PBE is on an engagement as Moy actually goes down as Isaac going for the trade. This will give them some time to go for that reset.
Chaos goes down. No problem to go for the pickup. RSG. Just waiting in the shadows for the time being. And meanwhile, here's Yangon Galacticos. Needs to come through. This might not bode well. Thankfully, misses. Their damage slowly chipping at their health. It's gonna be almost impossible to go for the pickup. He does. Just waiting for that reset. Cute Loki this time around. He's playing it very safe. A less aggressive Loki that Nate actually does land eventually onto Niju. Another one to secure it. Enigma goes down. Unfortunately for them, there's a lot of praise coming in from us toward them. But this time around, unfortunately they're not able to maintain that lead. A 2 pick-off by Q Loki. He does what he does best with those nades! They're rushing away for his nades. But this one's broken! He's trying to go for the headshots! But Q Loki, his timing a little bit better. Good for that movement away, understanding to go for the burst plays. Ranzer is so desperate to go for that pickup. And meanwhile, while all that's happening, Romeo Boy has his eyes on TQ. Popeye is in fact in trouble. The only thing stopping him and those hail of bullets is just that tree. It's a bit of a heal. Wallbangs not necessarily clipping him quite yet. WYTZ out in the open, his teammates. It's gonna be difficult to go for that pickup as well. As Zero comes through, Smut back into this lineup. We've seen him do wonders. I'm hoping to see that more from him as well.
And right now, YG, they're trying to get into position, and then this is Cute Low-Key, if I'm not mistaken, going for the circles with that Murado. Trying to scout this next guy from the quarter. WTC still has some time there. He's down to half HP. Boo! But then again, it is Smut who actually knocks down one of the other guys of Yangon Galacticos. So it's now just 2 members up for the side of Yangon Galacticos. Now I think they're gonna just bail out from the scene. They're not gonna revive them anymore. Unfortunately, they lose Cute Low-Key, who was just showing that he can bomb away every single player off from Fearless Esports.
See Federal is coming on the other side. Harame Bro this time opting just prioritize positioning, but the PBE waiting for them at the other end. Michi gets knocked down. Federalis going so cold for that will be punished. The answer comes through. Right, Mano. There's a forward one boy. What's in the pain? Harame Bros might just be punished for this aggressive push. Only one man left alive, and here he comes. He's trying to make something happen here. Gerald on one end. Precious for his life. Alma so very low. And PBE survives that. Does not survive that. Excuse me. Harame Bro survives another day, but they lose 2. Both teams surviving heavy losses. And all the other teams have heard the skirmish. And they're down and out finding them. Like sharks looking for blood-infested waters. Flash vision. Fit finds it in the end. It's gonna be so happy with that point in the bag. Trying their best to find their way out of the last standing on the ladder. Coming in strong on the second map.
What just happened there, Taj? 2 of the top teams are actually top 1 and top 3 right now with the groups that they're playing. PBE and Ramibro just went at it earlier on in the game. Eventually, Myth Clan and Flash Vision Esports are there to take the rest of the remaining players that are standing. Oh my goodness, and what a throw of a nade there coming from Fit. Just right at the right position on where was Jappy was at. And then now, look at this. 214 Sin now getting ready to engage with the quarter. Popeye, very low on HP, is still throwing some utilities over there. Blue Zone also will come into effect. As you can see, the quarter is actually split up. This is a 3-1 split. It's a 4v3 right now, right at this very compound. Now, Molotovs are now coming in as well. Now, there's going to be 2 other players. Ooh, actually, the Molotov. Zero got hit there. Now, Popeye goes down. Blanks goes down as well. Now, the top. This is the one that is actually far away from them. Now, 214 Sin can still do a reset here with Migs reviving Blanks.
The weight from top. Just rushing away. Rankit comes forward. He rushes away. The sprays come through. The shots from Rankit.
Oh, no!
Not clean enough. The top quick on that answer. Quickly goes for that prone. No idea where the other members of 214 Sin are. He plays it a little bit more safe. But bravery from him. Courageous. Play out there in the open all alone. His teammates not close enough to play off him. The nade comes through. Wacko eats the full force of that blast to his face. Quid. Waiting. Just trying to see if he can get another pick in the end. It's not actually land onto Wacko. So he tries one more time. That's the problem with that smoke. You have no clue where he's gonna be. Sin smart on that move all the way backside. Migs in trouble. The pressure is on. Time might not be on their side to go for that pickup to the top. As Migs, his car explodes now. Nowhere to go. The top does eventually fall. And Migs jumping for his life to get some information. No vehicle. Forced to walk on foot. It's gonna be difficult for him, especially since the rest of his teammates now down and out. He is the last hope for the team to go for those placement points.
I'm not so sure what's wrong with 2-1 for Sin right now. I mean, they know what to do. They were trying to push the quarter, then eventually they get killed now with only one member remaining for them. Ooh, Amura Chili goes down. This is MM just using that advantage that he has, but eventually Exquisite Esports will die in the process. God of that 7 survives now, and they have a total of 6 eliminations. They still need to actually get into the circle, though, as Sis TKE is just waiting for them to just go out of that blue zone and get inside the zone. Now, Kaya just waiting for that right angle, waiting for the right time, wherein God of that 7 would show up. But looks like they're still going for that reset as they're still reviving one of their players. But then again, looks like the revive won't be effective because the blue zone is just way too much.
Or Chili just gets the revive and now just waiting for the right times. Sis TKE, they're loving the situation where they just completely gatekeep this blue zone. Not only just deny them from coming inside, but in fact potentially go for these pickoffs as they rush through. I think for God of Death 7, they're gonna say, yes, today might be the day. It's gonna be hard, at least for Chili. Rays come out. Kaya comes up on top. Moek in trouble. Out there in the open, punished. Kaya, his patience will be rewarded. Hops to the buggy. Just rushes straight to into the circle to reconvene with his teammates. It's gonna be, for God of Death 7, CXY forced in a position once again where they have to rely on their teammates to survive a little bit longer. On top of that, a very difficult circle to navigate. In this situation, the only 3 teams that's pretty, like, I think advantages is gonna be TTQ, ASTE, Flash Vision Esports. Surprisingly, they found the answer once again for survivability, and they've been doing that for the past 2-3 days now. And Erangel, and finally Sis TKE, God of Death, gone. But not before they managed to bag at least 6 elimination points. Now for Flash Vision Esports, they're on a roll. Despite only having 3, they've been coming up on top in these third-party situations. And I think this might just be the beginning of their steamroll. And there's a lot of pressure put through. Masatoki, out here in the open, full control of the southern side, but they can't necessarily breach the circle quite yet when they've noticed Myth holding on to a terrain in front, right in front of them, alongside Fearless.
And I love the spread being done here by Flash Vision Esports. Total control of that south side part of the zone. Master Toki was able to actually see God of that 7 going into that circle, and they were able to eliminate them. Now, Smart detonated by Edward. TTQ eliminates the quarter off the map. And now TTQ with 6 eliminations now. And this is what I'm talking about, Tash. TTQ has those moments from yesterday, and they bring those moments into today. And now, knowing that there's no group of death, which is Group A, they can finally shine and maybe try to get that winner chicken dinner. They're actually in good prime position right now. They're inside the zone as well.
Zio, I think one of the star players, very new in fact. I think there was a bit of a conversation about his experience in a more international scene outside of the CSA. And I think despite his new experience here, I think he's keeping up very well. In fact, it's looking really strong. See some knockoffs on one end. Fearless still holding. side by side with Myth, and this is a very it's a very difficult area to deal with, honestly. With the body of water here as well, which means that kind of crossing over is going to be an issue. CTTQ crossing with the vehicles as well. They want to rush through, and Yango Galacticos punishes them from that. It's not able to take the space as quickly as they wanted to. Slowed down by the water. The nade comes through, knocks one down. Romeo Boy moves out of the way. He's undeterred. Throws one in the other day. Edward in trouble. Quit. Swapping. I can see a shotgun in hand. Gonna try and just breach into the compound. Romeo Boy might have an idea that that's exactly how he's going to be playing this. Moves out of the way. ESTE just waiting for the right time to breach. Chip damage to come through. Quid. Bit dangerous game he's playing here. Getting shot at left, right, and center. The hold. Very strong by Yangon Galactico. Say Cloud finds one. Quit. Punished. Knocked. The only last one standing is Gus. A pickup to come through. Cuts the noise. KH and one... Sorry, excuse me. For another team waiting on one end. 1 second. Yeah, spotted. Spots out the vehicle, so... Denied them a little bit more space, and mobility is important. My boy waits up. Does not get tagged at all from that nade. Preps one more. Not a lot more utility for him to use eventually. Romeo Bio has been really adept at reading. Just timing these nades very well. Moves out of the way. The nade doesn't clip him. Does not do that. Just really just buying time and wasting all of these utilities. And now, desperation starts to come through for TTQ. They're forced to just wait on the outside. Perhaps wait for the moment where everyone just rushes into the circle, take advantage of that chaos.
And TTQ, actually, I didn't like how they pushed Yangon Galacticos, knowing that there's like other squads from different angles that they might, you know, get shotted at. And now they're down to only 2. Ooh, actually, nice nade there coming from Edward. And now this is their chance to just get into the house, and there you go. TTQ eliminates Yangon Galacticos. They now take over of this compound. It should have been KH and Liquid not dying in the process. They should have been more patient when it comes to, you know, pushing certain compounds. But then again, they survived. The circle actually shifted away from them as well. Now, let's look at the Flash Vision Esports as they now need the compound of Myth Clan. Now, Turks just healing up as of right now. Master Toki now throws in nade. Overcooks it as Turks waits on the molly. And you can see him now getting set for... Ooh, another nade coming from outside. Almost knocking him down with the splash damage. Now Fit, another nade. Oh, hits Shroud. What a throw there coming from Master Rix.
Coming one more. Turks as well in trouble. And I love this collapse coming in from Flash Vision Esports. DZ puts in the pain at the very least on the outside. At least punishes one. Picks him up. He might just be the game changer. Come through, but it's going to be difficult. He's trying to go for this isolated plays, but he's so adept. He times it so perfectly. A little bit much though as Cowboy comes through, saves the day, and Myth Clan goes down. But not without a fight. And now we're down to our top 4. A really quick end to this particular map. Circle. This hard shifts, making it hard for the teams. But for teams like Flash Vision Esports, who are just waiting for the right time and loving this sort of chaos, it works so well in their favors. Flash Vision right now with 3 left alive. The bottom of the barrel right now. Surprising us all once again.
Yep. And Flash Vision Esports can still manage to get this win. They just need to be patient now. They just need to wait on to the next circle. 30 seconds left before we move on to stage number 7. This is the second to the last circle is what we're going to see now. Then again, there's still ASTE, which is another team that is dominating now, controlling the whole northern side part of the zone. SysTKE, though, just on the southwestern side, they do have this hill that they can use as a really good advantage, like a high ground advantage. They do have a lot of that verticality advantage now as Cowboy goes down. And this is Fearless Esports, who's on the... just on the right side, or just on the northern side, rather, of Flash Vision Esports now. Cowboy needs to get revive Master Risk. Just waiting for Ranzer to actually go for the push.
Ranzer with the nades. Clears out the area. Sees nothing quite yet. Only one It actually has control of, at least some semblance of control of the circle is just TKE. Nice terrain, a high ground to work with. ESTE does have a little bit of value in terms of that airdrop at the very least. Now, for Flash Vision, surprised that they haven't really rushed into Fearless quite yet. But I have a suspicion that Fearless has just been waiting quietly, trying to make sure that they can survive. Instead, going for that punish, a third party. It's gonna be ASTE that Flash Vision Esports has their eye on. ASTE playing this very smart. They know they have an advantage. They know that survivability might be key for them. They haven't been as aggressive as I thought they would be. But I think for the last day, what they're trying to do here is not only survive, but hope and trust that their team will be able to get those extra pickups in terms of elimination points in this final circles. Miner in trouble all the way out there in the open. He's so low. His teammates not there quite yet. Some smokes just to give a little bit of breathing room toward him. Prep from Davan. He's FVE. Sprays out to it. Bit. Master X as well. Chip damage. Dished. But nothing more than that. See the answers to come through, but nothing quite yet happening. Fearless gonna be spotted out, holding down this area. But in this situation, they're still taking their time, just proning into the circle.
And Fit just really so patient right now, waiting for that right time. But unfortunately, 1 sec, able to spot him now. He goes down. 2 more players left for the side of Flash Vision Esports, Cowboy and Master Rix. They're inside the zone though. But then again, if you try to look at the circle now, this is the final circle, stage number 8. You can see that ASTE is still on really good positioning as they needed one guy of Fearless Esports. They're not really pushing at all because they know that there's another squad that can spray at them. But look at those nades. Just throwing it straight right at Fearless Esports. But then again, it's not going straight to where they're at. It's very far away from them. Now, Boyshan for SysTKE. He actually just got into the zone. We actually do have a care package as well, which was already looted. Then again, now the other guys of 60KE now gets into position. Heartless now is on the western side of the map, or western side of the circle. Another push here coming from the rest of 60KE, just right at the edge of that zone. It is going to be a slow ending here, Taj, is what's going to happen. And for now, it is still on the advantage of See You Soon.
Sayo, taking his time here. Strength in numbers is what these teams are aiming for, especially for ASTE, as well as STKE. For the other two, I mean, we haven't seen them have the advantage in terms of numbers. Teams like MFG have shown us that they managed to come up to the end of the circle with only 2 players left. Ranzer goes down. 1 second. Haven't been spotted out quite yet. But this fight from the backside, no fear. Quick to find Kaya. Star player for the team. Makes it work. And need to come through. Kaya in trouble potentially. Thankfully, only some chip damage, but I don't think he's gonna be surviving much longer. Yep. No fear. Quick on that. Master X finds the final member of Fearless. 4th spot for them. And now, full advantage for the other members of ASTE, but they are not playing this too aggressively. Understanding that STKE, a team that despite not having the man advantage, comes with firepower, comes with insane collapses, and now Flash Vision Esports is going down. Boyshan punished by Zio for even standing up and answering. Chip damage to come through. Zio goes down. Davan, quick on that. And he's always been quick to go for these trades. Time passing by the circle as well. Davan found Heartless so low. Sprays out, no fear. K-Bales providing much needed cover, and SCKE 1 by 1 dwindling in terms of number. Flash Vision just surviving for as long as they can. Heartless just spray down here. They haven't seen him, but he's just pre-fires. Knock. The car exploded as well, just to deny him more cover and movement as well. They already marked. Rix, they spray through. All of these three teams are just finding their way through. SDK, despite the 3-man advantage, races out and goes down. It's just Master Rix holding on line. Trying his best to at least get one. It goes down, and that's not happening. Eliminated already. He gets the second chicken dinner of the day.
ASTE getting their second getting the second match winner chicken dinner. And I think on that final moment, it was probably because SysTKE got impatient. They actually tried to push they split it up and push on both sides, wherein they can just focus on one. I'm just not so sure what happened there with the SysTKE's comms. But again, congratulations to Strangers Tribe Aromacy on getting their winner chicken dinner. First winner chicken dinner of the day.
I think what happened there was that SysTKE got one knock onto a player of Fearless and wanted so badly to go in for that trade. And Master X as well did manage to get a knock onto the team. And Davan was just too quick to go for that trade. He does answer, but the problem is that does compromise his position. And ASTE was so quick to go to that as well. I think it comes down to that, that three-way fight on who starts the fight first and who's able to go for that third party. In that situation, it was ASTE with not only just full control of the map, a man advantage on top of that, as well as the patience to wait for the rest of the teams to go for that fight. Because for ASTE, they had control of one side of the circle. They weren't really side by side to the other team. They had the entirety of the area. All they had to do was just spray toward the other 2-3 teams. And it was just all about that, not only just game of patience, but also game of information. And there was a lot of pressure coming through as well from the other members of ASTE. As soon as they had marked a member waiting in the area, like say Fearless, like say STKE, like even Master Rix, they were not looking away from that area. They're just waiting for any sign of movement, any sign of shots, and immediately they start spraying. It's really hard to answer back when you have 3 gun barrels pointing straight at you, and so many of these, I would say, of the time in the last circle.
Yeah, you're right with that. And the highlights are shown, and yeah, it started with PBE and Harame Bro fighting each other, and then eventually they got eliminated altogether. And then here is the final moments of that game, wherein ASTE just controlled that northern side part of that zone. No Fear is the MVP of this game. 3 eliminations, 4 knockouts, 837 damage, 223 heals with 28-20 survival time. No Fear is back at it again, and we talked about this a lot. No Fear, or maybe even Red Bull, can be that Terminator of the week.
Yeah, I mean, No Fear start to really heat up toward the end of the week. And I'm really excited because I think out of this week, it's only been mostly these 2 players that have been getting the spotlight as the MVP of the match. And it's making me really excited, honestly, coming toward this end of the week. Because I want to know who exactly will be the Terminator for week 1. But there's this little voice in my head that says it might be Red Bull. But I would love to be proven wrong here and just get surprised by a whole other player, in fact. So that might be just that. But we're coming back... going into the winner chicken dinner screen here, where ASTE, I think this is a more quiet game for them, less aggressive but more calculated, and I have a feeling that we have not seen the full final form of what we can expect from this lineup.
Well, it's probably because of the circle. That circle was really bad. It was a very open circle. I mean, there were parts of that circle wherein you can definitely just stay in compounds and wait it out, like what the others did. Like one of the teams who waited out was Yangon Galacticus, but they just got pushed by TTQ. Then eventually Fearless Esports and Flash Fish Esports was there to go for that third party situation. Again, it's all because of that circle. That's why Strangers Tribe and Aromacy was not able to do their usual stuff, which is again to be aggressive, to make those push to eliminate every single team that goes in their way. And it's good that they adjusted to that difficult circle, and that's why they got that winner chicken dinner. They just waited and waited and waited and controlled that northern side part of the zone, waited even for SysTKE to actually push them, where in fact SysTKE didn't really had to do that. But again, here are the overall stats for match number 2. 59 eliminations, 16 knockouts, 19 revives, 8 to 226 heals, 306 throws used, 11 headshots with 28 survival time, 2 airdrops looted, 353 kilometers drive distance, and 333 longest elimination distance.
You know, these newer players coming in this season have been pleasantly surprising me, despite the disparity in terms. I think for a lot of the time when we look at newer players, we don't really have a lot of expectations for them. But not only are they exceeding expectations, but they're also keeping up and also overwhelming some of the veteran players in the scene. Now, ASTE, not only do they have a pretty good start on Sanhok, but they're going really strong on Erangel as well. 20 points in the bag, a lot more of a patient style play coming through here. And Flash Vision as well. I think that from previous seasons, at least from what I've seen in PMPL, it's those rare circles, those harder circles, those unusual circles is where we get to see these underdog teams shine. But Flash Vision Esports, they have a plan. And when it actually does get executed and goes well in their favor, it looks really well for them. I think on the beginning of the week, they were trying to go for a more aggressive style, and they were getting hit by the stronger teams. And now coming toward the end of the week, right? Now that we don't have the group of death, gives them a little bit more breathing room to be able to run their executions in a more flawless manner. Now coming through into the overall standings, Austria still holding onto this, but ASTE just slowly but surely just climbing up the ladder, and this is what I like seeing, honestly. That slow and steady can win the race, and ASTE is showing us exactly that.
Yeah, you are right with that. And I told you this beforehand, that if ASTE can get a winner chicken dinner and try to be consistent on all these matches that we still have. I mean, by the way, we still have 4 matches, so the possibilities here are very close to where they can try to get over Austria Esports. It's just only around, if my math is right, there's around 50 plus points is what they needed in order for them to be able to go over Austria. So if say for example they get like 10 to 15 points on the next game each game, then again that's a big possibility for them to get that #1 spot. They also need to take care of PBE and Arame Bro though, and also Yangon Galacticos, because there are also those other teams who can try to get these spots in the overall rankings.
I think it's going to be interesting because I think all eyes were on Yangon Galacticos. All eyes, there was a lot of, I think, expectations for them as well coming into this particular scene. I think for a long time, if you go through patterns of at least the tier 2 scene or even the wildcard region scene, they were so ahead of everyone. It's always going to be GE, Austria, Harame Bro, Yangon Galacticos that will be, I think, the bread and butter when it comes to how the standard was going to be in terms of pro play. But this season, with the additions of, some players outside of the region into the scene with a whole new different style of play, the introduction of newer, fresher blood, which means it's going to be a little bit more of in my opinion, I feel like the younger players can react a lot faster when it comes to these situations as well. So it really adds to that competitiveness, and it's been really spicy, if you tell me, when it comes to these games. And, even though I think a lot of the time, a lot of people are expecting, a lot more of like this aggressive, very overwhelming pace. That's not happening. Regardless, we're going to go for a quick break. And when we come back, the second Erangel map, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space, with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a Legendary Pilot Challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knockdown state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the Magnet Gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the Respawn Beacon. It will show up in either the Steel Ark or the Assembly Base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version
And we are right back at it again here with PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer. Kuku TV together with Tash Bunny as we now draw closer now to the last two Erangel maps. And also we could see that the overall rankings are kind of changing now as GE and Yangon Galacticos who goes down, PBE and ASTE goes up the rankings and probably may get top number 2 or maybe top number 1 right at the end of the day. That's still a question if they can continue on with their consistency all throughout the day.
It's really exciting when you look at these changes come through, and I think for the teams that don't play on the final day, it's almost that feeling of helplessness as you see the ladders change. And I think since it's week number one, it's still very soon to be upset about these things. But there are still some things on the line. We have the weekly league rankings, based on the amount of points you get per week. For you guys who are just tuning in, just a little bit of a recap here for you guys. And then there's also the amount of points you get based on that ranking that puts you ahead in the grand finals, where you get some points that puts you ahead of the rest of the teams. Now, there's also two more things you have to worry about, which is the best performing team, which gives you 150 US dollars, and also for an individual sort of outstanding reward, where you can have $150 for the best performing, the MVP of the week, the Terminator, excuse me, for that week as well. So the teams that do a little bit more consistent throughout the week, the players who are a little very explosive that week, can come up on top, and this all translates to 450 US dollars. On top of that, teams that do well, and I think I'm not too sure how many slots that is, also has a chance to go to the World Cup, I believe. Isn't that right, Kuku TV?
Right. There's actually one slot based on the announcement at PUBG Mobile Esports. One slot for PMCL region. So whoever comes on top right after the grand finals will be able to go to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and play in the PUBG Mobile World Cup. And with now seeing that GE is not as dominant as before, then who knows who can actually get that top number one spot. But before we talk about even more about that, let's talk about the new Royal Pass A7, available now until July 15th. Enjoy perks worth over 80 KUC. It also includes the new custom color Nightscape Gladiator set, which you can definitely change in colors. Graceful Watcher set also includes the available, or the upgradable rather, Nightscape Gladiator PP19 Bison. Also includes the Victory Dance, which we encourage you guys who are watching this right now across all platforms to post your own clips of this Victory Dance on your own social media, and a lot more. You could get like M24 skin, phono tempo. Same goes with the buggy, the precision carver. We also have the backpack pulse box, and also the phono tempo MK47. We also have the newest collaboration with Shelby Supercars collaboration, available until July 9th, and you can find it under the featured event Motor Cruise. Get your chance to own a Tuatara or Tuatara Striker. And guys, just a note, vehicle tokens don't expire and can be used in the next corresponding event.
It's really cool. We saw a lot of vehicle kills already, vehicle eliminations, and it's very fun to watch. Now let's talk a little bit more about what we can expect on this third map. We have two more Erangel maps to go, and I think in this situation it's really imperative for these teams to want to be able to do this. I think in a lot of situations, more teams are adept on Erangel compared to Miramar, and I think compared to Miramar, the rotations are definitely a little bit more less tricky compared to that particular map. Now coming into this next one, I think there's a lot of conversations right now happening around ASTE, the rise of them, especially on this final day. I think we didn't see them in the beginning of the week, and now they're looking really strong. It was a really strong Sanhok for them, despite despite them not getting that chicken dinner in the end. There are still a lot of conversations coming in toward that last one as well, when they were able to get that chicken dinner. Now, consistency is key. We're seeing that right now from ASTE, but not quite yet from the rest of the teams. They still haven't found that recipe for how they want to go throughout the day. I love that ASTE has been really, I would say, changing up the way they play. But here are our predictions from our desks throughout Southeast Asia.
Yep. I actually picked ASTE, but they actually already won previously. But I'm hoping for them.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did it again.
Yeah, I'm hoping for them to do a back-to-back, especially that they were able to adjust in that type of circle. That's a very difficult circle, by the way, in match number 2. But again, circle would be different in match number 3. Now you pick see you soon Tiger Kill Enemy, which we saw them able to last until the very end. Unfortunately, they made some mistakes at the very end, wherein they tried to push like on a split push pushing Flash Russian Esports and ASTKE. Then we see also here for Vince G, Harami Bro. Harami Bro is again. They tried to be noisy on game number 2, wherein they pushed Playbook Esports, but unfortunately, with all those third parties, they got killed anyways.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, it's really hard to gauge because it's been quite competitive toward this final day, especially since there is a shift in drop spots because there is the, Group A, Group of Death not playing as well. So I'm really excited to see more. And I think ASTE has been taking full advantage knowing that these teams are not there to really put in that full firepower and just deny them from executing how they want to play at all. So, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a back-to-back chicken dinner to STE. So honestly, good pick from you. But honestly, for SysTKE, I see the potential for them. They are very aggressive. They are good at surviving. I'm just a bit disappointed that they weren't able to really highlight and shine a little bit more this week. And I'm really hoping for that to happen toward them toward the end of the day. Haramebo, I think they still haven't found out the answer. So let's see if this would be the map where they're able to do so. Erangel, second of the day. Let's go.
Oh, and we are now flying in to the map of Erangel. This is match number 3, by the way. Welcome back, guys, to all of the viewers who is just tuning in again. You can see the flight path coming from Lipovka until the waters of Georgia Pole. This is a northern flight path compared to the previous flight path wherein we saw a southern flight path that we saw earlier. Now, this would mean that the military base would be open, most likely. Novo as well. Which we saw, I think it was 2-1 for Sin, who rotated from Milta Power all the way downwards, and then eventually the circle shifted to the western side part of the map. Now, the big question is the circle, and there you go. It's gonna be going to the northern side part of the whole map, and this will benefit a lot if Enigma MSI would go to their usual spot, which is in Severny, right?
Yeah. I just realized the circle. Sorry, my brain lagged for a moment there. Oh, I love this circle. We've always seen southern circles throughout the week, more toward Navaranoye, SMB, even Quarry side. This is our first northern circle this week, and oh my gosh, this is gonna be exciting because no one dropped toward the top side of the circle. PBE, I was quite surprised because they usually drop a little bit more northern, and this time they kind of dropped toward the Naya side a little bit more. So this is gonna be exciting because they're pretty much already there. I wouldn't be surprised if they're just gonna hold on to a Stalber. It's a high ground. It has a lot of loot. It's decent. I think there's a lot of vehicles. There's a few vehicles there as well, which they can take full advantage of. So I can expect, because it's gonna be a hard shift toward the northern side, it's gonna be chaotic. Especially those all the way down toward SMB just rotating upwards. It's gonna be... I'm loving this chaos. I'm loving this aggression that's about to happen, and I am here for it.
And it's gonna be chaotic in Severny later on. Most definitely, 2 or 3 teams would go to that area and try to hold on until the circle gets out of the way from Severny. But then again, we'll see that for later on. Right now, we're looking at RSG. RSG has been quiet since match number 1, and I just hope that they open up in this game and maybe try to show us that the RSG fire is still there. I mean, with Bunny leading the helm for them. Fearless Esports also can try to add up to the points that they have right now. They're closing in also. Same with RSG, right around 110 and 113 points. Flash Russian Esports, earlier we see them at top number 2, with just only 1 player left remaining against all 4 members of ASTE. And we've seen the improvement of this team from last season. Tosh, if you've seen them last season, this season, they're kind of like 5 times better, to be honest with you.
5 times better, huh? Why do you say that?
Well, before they were kind of like the targets of these top rank teams. Like, say, for example, Austria Esports, or maybe even MFG or GE. Whenever they see the kill feed, like they killed a player from Flash Russian Esports, they just go ahead and obliterate them and eliminate them eventually. They don't even have a permanent dropping point. Last season, or in fact now, I believe due to the fact that Master Rix is now with the team, and
Yeah.
this is a whole brand new lineup as well. Ooh, and what happened to Turks? He ran over by himself?
Probably jumped off the vehicle a little bit too early, but you know, I mean, I agree with you. I think that was a season where oh, I understand now. They tried to jump off the vehicle as someone's shooting at him, and I think he accidentally just knocked himself down. But you know, coming back, there was a season for. That was so quick. Oh, Itrix is probably just face palming so hard. That is so heartbreaking. A mistake
And you can
that's
see the backpack as
severely
well.
punished. Yeah. But you know, coming back to what I was talking about, I think there was a season where, you know, in PMPL MYSGPH, where some players were talking about how some Filipino teams never really had a drop spot. They just kind of dropped wherever they felt like it worked in their favor. And I know that, you know, some countries and some regions kind of like hate that, but you cannot really say anything about it because, again, it is a battle royale. And in a lot of situations, I don't remember which Filipino team it was though, but it worked out so well in their favor because a lot of teams, they had the plan, which was if we don't have a drop spot, the initial plan is to quickly just grab whatever weapon we can and just take full advantage of that situation, just come up on top in the kind of fights. And I mean, yeah, it worked on their favor for a little while, but then, you know, a lot of teams started to wise up against them. And they started to understand that this was not a strat that they can use for long periods of time because other teams are starting to be wise to it, prepare counterplay toward them. And it's such a high risk, high reward play that it turned into one match they come up on top, they just steamroll the whole game, and other matches are just quiet, and it's just really hard to maintain momentum that way.
It's kind of like a short-term solution to whatever you're playing for. I mean, long-term wise, you would have to have like a permanent dropping point with your squad. Oh, and right now, this is going to be Enigma MSI now. Zyle using a Tommy gun, dropping the top. Then again, he can get a revive here because most of his teammates are there to go for the save. Now the smokes are coming out. Now Enigma MSI has this chance here to go for the push, but eventually they're still just two members strong. Ooh! Now on the side, 2-in-1 nade coming from Zyle. Knocking down the top ends Matt. And now Caps is here, the big boy of Enigma. And at the same time, there's others who are here already from the side of Enigma MSI. And this is bad for the quarter, and they haven't really found their groove. Tosh, to be honest with you, for the quarter. They have been struggling for the past few games.
I think it's either they just get picked off in the middle of these rotations or they just get picked off one by one. We haven't really seen a situation where the quarter is able to survive longer as much as they can to just come up on top. So I hope that week 2, or at least Miramar, would give a little bit of answers for them in terms of how they want to play. There is still another Erangel map though. But Enigma, despite already winning that particular one, Yango Galactico's quick on this and aggressive Tony on top of that. Pushes forward the vehicle. Pick off if you mean Enigma. Has to give up the space. They don't want to go too aggressively. Zyle, not picked up quite yet. And now he's just running for his life. Knocked down! Macbeth picked off. And so does his teammate Caps. This does not bode well for Enigma. A good start, but only short-lived. This sort of circle, excuse me, has not been giving them a lot of value in terms of team fights. No time for resets, no time for repositions. And teams are just attracted to the sound of gunfire like moth to a flame. And if you're not ready for it, you get burned.
Yeah, you'll get burned. Like what happened there to TQ earlier, and then eventually right after that, Enigma just experiencing the same thing that they had TQ experienced. And then now the circle is here. PBE now gets closer to TTQ. Looks like they're planning on taking this compound. This is a really good compound if you look at it. But then again, 214 also going for the third party from afar. Mitchie now able to get KH down. Now TQ down to 3. Mitchi will have the time here to go for that heal. This is a full med kit that he's doing. Jarrell, though, gets hit. Will go for the heal. Quid now throws in a nade. No one else will be hit by that nade. But then again on the kill feed, that's Vape, who knocks down Scotty. ASTE now. After that win, one player gets off already from their team. No Fear, though, gets the trade off. Now TTQ still going for the pressure here with PBE, while PBE is actually now going for the revive onto Ryman.
Oh wait, from PBE. Very patient. Trying to make sure that they're able to really solidify this fight. PBE looking good today. Good start, honestly, on Sanhok. Trying to find their groove once again into this game. Marino finds Gus. A good nade to come through. Still wary of the other two players. Mix goes down. This is from TTQ. Now, for them, it's really hard to really get this information. Their vision completely cut off with all these smokes. You can see one player of PBE is just playing this corner very well. Oh, Quid spots him though. Runs for his life. Flips with a nade. Still very safe for now, and Gerald has not moved quite yet. All he has to do is just reposition himself. He doesn't have to go too far. It's all about like finding that prime area to really hold. We heard the footsteps from Quid already, a pre-fire as well in case he decides to just peek through the window. Quid in trouble! The CQC play looks so good on PBE. Come up on top! One by one, a member of TTQ just knocked down like bowling pins. We still have one more player left, Edward. Running for his life. He wants to move away. This vehicle at least provides a little bit of safety for him. But this is not the start that TTQ wanted.
Oops. And he goes down to the waters. And I love how Playbook Esports did that. Like, they group up all together to make a push for that one lonely member of TTQ was all alone. Trying to kill off Jarrell. I mean, if Jarrell would go down, there will be a trade eventually. 214 Sin, though, weren't able to successfully go for that third party. A lot of third parties are happening whenever you hear gunshots, and with 214, they're now focused on the circle now. Myth Clan, all eyes on 214, but then again, it's a Rami Bro now able to see ASTE. This is a really good battle. This is Arame Bro and ASTE now, and they can actually go for the push as Rankit is currently down. Now Shroud needs to find him as he's actually getting some gunshots from far distance.
It's a really good fight between Amaz and I think it was Miner, I believe. Both players so very new, very young. That first contact just really showing us what these two have to offer. Both quick on that. Oh, Shroud. Quick peek. That's it for 214 Sin. A lot of CQC plays coming in today from all the teams. In fact, ASTE now finds themselves in trouble. A situation they not expect to be in. Miner so low now. Whew! Good start for ASTE today. They can't do more than that. At least two still alive. Then he comes through. Jappy is there. Miner fully reset. A nade! Takes out Federalis once again, and Miner takes out the space. Unafraid, undeterred. Moves out of the way. Jappy still finding that space, that opportunity to pick up his teammate. Range is there, as well as a must. It's hard to get close enough when you don't have that information. There's the worry not about these two players, but more about the crossfires that's coming through. No Fear. It's just so low. Myth Clan is out. Now for Miner, despite the fact that he's all alone, no support, he's still throwing out nades. He clips one. But has to really put his foot on the brakes at one point here. The push from Harami Bro could potentially prove to be deadly. And Harami Bro, their pushes are one of the most lethal I've seen so far. A peek just now, and that was from Miner, had put them in this situation, and now with all four members on the outside just coming in for the push. No Fear waiting outside. I'm not sure if Amas had spotted out the other member. Miner playing it safe on the other areas. STE needs to get out of here, and it's terrifying. It's hard. The nade comes through. Range, come out. No Fear is close by. No support, Amas keeping at bay. The nades come through. No Fear hit! A long range shot from Amas. Just trading out from his teammates. ASE. Heartbreak for them despite the good day start. Their momentum halted for the time being.
And there's no back-to-back winner chicken dinner for ASTE. And this is what we talked about. Our prediction, like whenever we pick them, they win like prior when we predict them. So it's just bad for my prediction that I'm not able to get it right. But eventually, it's Arame Bro now able to actually win that battle against ASTE without being like one of their players being eliminated. So that's a good engagement that they're showing there. Now, Opposo is currently down. Need You will have to go for that revive, but then again, he's not gonna opt in to go for the revive, and it's all because Exquisite is already there, and Super Pickles just ran over Opposo. And Exquisite Esports, they're good with positioning. The only thing is with them, when someone would try to crash to the squad of Exquisite Esports, sometimes they don't know what to do. I mean, MM and also with UI or maybe even Super Pickles will try, but eventually they get eliminated easily.
They're waiting. Just cutting the noise for the time being. For PBE, this high-speed chase between them, as well as RSG, still going on. RSG is not having it. Choosing to go for that position instead of the fights. RSG this time finds themselves right in front of Popeyes. Runs him over, I believe. Not sure where he is. I don't think he's been spotted quite yet. Popeye takes full opportunity of this, and the long range one from Zyzak. XYXZ, excuse me. Zyzak. Excuse me one more time. Gets it. This is for the trade for the time being, so there is that. Now, in this situation where Harame Bro is in front of them, and so is FVE, picking up their teammates, potentially proving to be a bit of an issue. Just coming in like sharks in infested water. Naughty Boy's so low right now, just trying to buy time. Does get picked up already by Vape, thankfully. It needs to come through. Just really flush them out of these smokes. Just tag them. But no more than that. A Molly. Range eats up a bit of damage. This terrain proving to be a shelter, a safe zone for them. And they just push the brakes. Don't have to go aggressive. And just sort of hope that another team comes around, takes control of the situation so they can just collapse into it. As a God of Death 7 finds one himself, and PvE gonna be happy playing this long range fights, just tagging Harame Bros from the other end.
And you can see Jappy far away from the three members of the squad of Harame Bro. That was their flank. But then again, PBE Ryman able to actually spot him and able to get that elimination that quick. Now, PBE can get a chance here to make a push towards RSG or maybe even Harame Bro. But it really depends on which one they would push. Now that the circle also had to shift away now to the western side of the playable area. Now SysTKE gets this circle at the same time. It's God of Death 7 who will also get the circle. There's gonna be some battle down on south. Just we have Dread Esports and Esports. Oh, but then again, Edward just down on 1 HP. Eventually gets eliminated by the blue zone.
But a trade coming through, I'm loving these reactions, the reactings, honestly. Just waiting for anyone to just give away their positions and they get punished for it. And this situation, in this mushroom house, Fit potentially just not gonna be picked up at all. And PBE is just so happy to collapse onto this. And this is a good area. Oh, one boy punished. A little bit too aggressive, and Raimino as well.
Oh, what's happening?
Collapse, and he's on top of himself. He, unfortunately, I think his geometry was not geometrying, unfortunately. It just like, punishes themselves in the situation. And I'm surprised that FVE decides not to give up their position, not to just collapse onto them. And I am understanding because there is a Harame Bro on the other end. And Fit is just surviving, but I don't think they can do more than that. No one's really over peaking. It's a lot of discipline coming in from Flash Vision Esports. When Harley was playing in the roster, I believe it was a lot more that aggressive firepower to come through. With this roster that I'm playing today, it's a little bit more of a safer option. Not saying that it's bad per se, but I think for Flash Vision Esports, they're just trying out to see what works with them so far. And this safer, more conservative play is just looking a little bit better on them because they don't really have that firepower compared to the other teams that are a little bit more, I would say, experienced.
Yeah, much more of a systematic gameplay for Flash Vision Esports without Harley. Oh no, this is bad for Ryman and spotted by YG, and they eliminate PBE.
Talk
now.
about shooting themselves in the foot. That was just so unfortunate.
Right. And YG now with 9 eliminations all of a sudden. They wake up and might get this winner chicken dinner at the end. They still have 4 players remaining here, Tosh. They just need to make sure that they eliminate STKE right in their way. But now Arami Bro is still alive, as now they push on to the side of Flash Vision Esports. Toki now throws in a nade, and then eventually will now use the buggy to ran over Arami Bro, but unfortunately he missed. And Federalis takes that advantage. And now Federalis, all eyes on the last 2 remaining players of Flash Vision Esports, as Fearless Esports is eliminated on this game. Now Federalis throws in the utilities. Utilities also coming from Flash Vision Esports, almost nading Federalis out. But then again, they cannot just push all through out Flash Vision Esports because Exquisite Esports is waiting on top.
And they wait. Harami Bros. Look at this terrain very carefully. They're studying they don't have the height advantage, the high ground advantage for this race to come through. Flash Vision Esports finds themselves under a lot of pressure. They have to go for the pickup. They have to go for the move. There's nothing much more they can do. Federalis spots one. Immediately lobbies the final member of Flash Vision Esports. Despite that, Flash Vision, pretty good run for this one. 1 elimination. But not too early out. Super Pickle's in trouble. Dread Esports wants to go for the aggression. Kaya just waiting here for Exquisite. He gets in trouble, finds himself getting knocked out by Jibna. Wanted to see the comeback of this particular player. He's doing good. A bit too aggressive though. He tries at least give some time, some breathing space for his team, but gets taken out in the process. A sacrifice that, not sure if it was worth it, as the other members are still very much stuck in this compound. STKE, they're putting in the pressure. They want to come back on top. Nate's through the front side. Red Moy finds one. And Nate's to come through. He moves up into the other area. Heartless is knocked down. Moy making it happen, making it work. The dream is still happening for Dread Esports. Puts in some smoke, buys some time. Gets a quick top up of resources as well. Kaya, last 2 with Davan. Potentially 2 of the highest fraggers in the team. Davan unfortunately spoke too soon. Moy just
Oh no!
walks out and walks straight into the molly.
He
Can't do
didn't
more
know.
than that. The dream
He
does
didn't
not
know there
live
was-
so
there
long.
were
He started off so
smokes.
good. He couldn't see that molly because of the smokes, and Amas with the nade comes through, and now we're down to our top 4. It's chaotic, but God of Death 7 surprises us. 4 members still alive. Very conservative play, but nevertheless a good one to end the day. At least the final one here.
Oh my goodness, all of a sudden, look at this. Young Galacticos now down to 1. I thought they had that momentum, then all of a sudden now, it goes back to Harame Bro. I'm not sure if Say Cloud can get Romeo Boy, but he can try. WTZ, most likely he will bleed out just to death here. Now Federalis doesn't have any helmets anymore. Still very aggressive, just peeking onto the side of Yangon Galacticos. Now the revive happens. Say Cloud gets Romeo Boy up. Now range gets closer now, I think. Now, ooh, he gets hit. They need to be careful. They're right out in the open. God of that 7 can also try to go for that third party, but they're in that gasoline station, which is their safe haven as of this very moment. Exquisite, though, very quiet on top of that hill on the western side of the circle.
Romeo Boy waiting. He's got spotted out. Federalis still marks him. There is Say Cloud to go in for the trade as well, if something were to happen. Federalis, big impact to the team right now with 6 on his own in the bag. Huge change up for Yangon Galacticos as well. This time around, prioritizing a little bit more of aggressive push, aggressive hold. The circle finally dwindles down. God of Death 7, excuse me. An airdrop in their hands, and so does Harame Bros. Yangon Galacticos gate kept potentially on the outer side of the circle. Still very safe, very healthy. But they do have that extra points in terms of eliminations in the bag. Making it to the top 4 already puts them quite ahead. Federalis, tiny micro angle played with, enough to really chip him down. Say Cloud reacts off that information, pushes up 4 with his teammate. A buggy ride forward. Oh, this is very risky, but they are gonna just rely on the information from his teammates. They already marked the other members of God of Death 7. They take up finally coming into the circle itself. God of Death 7 putting in that pressure. Needs to come through. It's oppressive. And it's hard. This terrain not doing them any favors when all of these grenades just rolling straight toward them. But they're making it work. Their teammates providing a lot of cover for them on the backside. Trust given. Just hoping that they don't get sprayed down from the other members. And for God of Death 7, they are not eager to leave that compound. They're trying to make sure that if they're inside that compound, they don't peek out. They don't get punished for it. And they're playing a turtle game for the time being.
Patience is a virtue here for now for Harame Bros and Yangon Galacticos. They will eventually meet up. And right now, Federalis just goes right straight into the side of Yangon Galacticos fearlessly. And then eventually range goes down. That's a Cloud. Emas goes for the trade. And then Federalis just thrown down on the ground right at the middle of the road. 2 members down for the side of Yangon Galacticos. Emas is still alive though, as Amura gets WTZ. Range goes down and out as well. God of Death 7 just holding on in that gasoline station. Emas now will have to get up on his feet. Eventually goes down. Now Romeo Boy takes down KS, and ZXY gets the final kill. Yangon Galacticos is out, and now XQS just waiting, just chilling on top of that hillside. And then God of Death 7 can actually go for this reset now with UI just lurking around the area, just scouting it. And he doesn't know. Does he know? He doesn't know Federalis is in front of him.
Yeah, I don't think that he actually marked him at all. Smokes to come through. Federalis is waiting very quietly. Looks so good for Harame Bro, but they had to force that fight. Unfortunately, they didn't have positioning off the circle. UA Prime, proning, biding his time. They need to deny this reset coming in from God of Death 7. But if it does happen, the nades come through. No one picked up quite yet. Koopa, just waiting. Breaks the vehicle to provide at least some cover for himself. Smokes on the outside. XQS, they want to make this work. They want to make this happen more than ever. They haven't been able to secure those chicken dinners as often as they wanted to this week. Be great for them. So I think he might have potentially spotted him out. Not yet. The smoke from the vehicle actually just hit Federalis, just cutting down the noise. And God of Death 7 is not peeking at all, playing very closely.
Yep.
But they don't have a control of the circle. The sprays come through. He has to wait, understanding that Koopa is close. Koopa hasn't spotted him quite yet either. He knows UA Prime is close, but the lack of information means that they have to play it very, very safely. UA Prime playing very quietly. KS comes through, he rushes outside, gets tagged by the nade. A rush forward, Amura spots Federalis first, Harame Bro third place. 11 eliminations in the bag, a good round for them to start the weekend. UA Prime, although outside, gonna go for this PBS play. The spray's a little bit too much. Koopa on the other end. He does answer back. XZ, he can't go for this 1v1. Circle, full advantage of him. He sprays down. He puts in the damage. Koopa, he has to play the miracle play. He has the high ground advantage, and he makes it work in the end. And God of Death 7, despite the advantage, can't do more than that. Exquisite comes up on top. A winner chicken dinner.
Winner chicken dinner for Exquisite Esports from the Philippines. And they just waited. They just chilled on top of that hillside where they just didn't do anything until the very end. They just waited for all of those other teams on the western side part or even in the middle portion of the circle to fight each other. It started with Harame Bro and YG, and then YG, Harame Bro, and God of Death 7. They all went at it on a triple threat matchup, and then eventually Federalis, I thought he will not get spotted by anyone there. He was like the man who can't be moved in that scenario, but eventually got spotted by God of Dead 7, and then finalized the deal there with Koopa getting that chicken dinner at the end.
I think it's a really interesting match. It was a lot more aggressive than I thought it was going to be. Personally, I thought it was going to be a change in pace, especially as we go toward the second Erangel. But because of the hard shifts, we start to see a lot of fights happening because everyone was just fighting each other, trying to get into the zone. And on top of that, I felt like God of Death 7 had full control of the situation. Personally, I think that they should have gotten that chicken dinner. It's just a situation where they were trying to force these fights, and they were just so distracted by the idea that Exquisite does have a disadvantage, and but they weren't able to really be on the same page when it came to this fights, which resulted in that 1v1. And 1v1s are really tricky, especially if you are in a situation where you don't have cover, in a situation where you don't have the high ground advantage. It was very messy because you can't go for the reset either. It was hard to really figure out where exactly to find the last man standing. It's always very fun when we see the last circle and the last fight to potentially become that 1v1, but it's also heartbreaking when you realize that you shot yourself in the foot. And I think in that particular match, we saw a lot of mistakes really shine from 214S, I believe, from PBE, and finally from XQS and Harami Boro as well, in those decision-making when things come into these pressure cooker moments.
And the man who can't be moved in match number 3 is the MVP of the match. 6 eliminations, 4 knockouts, 834 damage, 1 assist, 508 heals with 2640 survival time. Federalis just woke up at match number 3. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get that winner chicken dinner, all because of that hard shift of that circle right around stage number 7. That it went in their favor. It went towards the side of Exquisite Esports and God of Death 7. As for Federalis and the gang of Miramar, I think this is the time for them to maybe move on to the next match and get this momentum shift over towards them and maybe grab their own winner chicken dinner. And speaking of winner chicken dinner, the team who won it in match number 3 got a total of 6 eliminations, 6 knockouts, 441 heals, 942 damage, 3 total assists with 2719 survival time. Again, this is a very quiet team, to say the least. They just waited and waited until the very end, where they just got all of the the remaining eliminations that they needed in order for them to grab that chicken dinner.
It's really exciting when you look at it that way. I mean, the final day, and I think when you're able to really find your executes properly and just survive to the end, that is where things, really work out in their favor. I think Exquisite has always been a little bit more of an aggressive team. They prioritize more about the rotations. But in a lot of situations, it's very similar to what we see from TTQ as well. They're very active. They're consistent when it comes to getting to at least some in the elimination, some semblance of points toward the end of the game. But the fact of the matter is, this team had some trouble just closing in these fights, and I think it's very similar to Enigma as well. It's just Enigma is just a little bit more aggressive compared to the rest. So in this situation, I think it's great for them to be able to play a little bit more out there in how they want to execute. But at the same time, I'm really hoping this isn't one of those moments where, okay, it's a really difficult circle and suddenly, things don't go right for a lot of the strats, for a lot of teams, and then teams that are more of the underdog teams, a lot of the quiet teams come up on top. I think for me personally, I think I really value consistency out of everything, and I want to see more of that. And Exquisite has shown us they do have potential, and perhaps this is a potential that they can bring as we go toward the week number 2 coming in next week, potentially, and honestly, toward the end of the day, in fact, because some teams does take time to really figure out their groove, and perhaps this is it. Now, with Exquisite coming up on the top side with the chicken dinner, Harami Bros showing us that this is a strat they wanted to do. They were stopped throughout the entire week because of the group of death, and today they get to play their game once again with 16 points and 11 eliminations, and the same can be said about Yangon Galacticos.
Yep, they got 16 points for Harami Bro, 14 for Yangon Galacticos. And your point with the Exquisite Esports, they're one of those consistent teams when it comes to positioning themselves in the circle. It's just that whenever someone else, like another team, would go aggressive on them, they cannot really sustain the aggression that is coming towards them, and that's why they're getting eliminated right around stage number 5 or maybe stage number 6. With this game, though, the circle went towards them. They were kind of lucky, I might say, and eventually they got the circle all throughout the ending, and that's why they got that winner chicken dinner. Now the updated stats now, or overall standings. Look at now the updated rankings. YG and Harami Bro go over now of ASTE. ASTE goes down now at top number 6. It was previously PBE, ASTE, and then YG Harami Bro. So there's going to be a lot of change between all of these 4 teams. GE now down to 7th spot. And this is the unusual spot that we don't really see GE is. And they can't do anything anymore because they're not playing today.
While it is as competitive in the top 7, but sorry, top 8, I think that it's also as competitive in the lower side as well. I mean, Enigma slowly climbing up the ranks, so at least they are not at the bottom again. But I'm starting to see that shift one more time from Flash Vision. They came up on top, and then they were a little bit too early this time. They didn't have any elimination points to really supplement, going out to the lobby early. And then suddenly it's just God of Death 7 coming up on top one more time. And I think it's very frustrating as well for APG because they're not playing today. They cannot collect any more points. And it felt like the momentum that they had in the beginning of the week was just not there anymore as well. So it must be very dismal for them to end the week on such a low note. Regardless, this is still week number 1. There is still very much time to play catch up on week 2 and week 3 before we go into the grand finals. But there's also another thing that I'm really worried about as well. Because of how competitive the top side of the ladder is, I mean, you mentioned GE already, but we also are curious. I mean, Austria was the first and only team to reach 200 points toward the mid side of the week, and that shows how aggressive they are. There's also that question from me, like, MFG is not playing today, and we're down to, I think, another three maps before we end the day and also the week. So there's also that idea that, okay, Yango Galacticos, we have about around 40-ish points to go to reach 200, and I think for PBE is another 30 points. So I mean, it's not impossible, but today is looking a lot more competitive than it usually is compared to the whole, I would say, dominating style play coming in from Austria Esports. Now, coming in toward this final Erangel, I'm really wanting to say, I mean, yeah, I think there's a lot of, I'm not gonna lie, I have slowly become such a fan of ASTE, despite them not being part of my predictions, more of my predictions today, more of like me just trying to put in some copium picks as we go toward the end of the week. But it's like, it's hard to not, root for them when they've been showing such consistent results. It was very heartbreaking though on game number 3 just now, when we look at ASTE and think, oh, man, that is a very unexpected outcome. Now, before we talk more about what we can expect on game number 4, let's talk a little bit more about the new RP A7, which is a Royal Pass A7, which is available now until the 15th of July. And it comes with the Nightscape Gladiator set, which comes in so many colors. So it's not just these 3 that you see on screen. There comes in so many colors as well as gradients. And we also have the Graceful Watcher set, which comes with the set as well as the cover as well. And this is for the female character, and the Nightscape Gladiator is for the male at level 100. On top of that as well, I think I'm really liking the cover buggy, the pulse bug backpack, as well as the Vibrant Glory Shadowblade. I think honestly, for me personally, I like to put, I don't know why I don't talk about the melee skins, but I really want to more. I mean, we've seen some really insane combat knife kills as well. Now, this also comes with an emote for you guys to really flex on your enemies. So if you hit a clip, please do the emote as well. Tag us.
Yep, definitely. Please tag us. We saw a little bit of that stuff in boot camp with Miner, though I'm not sure if it was the victory dance for this RP A7. There's also other skins here, like the Phono Tempo M24 skin, which if you are a sniper, this will really be good for you. We do have this Nightscape Gladiator PP19 Bison, which you can definitely go ahead and upgrade and get that exclusive elimination broadcast. And then if you love the new theme mode, the mecha theme mode, we do have a skin also for the Levitron, which is the Nightscape Gladiator. Nightscape Gladiator Strider as well, if you love to stomp on enemies. And then we have the buggy, the Precision Carver buggy, one of the vehicles that are mostly used by pro players when they play in game is the buggy. And then you have this cute looking backpack, the Pulse Box backpack, like what Tosh said yesterday. It's kind of like the backpack where you put in your fur baby, like your cat or maybe your puppy or dog. And then you do have also the Precision Carver G36C. So if you love that gun, which I really miss this gun to be honest with you guys, because this gun is an exclusive for Vikendi, which now we don't play anymore Vikendi in competitive mode. And then lastly, we have the Phono Tempo MK47 skin. So if you do love that automatic mod that you can put in the MK47, definitely you can use that and get this skin up and running. It's just that the the fire rate is very slow as of this very moment. But what I would love, Tosh, to
Mhm.
see a buff coming from this MK47.
Yeah, we also have the Supercars, a collaboration with PUBG Mobile and Shelby Supercars collaboration, which is until July 9th, from today on top of that. So you can find it under the featured event, the Motor Cruise, where you can get yourself a chance to own a Tuatara or a Tuatara Striker. And the vehicle tokens don't expire and can be used toward the next corresponding event. Now, I really want to talk more about the game at hand here. Speculation is key. I mean, that's all we can do when it comes to this game because it's so dependent on the circle itself as well as the flight path. But that makes it all the more fun. I think today we've seen a lot of hardship circles. It hasn't really been the most like the easiest type of circles, but it's also been testing these teams in terms of firepower as well, which I feel like we didn't really get to see in the beginning of the week, mostly because of the fact that. I think it's been so dominating for Osja. It's been so dominating for Harame Bros on day number 1. We did see a glimmer of a bit of a glimmer in terms of potential for FVE during day number 2. We saw a glimmer of potential coming in from MFG. Not glimmer, actually MFG was quite strong today, but they're not playing today anymore. We saw a glimmer of strength coming in from mid for the Miramar map. So, I mean, for this one, yeah, Yango Galacticos seems to have fixed a lot of their problems in terms of how they dealt with aggression as well as collapses throughout the entire week. But it's not like I don't support Yango Galacticos, but I also like the idea that it's going to be very, very competitive, especially toward the last day. Now, we haven't really, I mean, yes, this TKE has shown us that they can survive, they can go out with a bang. But they haven't gotten a chicken dinner quite yet today. No, they haven't. So, what do you expect coming in? And I think for Group D, I feel like it's been a little bit more quiet today. What do you think you can expect from them? Are they going to keep this quiet style of play, or is there a glimmer of hope where we can see them come up on top, potentially not only as a chicken dinner team, but also as a team that's going to be getting those pickoffs in terms of eliminations?
Well, before we talk about that, let's talk about the predictions that we have here. YG for myself, PBE for Tash Bunny, Flash Russian Esports for Vince G. Iaplace gets Dread Esports. Sammy gets Risk Guys, and then 214 Sin. Ooh, this is kind of different from Mr. Kaut, picking a Filipino squad. And then we have here the quarter for the side of Big Daddy, and then YG for Stalker. I think Stalker and myself has that type of connection we're in. We saw YG now able to get the groove back. Remember last match they were able to at least get those eliminations coming. It's just that they had that type of disadvantage when it comes to the circle. The circle was just trying to get away from them. This time around on match number 4, I think they got that momentum now up and running. They were able to eliminate or get quick eliminations actually. If you remember, Enigma MSI had a hard time against Yangon Galacticos in the previous match, and I just hope that Yangon Galacticos will probably be lucky with the circle now, together with their fragging abilities. Hopefully, they can get that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, Vince and Aya plays picks are definitely a lot more interesting. Flash Vision have their moments. I think Flash Vision is very conditional. I think it's more about them getting that position, that prime locations, being able to find the ideal time to go in for the third parties. But in a situation where they're forced to go on this head-on fight, it's rare that they come up on top, which is why it's hard for me to really put that prediction onto them. It's very, very conditional if they were to come up toward even the second last or even the last circle. Dread Esports as well. I think their biggest problem here is making sure that they can finalize these fights, come up at the top. And the thing is, a lot of these fights they take such heavy losses that to the point that if say they were third partied or even rushed after a fight, they don't have time to go for that reset. And I need them to be able to convincingly win fights while preparing to take another fight if it potentially were to happen. And I think that situation has not shown itself yet. We saw hero plays, especially from Moy. Moy has been massive. Jibna has been doing a lot of impact, but nothing more out of that. So that is something that I hope to see, not to say fixed per se, but I'm really hoping that the team can be on the same page a bit more, because how they fight has been a little bit more, I would say, is not really in terms of team play, it's not really there quite yet for these team fights. Now for Risk guys, they're interesting. They are definitely a team that I keep my eye on, because when they're quiet, they're really quiet, but when they fight, they go with a bang. So potential is definitely there. I want to see more of them today potentially. 214 Sin is 214 Sin. They play aggressive. I don't think that's going to be changing anytime soon. I can expect them to take these fights again. PBE. It's been I think this entire week that it is very rare that we don't see them clash with each other in the mid of that rotation. And
Right.
it one of them is gonna have to change their what's it call it, their rotations or their strat at this point, unless they want to keep clashing against a Filipino team. But it might also work on their favor, because if they do clash against a Filipino team, it's gonna be a team that they're more familiar with, so it might just be more safe for them to do that. So again, it comes down to what they want. And what's this TE? Sorry, the quarter. I haven't really seen much from them, so bit quiet for me. Yago Galacticos is Yago Galacticos. They're doing well today. They're very consistent. They don't necessarily get the chicken dinners, but they're doing well. And that's the most important part. I mean, yeah, a lot. I mean, if you look at the chat, look at the fans, they want to go for the chicken, 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 chicken. But they also have to remember that collecting points is the primary goal here. The chicken dinner, it has become more of a secondary, at least to me personally, just because you don't get that value of that 15 points anymore compared to before.
Right. And I'm actually looking towards Sammy's pick here. RSG is kind of like it's they're comparable to Fearless Esports. Like what you said, they sometimes go off, they sometimes go on, and Fearless Esports is kind of like that. I mean, you mentioned about Ranzer. I mean, Ranzer can definitely frag out with all of his abilities. It's kind of like what Bunny can do as well.
Oh yeah.
So they're kind of like the same when it comes to how their skills are, lined up. But Risk guys, just hope that they can get those eliminations now that we are in match number 4. They're kind of like a team wherein they warm up a little bit slow. Then
Yeah.
eventually coming into the 4th match or maybe 5th or 6th match, that's a time that they get those eliminations and even get those really good placement points. Now let's go back to the topic that we had earlier. You asked about Group D. What's wrong
Yeah.
with Group D? Well, first of all, for 214 Sin, I'm just not sure. Like last game, they were in on the top of that hill. We're in PBE. Were pushing into, I think it was TTQ or maybe the quarter, where they were pushing in. 214 Sin had that opportunity to go for that third party, but they opted not to. They just focus on getting into the circle instead. We're in. It is still early in the match. Like I think it was just still stage number 4, wherein they can still manage that blue zone damage, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I think it was more of the lack of information which is stopping them in this situation. I think in a lot of the situations, sometimes I'm like, okay, I mean, again, as viewers watching at home, as casters, we do have a different view of how we see the game compared to them. And I also think that there is some hesitation coming through, understanding that today is going to be the final day. and also potentially the final few Erangel maps, then they want to be able to come up on top. So they were saying, okay, let's I think it is probably their strat to go from the beginning of the game to go into a more conservative style play compared to their usual. But sometimes this is what I say, like some teams they need to be able to be a little bit more fluid, don't have to really play so methodically, so mechanically. I see this as well from GE, if I'm not gonna lie. And when you are able to adapt on the fly and just more of like trust your gut, spontaneous situations, yes, it can be a very high risk situation, but it can also work out in your favor. But it is strange, I'm not gonna lie, because it's definitely out of character for 2-1 for Sin. Coming in the beginning of the week is a very aggressive team who are just going from compound to compound, area to area, and just very in your face when it comes to team fights. But at the same time, if I were to rank, firepower, right? I mean, if you look at PBE and 2-4 Sin is very similar in terms of how they play, and I don't blame them because some of their players have been playing together as well. So it's all about that mindset that you have brought, together, and also the fact that they've been scrimming together as well. The Filipino style play is definitely very strong in the team, but it also comes to that moment where where if I were to rate firepower right now, PBE is looking a lot more clean, a lot more strong, a lot more courageous compared to 2-4 Sin.
And right now, we just need to update ourselves with the overall standings. If you're just tuning in right now, here are the updated rankings. Austria still at number 1, but again, their scores won't move. Same goes with MFG, GE, and APG Esports. So if you look at the game that we're in right now, we're in match number 4. Or we're moving into match number 4. So this means that PBE is just really close by. If they are consistent in the last 3 games to come, then maybe PBE can grab that opportunity to be at number 1 and get that 20 league points for week number 1. Same goes to YG. YG, we talked about them from the last game that they basically popped off, wherein they got I think 9 or 10 total kill points or elimination points. We're in this next game that they can probably do the same thing since they got that momentum now. Same goes with the Arame Bro, which if you remember, ASTE versus Arame Bro goes on top of ASTE. I am expecting though, Tosh, that ASTE will bounce back from that last game because they weren't able to actually do their regular rotation wherein they try to hold on to that edges of that circle.
Yeah, it was definitely a more difficult map. So honestly, it's just one of those situations where it's just really hard to gauge what you can expect for these kind of rotations as well. Now, I think it is a challenge though to go up again against Austria and MSFG. I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm saying it's a challenge. There is still another 3 more maps, so anything can happen, but the fact that Austria and MFG have ended their week this strong, so far ahead, in fact, building such a gap in score between the first and second place. There's a big gap between the first place, the second place, and then finally the third place, where it takes like how many more maps for the other teams to catch up is pretty insane, if you ask me. And it just shows how dominant they can be. And even if they didn't end up holding down that first place spot as they ended the week, I think they will be very happy with that score. And if anything, today can be a day where they just really do their homework and understand what kind of executes they can be expecting for some of these teams. Yango Galacticos, I definitely think that a lot of people have their eyes on them. PBE, Harame Bro, I think Harame Bro definitely one of those teams that a lot of teams are, they're just probably a little bit like sighing in relief a little bit more because the Harame Bro is not able to play to their full potential. But when they do, with their actual roster at the end of this week with the Amas, it looks a lot more clean, looks a lot more, the firepower is definitely a lot higher. So teams are starting to really realize, okay, what to expect when this player plays and what to expect when that player plays, what kind of style and what kind of strat can we be expecting. So there's that as well. ASTE, it's interesting as well because it was just one game. This is how competitive this is. It's just one game that ASTE didn't really perform, and suddenly they just got knocked back two ladders down. So there is very fun to watch because look at how close these points are: 168, 167, 166, and I think out of all the teams in the top 10, MFG is the one that really intrigues me. They only have a single chicken dinner. They didn't. They are, but they are. What really puts them at the top here is their elimination points, their
Right.
placement points. They don't have to make it to the top, but because they consistently end the game with a high amount of frags and decent placement points, they're starting to become that team. Is like no chicken, no problem. We can still sustain. And 2 and 4S is also the same. Honestly, if you think about it, they're the only team in the top 10 that doesn't have a chicken dinner, but still maintaining the top 8 spot.
You're right, and they're actually the third best team. MFG is what I'm talking about. The third best team when it comes to total elimination. So that is why they are in that tier right now in that overall rankings. But eventually, someone else will take that spot. I mean, if say for example, if PBE, YG, or Rami Bro, or even ASTE would get double-digit points now until the very end of this day. Again, we still have 3 matches to go. So right now, again, we talk a lot about what's happening right now, guys. We're just waiting for the lobby to actually start. We just want to make sure also that everyone is in the game so that you can enjoy every single PUBG Mobile action that we will watch eventually. But again, if you're just watching this right now, again, please don't forget to share this live stream. We are live actually across all platforms available: Facebook, YouTube. We also live on TikTok, I believe. So, yep. For now, we are still just waiting. We're just talking about what can happen in this match number 4. Would love to see that AST Fire to be back. Wherein they won't get into like the engagement that they were in earlier in the match number 3. It's just that Harame Bro were actually on a really good position. They had like 3 members all together grouped up, and then there was like one in that apartment building in Yasnaya Polayana, providing a lot of information for them, or for ASTE, for them not to actually be even push towards Haram Bro, and also the nades would come through as well. But again, for the others like Flashfish and Esports, we've seen them play pretty well in the previous Erangel maps, but then again, we saw them not able to finish off on the third match. Right now, we go back here to the newest RP A7 available right now, right until July 15th. Enjoy perks worth over 80k UC. We also have the new custom color Nightscape Gladiator set, which is the male character set. The Graceful Watcher set, which is for the ladies, includes also the Nightscape Gladiator PP19 Bison upgradable weapon. Also includes the new Victory Dance, which you can actually post on your social media. Make sure to tag us so that we can see it, and a lot more of skins.
Yeah, we also have the PUBG Mobile at X Supercars, Shelby Supercars, excuse me, collaboration, which is happening from now until July 9th. So you can get it under the featured event, the Motor Cruise, where you can either get a Tuatara or Tuatara Striker. You know what? Get both. Why not? Because I mean, if you're gonna get it, you might as well get both, no?
Right.
And the vehicle tokens that you get, if they have extras, don't worry about it too much, because you bring it over to the next corresponding event, which I think is a good thing, because if there is something you potentially like, you have those leftover tokens, you can just kind of stockpile them to the next one as well. I mean, I know some people who actually collect these skins, like a little museum in their account, which is kind of dope, honestly. I've seen some TikToks of people actually doing this, where they do like a little showcase of all the skins they have. And sometimes some of them are just so hard to get. I mean, yes, you can get them separately out of the pass or out of the event, but in this situation as well, I think it's also really cool that some people put that much time and dedication into the game to be doing that as well. And I think it's always fun to have variety. I mean, if you're going to be playing the game for long periods and long hours of time, you might as well just get these battle passes, because you get something out of it, and you get a lot out of in terms of value as well.
Yeah, you're right with that. And these pro players actually who are also watching as well do love to get these skins. But eventually, we are now about to start. I know we've been waiting for so long now. 30 more seconds left to go before we start in the 4th match of the day. Again, we're going to be coming in to the map of Erangel, the final Erangel map of this day. Will Harame Bro get that winner chicken dinner, or will ASTE bounce back from that battle that they had with Harame Bro, or will PBE get another one for today? Let's see and find out. Let's go in Erangel.
That's gonna be a good one. Southern Milton Power all the way up to Zarki. A good slice of the map. And again, this is going to be the final Erangel of the day. So I think there's going to be a change in shift, styles of play, mindsets, in fact, for this particular one. A lot of, I wouldn't say it's a lot of pressure for ASTE, but definitely a lot more expectations coming for them, especially since the teams in the group of death aren't playing. So they didn't really have the best outcome in the previous map as well. So you can definitely see that they want more out of this. But anyway, we want to talk about ASTE. I think the same sort of wish will be held for the rest of the teams as well. We saw the rise from Exquisite, which was honestly very fun to watch. We saw God of Death 7 also rising to the top despite not having those elimination points. Circle all the way to the right side. On top of that, not a lot of land mass to work with, which means there's going to be another hard shift. And for Enigma, dropping all the way at the end, ooh, that's going to be a painful. And I mean, it can go up from the northern side. I think it will be a safer rotation through, in my opinion.
Look at the drop of 2-1 Sin. A duo split drop. Rankid and Wako all together with Milk to Power. And then we have, I think, Migs and MM all the way down south of the map, which is in Novo. But then again, we see Boy Sean now. He's trying his pistol over to Pozo. As
Wow.
Pozo was just trying to circle around. Unfortunately, there was already a player from SysTKE who has that gun or weapon, which is the Scar L. So one player will be off now for that squad. SysTKE gets an early 1 point. And then now ASTE. We have TTQ now, KH just waiting.
Oh, that punish!
And then the punish, 3 players versus 1. So TTQ now will lose 1 member. ASTE will get an early 1 point. This circle, by the way, would be in favor of Myth Clan, and I would love to see Myth Clan to pop off in this game.
We haven't really seen an Erangel where Myth Clan can really fully solidify their lead quite yet. So yeah, it is definitely something that I would like to see as well. I think for us, I think we had this conversation in day number 1 where, okay, it seems like for MFG and Myth Clan, Miramar would be where we want to be watching them. But we didn't see that happening anymore for Myth Clan throughout the week. But for MFG, since then, they've just really been showing us that I think you need to stop saying that Miramar is our map, because we can shine in so many other maps as well. This early aggression is very fun to watch. Fearless in trouble, already 1 taken down. And now this time, their members are just getting picked off from so many different angles and areas as they go for this rotation. Not in trouble! The sprays come through. Let's see, for SysTKE, it's DJ Not Tiap that's playing now. So for this final Erangel map, we're seeing different lineups and different players come into the roster for the play. And I understand it's just to really try out, see how it's going to go as we end this final map.
And Fearless now, again, this is like a switch. They're like a switch. And right now, they're kind of off right now as they lose 2 members. I'm pretty sure that they will just hide all together, and maybe we'll just do some third parties, or we'll just hide in some type of compound or house. But for SysTKE, this is what we like to see from SysTKE. I mean, we've seen them in match number 2, wherein they were able to get into the circle, and then eventually made some errors at the end. Weren't able to get that winner chicken dinner, but they were quiet during those times. It's just that the circle got into their favor. We love to see the aggressiveness now coming from this teams, this SysDKE. Now that they have two early elimination points, now Enigma, MSI just run past towards the school area where Flash Vision Esports is at. Looks like they're now planning on to their next spot in the circle. Enigma MSI, we don't usually see them prioritizing the circle because, as far as I remember, Taj, they normally stay at the edges of the zone, which we see them flourish, right?
Yeah, it's been really good for them. I mean, it suits their playstyle and also their objectives. I love how teams have this. I mean, I talked to the coach of Boom Esports, Kent, to be exact, and I said, how do you kind of like play by objectives? Because sometimes during interviews, some of the questions that were asked are, oh, what do you prioritize? Eliminations or what's called it, or placement points. But I think it's really hard to really answer as a coach these kinds of questions. Hold that thought. We'll talk about it later. As Zizak from RSG, he's a chunk of damage from 214 Sin. I don't think they're gonna be pursuing this fight anytime longer. 214 Sin today has been in a more sort of prioritizing placements day, and Master Toki this time will be the one in trouble as Exquisite. Oh, this is a very terrible situation for Flash Vision. It's either they go down to Exquisite or they get downed by Enigma. They have to isolate this fight. Zalin Trouble coming from the backside to rush through, and this is chaos. Both teams thriving, but it's gonna be Flash Vision that comes up on top in the end. Cowboy in trouble. They do have a bit of cover. Long-range support from the other members of Enigma, but not before Cowboy solidifies his pick-off. So 2 down already for Enigma, and this seems to be the same recurring theme over and over for Enigma MSI. They haven't been able to change this course of how their script in each game goes. It's just so unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Enigma MSI now on the kill feed. We have PBE versus TTQ. For Enigma MSI, like what we said, there's like type of that strategy that suits them. Wherein they stay on the edge of the circle where they flourish. Ooh, all of a sudden, we just had switch over onto where PBE is at, and they eliminated already. Time to Quick Esports.
Just waiting here for PBE. Situation where it's doing great for them. They did lose 1, but 1 for 3, it's definitely favorable in my opinion, but it's still very early in the game. And despite the first 2 maps played today for Erangel, this one has a different vibe to it. It's a lot more slower tempo. Yes, skirmishes happen, but it's not full-out fights. It's mostly pickoffs. Yes, there is one for TTQ, but it's not really the type of fights that every single team wants to actually go and finish. But coming back to my point about how the coaches approach this, again, it's hard for coaches to really answer questions when it says what is more important placements or position. What is
Master
going
Risk flying.
What is happening? Oh my gosh, the chaos is still going on in Enigma. Gets needed out. Flash Vision, this long drawn fight working out so in their favor. Cowboy unfortunately walks straight to his own aid, but he's not scared at all. Okay, I mean, chaos is it's fun. It's messy. And definitely as casters, as viewers, we enjoyed this. This fight for the top of the rock is here. Mas rushes forward, DBS in hand. Trying to take these close range fights. But it does potentially alert the other members, at least for XQS, just really give them the space. Don't go too close. Spray from the outside. Amas does go down eventually. But the same can be said about his other teammates. Jappy answers back. XQS! Weapons. Doing a little bit better. And Harami Bros, unfortunately, can't come up on top for this one. Exquisite. Riding off the momentum they got in the last game.
And Erangel gets eliminated early. Again, this is like on and off gameplay for Erangel. After that really good third match, on the fourth match, they get eliminated early, and then it was Exquisite Esports who actually won that game. So that's very unfortunate. And look at Cowboy again. What's wrong with the vehicles of Flash Vision Esports? Like earlier, we see one flying, and then now it's just upside down on the ground here, and then now he's stuck. He needs help from the other members of Flash Vision Esports. ASTE doesn't have any idea that there's someone here stuck at the ridges, just right on the western side of Mansion. Fit together with, I'm not sure if it's Master Rix. They really need to help out Cowboy. Cowboy had no choice. I'll just hide here.
Man. The final map, Copium, Strats. So we end the week, it's always a lot more fun when we watch the games. High pressure for all the players, a change in movement. He's just waiting for his teammates to pick him up. He can't do anything. He can't do
this is
anything.
good for Cowboy. I mean, he can't be found by ASTE, so...
Yeah, and knowing it is ASD is even more terrifying. But now, as we move our attention somewhere else, God of Death 7 is in trouble. 2-4. They're finding their groove back into this aggression rank kid, driving a very dangerous game. Has to go for that pickup. A lot of pressure coming from different areas with Myth as well. Driving straight into them. This fight potentially might not work out in their favor if they're not able to move out of the way. Amura Chili. The Spice in Chile in his name, spotted here. He's been one of the players that's just been really big when it comes to impacts, and he wants to do more for the team. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do more than that. Amura Chile still holding down the line, not moving quite yet. A reposition from the rest of his teammates. They want to take up that space. They want to get a little bit closer, but I think knowing that mid clan is close, they said, okay, that's fine. Let's just give up this area. Go for positioning instead and go straight into the circle. And speaking of circle fights here, SysTKE not coming on top of this one. The blue zone chunking out the HP. They decided to just abandon Heartless. It's going to be a little bit too complicated to get him back. You can see TQ just passing by on the other end. They're on a buggy. If they're not careful, they're just going to be chunked down. And that might be exactly what TQ is doing. The top has always been so quick on this initial picks, this initial opening fights. But SysTKE, a little bit more wise to how exactly they want to navigate this terrain. At least finds a little bit of respite, a shelter for the time being. To just make sure that TQ passes by first. And TQ, a team that hasn't been getting a lot of luck when it comes to this rotation and this fights. This might potentially work out their favor.
Yeah, you're right with that. That now that they have the high ground advantage, but most likely they will not take that position because again, it is not the center right now of stage number 3. Now the blue zone is closing in as well. Just in just a minute, we'll have to change. Ooh, circle Devon, just right in time, able to get inside the house. Now TQ, this is really good. Now look at them. They're able to box in SysTKE, and they have really nowhere to go.
Yeah, and TQ is also in trouble. He's out there in the open. Zero rushing away for his life. His long-range fights from Fearless is just putting in that pressure. And I think what they're trying to do here is they're just trying to turn their attention to the other team. We saw one knockout already. Papaya's waiting. All eyes on SysTKE. But they're safe for now. They're very preoccupied by God of Death 7. God of Death 7, this is a whole new way of how they want to approach these fights. Fearless as well is nearby. If they're not careful, this could be a crossfire and they're gonna be the ones stuck in the middle of these two teams. Dread Esports, team I believe that our Filipino counterparts had their eye on them in terms of predictions. Expecting perhaps a change in terms of how they want to play today. Dale, in trouble. It's kind of low. Not enough to really knock him out though. No worries about this pickup. He just waits. Plays this very aggressive team. Olilanju coming up forward and the rush forward. They find him. They ram straight into him and just lobbies him.
No.
Dibna takes a lot of damage. Rankit
Two-man
putting
down.
in the hurt. Finds one for himself. But he's gonna be answered himself, gonna not be knocked! Four-way fight! No one getting into the circle quite yet. RSG is also here to join in. They love this chaos. They thrive on this third party. Third party is also a strat, they say. Naughty Boy waiting. Trying to make sure they don't get chunked out on the other end. You know where Bako is. Naughty Boy. Throwing in that that molly. Flushing him out of the area. Spray to come through. Wako. Not surviving that. Bit much coming through from Naughty Boy as well. Very well played. Nades as well as a molly. Flushes out, just goes in for the spray. Mechanically sound. Also, mechanically talented. Just by solo plays. His teammates have full... what's the word? Full control, or at least full attention onto the members of Myth. Myth on the lower side. They have to move out of the way.
Ooh,
they do have circle control, but it's gonna be hard when 3 teams are pushing into them. Joseph goes down.
And KE, well, you were saying that, got eliminated. It's all because of the gatekeeping meta that TQ was handing over towards them. Flash and Esports gets eliminated also. Well, there were quick eliminations now at this stage, and now RSG will now go ahead and push onto Shroud. Here is Vape. Now pushes in AKM on his hand. Not gonna go through now, but Shroud go ahead and heal up himself. They're able to actually sandwich here, RSG. Vape throw in a nade. He's not overcommitting, which is kind of good, because if he actually overcommits, then he will get spotted by Myth Clan, as there are some knockdowns on the kill feed there. PBE knocks down players of God of Death 7. Naughty Boy now cooks up a nade, explodes, no one there. Shroud needs to be careful though, because Vape is all ready for him to take that action. But then again, you can see now DZ trying to find a different angle. Nade splashing in onto Vape, half HP left on him. There might be a third party along the way. There you go. That's DZ finding that different angle, knocks one down. And now RSG. I think there's just one player left. That is it. Naughty Boy gets spotted by Turks. And Myth Clan successfully able to pin down RSG.
RSG has been incredibly aggressive this game. I don't blame them though. They're put in a position where they have to take these fights in order to get into that circle. I think most teams who are rotating in from the western side is that. Fearless hasn't been moving quite yet, but they've been really putting... I think it's been really unlucky for them because they do... I believe they did manage to get a knock, but they haven't been able to solidify these kills. And on top of that, they're losing their members one by one. Ranzer, always there as a tip of the spear for a team, but it's just really concerning how Nidu and him are just too far apart. It's gonna be hard to play off each other. Circle, again, on their favor, but toward PvE, in fact. No one holding on to the compound of shelter for the time being, so no one's waiting there quite yet. Everyone choosing to leave that circle in case it decides to ping pong. And I think Myth shouldn't be having a problem retaking the area again. But DZ full attention onto this mushroom house. Does know that Nidu is there. Nidu gonna go for a reposition instead. A buggy in hand. One single spray is something that could knock him out, so it's gonna have to be super aware of how he wants to approach getting into the area itself. Perhaps a later rotation inside. Perhaps waiting for chaos to happen to find his opening. Instead, the members come into the area. We have toward the shelter here. Yago Galacticos, I'm really liking this hold. You don't want to be holed up inside. That's one of the downsides of holding the shelter area. So they're just going to use the entrance as a bit of cover as they try and get into that circle. You see that how they're playing, they just kind of separated themselves into a 2-2 formation. Still close enough to play off each other, but not further away that they cannot go for those trades. So this is a very clean idea of how they want to approach this particular round.
Right. And looking back at the circle earlier, ASTE will have full control now of the northern side of the circle. This would mean that they might, survive at the latter stages of this game. Now, on the eastern side, Exquisite Esports takes this area as Zero will get naded by MM. Beautiful throw there. eliminating them in the process. Now with 7 teams remaining, the only thing that they need to think about now for Exquisite Esports is Yangon Galacticos. Need You actually is just nearby as well, just circling around with a vehicle as a cloud loots around this Death Wraith. For PBE, they can still manage this for as long as how long they can sustain that one good compound or one good building. But then again, that's it for Fearless. Need You gets sandwiched by Myth Clan together with Exquisite Esports. Now we're down to 6.
It's just really unlucky for Fearless. I think throughout the week, they've been one of those teams that keeps getting picked off one by one. They weren't able to play off each other. And in fact, getting sandwiched as well. It's just so unlucky on their end. Perhaps Erangel might be a better map for them next week. The STE, 3 eliminations already. But they're taking their time this time around. I think throughout today, we've seen a slower ASTE. They can go aggressive, but they're having these different, I would say, round timings from beginning to mid-round all the way till the end. And it's working very well in their favor. They don't have the best positioning. Zio in trouble. Moves out of the way, a reposition. Best done here. No fear tagged. No problem getting that reset as well. I don't think anyone is really going to collapse onto them. It's them that has to go into that circle. So there's going to be that circle. Did not pull toward them. PBE is going to relish onto this one. Playing very safe, very quiet, understanding the value of the position they have. The only thing they have in front of them right now is that tree line. An airdrop in the middle. Perhaps a team, some players might be able to have their eye on it. But the problem with this particular circle is that the middle side is a complete open area. Terraneous, yes. But it doesn't really give a lot of cover. Especially when there are so many different terrains on the outer side they can hold. So you don't want to get chunked from 3 different areas. Cute Loki. There we go, exactly as I said. Found in the open. His health completely chucked down. Surviving by the skin of his teeth.
And actually, the same goes to the northern side, Tash. Like, it's very much open. I'm not sure how ASTE will play this type of circle. They might need to use a ton of utility, especially the smoke, just in order for them to actually get into position. It looks like they're planning on pushing towards PBE. Gets the player of PBE knocked down, which is Gerald. Now Mitchie, only remaining player left. Scatty goes down. No Fear goes out as well. And now 2 more players left for the side of STE. It is a 2v2 situation right at this very moment. And Exquisite Esports and YG can actually go for this third party again. But then again, for both sides of AST and PPE, they're going to have to do a reset.
So low already. STE not in the most favorable of positions. They're out there in the open and caught out on top of that. They tried to take this fight to PBE. And they ended up getting third-partied and just shot at from so many different areas. And that is the problem right now with the positioning. That's why PBE has not made a single noise. They're just waiting for people to come to them, punishing. And on top of that, relying on the heavy firepower coming in from so many different teams. Yangon Galacticos slowly but surely making their way into the circle. And they don't have the advantage of the high ground. They have to play this very safe. They have to clear out so many different areas. This tree line as well, potentially, could have someone just waiting on one end. Cute Loki still around. Some more quiet Yangon Galacticos. It's just so unlucky that both ASTE and Yangon Galacticos are coming in from the southern side of the circle. Nates come out from both ends. They can dwindle down the firepower. It's gonna be hard. They have to be able to not only survive these initial hits of the nades, but most importantly, be able to isolate these fights. If you don't have advantage in terms of numbers, you have to make sure that you can dwindle them in terms of firepower. They're gonna make sure that can get in elsewhere, marking the other members of Shroud as well. Cloud is taking this very slowly. Change in pace. Nade comes through. Cute Loki. Perfect shot. Throws one more. Solidifying kills would really help them. Does chunk down UA Prime's health. And time down. Yep, Shroud is the one that's gonna be stealing that. Good pick. Aware from his side. Taking full advantage of how chaotic the situation is. Super Pickles. Putting Cloud in a pickle. God of that 7 out. Only 1 elimination. Good enough. They do have that placement point at the very least. Spots out Exquisite, MM in trouble. Ooh. Really gets taken out. C-Cloud in trouble. Position compromised. Not a lot of space to work with as well. The only cover he has is this tree line as well as vehicle. If he moves out of the way, he's gonna get sprayed. Exquisite Esports unfortunately eliminated now. We're down to our top 4.
And that is a really good strategy that Yangon Galacticos actually used there. They just use all of their utilities and their distance. They didn't really went ahead and pushed towards Exquisite Esports because Myth Clan can just third party from far distance. So with that, Exquisite Esports gets eliminated. Now they're on a 3v3v 1v1 situation now with the 4 teams remaining that we still have. Miner is still alive for ASTE. For the side of PBE, Mitchi is still there at the very same building. For this type of circle, though, Myth Clan has that most of that advantage as Shroud gets cute low-key down, but eventually there's going to be a revive right away coming from YG. If this circle would go in favor to Myth Clan, then Myth Clan will get this winner chicken dinner. But if then the circle would shift away from them, this is going to be hard for Myth Clan.
I think in this situation, we've seen situations where Myth Clan come up on top of this. They're looking good. 10 eliminations in the bag. And I think this kind of circle, when they're... I think this is what Myth Clan's win condition can be. Great positioning. Quick onto getting the area. A good circle hold as well. And in this situation, they're not going too aggressive. Yes, there are moments where iTurks and DZ want to go for these initial picks, initial fights. But look at them right now. They've sort of changed the pacing on how they want to go for these fights. Preferring to go for these mid-range to long-range fights. Sprays from iTurks. Tags. A little bit of the HP, but nothing more than that. Michi throws the nade. Miner still holding on. Despite not getting or not being eliminated so early. No movement. So silent from Miner as well. He has not moved despite those nades as well, and that is insane discipline coming in for that young player, one of the newest ones for ASTE as well. Now this is a technically a stalemate at this point. Everyone's just waiting for the 9th circle, a free for all per se, and that's when people will have to just really push into the circle itself. Yes, Myth Clan has strength in numbers, but in a lot of situations we've seen this fumble before. Myth with the first move here. You hear the DBS just ringing throughout the entirety of this mushroom house. I'm quite wet. Nate comes through. Michi tries to go forward.
Nice.
Does get a shot onto Shroud. Knocks him down, in fact. Dwindling the numbers that are up here for Myth. No follow-up though. So for PBE, they're gonna have to find a different way on how they want to really solidify this. A need to come through. Shroud out. Good timing. Tags out. iTurks as well. Nade into the inside of the mushroom house. Does not tag him. This gives a little bit of information here as iTurks just holding down, and Yangon Galacticos, they're smiling right now. They're happy hearing all these shots, all these fights. They don't have to move a single finger. They've already got the points in terms of eliminations. The nade comes through. Michi survives and Myth Clan gone! A big fatal mistake! Full win condition for Myth Clan. Gone in a blink of an eye.
That's a 2v1, and Mitchi just uses his cards right. Now, Miner, I think he was able to actually, while that is happening, he was able to stand up and go to the back Death Wraith and was able to get a little bit of those heals. So that's why Miner was able to heal himself up. Now, for YG, now that they know Mitchi is there, then Miner can just probably go for that third party later on. But look at this. It's stage number 7, and the blue zone is moving as well. Slowly but surely, eventually Miner will be seen by Yangon Galacticos. Mitchi will also have to get away from that mushroom tower. But then again, now low-key, not able to see Mitchi there with the spray of that M4. Just waiting for that right timing now. Again, just waiting game for Yangon Galacticos. But looks like Mitchi will just deny himself.
Oh my goodness.
There you go. PBE will get eliminated. Now Miner gets spotted as well and will be killed by Romeo Boy. That's a winner chicken dinner for Yangon Galacticos. And I think this is my prediction, right?
Yep, that's right. Majority of the pick as well. On top of that, for Erangel Galacticos, very clean, very well played. But also, gotta give kudos where it's due for ASTE. They didn't have the best outcome in the last game. They wanted to come back as well. They were dealt, I think, one of the worst cards in this one as well. I was thinking that they're gonna be going out a little bit too soon, but they were able to survive that. They didn't have high ground advantage, barely any util. On top of that, getting picked up by 3 different sides of the circle, that's just really unfortunate. But minor, insane patience. We saw nades coming out from PBE, from Erangel Galacticos toward him, and he did not move an inch. He just kept quiet, did not even move out of his prone position. Tanked some of the damage, but he's understanding that if he even moves and gets spotted, it's over for them. And that's really important for him, because if they can get more in terms of eliminations, they can get more in terms of placement points. And that's the shift in mindset that I love to see from these teams. And what I talk about in terms of being dynamic, being very spontaneous, and having that gut feeling and just trusting yourself to bring these extra values
Ooh,
to
look
the
at this.
team. I'm still not understanding how that car went up all the way up there.
It was Master Risk. I'm not sure what he's doing as well. He's probably doing that highlight TikTok. I mean, I usually see that on TikTok, but that was some funny moment there coming from Flash Vision Esports. Eventually, they got eliminated there. RSG, this was just bad for them. They were like boxed in by Myth Clan. Myth Clan, though, I'm not so sure why they first went on to Michi, wherein they can just go for that high ground advantage with Yangon Galacticos. They can just let go of that one player remaining for PBE. And now, speaking of PBE, Michi is the MVP of this match. 5 eliminations, 4 knockouts, 2 assists, 1185 damage, 272 heal, 2752 minutes of survival time. And Michi was just really on point when it comes to defending himself there, using the DBS as a weapon, and then eventually using the util for him to be able to finish Myth Clan. Unfortunately for Myth Clan, we see a glimpse of them being good in some of these maps, but they get stopped by those high-tier teams like Playbook Esports.
I think it's really important to talk about that particular clutch by Michi, how he played that to a T. The good isolated fights. I think this comes down to his own mechanical prowess in the game as well. And also a big mistake by, Myth. I think I understand why Myth decided to go for Michi. I think they're understanding like, okay, we don't want to get chunked down by Erangel Galacticos. The Mushroom House looks good for us to hold for the time being. It's only one person left inside there. But the thing is, when you are trying to go for these pushes, there is that one player in there, but they didn't take into account how many teams had eyes on them in terms of their rotations, their pushes as well. So they played a very dangerous game, and they're understanding that, they needed to make something happen. But sometimes waiting or doing nothing is also an answer in itself. I think they had the idea that Erangel Galacticos was there. They didn't want to take that fight as well, because perhaps it might be the idea that they might not be able to come up on top. So that might also be an issue in itself. But listen, this is definitely a lot more quiet for most of these teams. But Myth just now, I believe they ended with 10 eliminations. So it's not their worst game so far, even if they didn't manage to get the chicken dinner. So there is that to talk about. I think for Erangel Galacticos, this is all about positioning. This has been all about waiting for the right time to aggress and finding that golden opportunity. And in so many situations that you hear, there are so many fights and battles happening toward the southern side of the circle, and Erangel Galacticos didn't even react. They're understanding that they've had so many of these moments where they tried the third party and they were completely punished. They had zero information on where exactly these holes are going to be. So instead of getting picked off one by one, they said, let it go, and we'll just try to pick off whatever we can toward the end of the game. And that's exactly what they did. But it does really just show a more, I would say, a lower point system, a points in terms of elimination.
And YG actually did a great job on rotating on the western side. Knowing that Exquisite Esports was there, they first went towards the northern, the northwestern side part of it, like right around the shelter area. They just waited for the right time to rotate all the way to the opposite side, which is the south western side part of the circle. Eventually, the circle came in favor to them, then Myth Clan just had to push differently because of that zone. But here are the match standings. YG got the winner chicken dinner together with 6 elimination points total of 16 points. And there you see Myth Clan at second place with 14 points. PBE gets third with 13 points. And you don't see yet ASTE because they didn't really had any type of engagement in that game. I mean, they were really quiet in the northern side part of the map. They were like out in the open as well, and PBE was able to actually fend them off. They were able to eliminate like 2 out of the 4 members of PBE. Even the third guy, actually, I believe that third guy was just third party probably by another squad, and then it was just minor right at the very end. And here's now the updated rankings. Look at now where PB is at, top 2, leaving MFG now down to top number 3, Austria. Oh my goodness, this is bad for Austria. I mean, there's still 2 matches left, Tosh, and PBE can take this one.
Interesting. I think coming into that match entirely, I think there is a lot more. I think there's not a lot of movement now toward the lower side of the ladder quite yet. Enigma still maintaining their position. It was a bit of a... I think I was really looking forward to see them really breach that first place, that first page. But they did briefly, momentarily. But it didn't really happen quite yet anytime soon. But Myth just really digging their heels and pushing themselves up. That was an explosive game for them. It felt like all the stars were in alignment when it came to that win condition for them. Not win condition per se, but rather in terms of the placement positions and how they wanted to, the outcome of that game in particular. They had the most eliminations in that game, and despite not getting the chicken dinner, they still put themselves on top. And I think this is why I'm saying that for Myth, there's a lot of they need a lot of win conditions to come up on top, but this is definitely, I would say, the outcome of what it looks like to see a good execute from Myth Clan. Yes, there are a situation where we sort of question their decision making, but it's definitely something that I would say is still a good map for them. Since given the fact that for the past few days it's been a bit more quiet from them, and I think for this particular map it's definitely a lot more quiet because it's a little bit more difficult in terms of the rotations, in terms of the holes. So I think for ASTE they were put in such a difficult situation and they made the best out of it. So again, kudos to them. Regardless, we are going into our last 2 maps of the week. It's going to be both the Miramar maps. Let us know in the comments which teams do you think does the best in this particular map, because I think for a lot of teams or a lot of the casters, all eyes were on MFG as well as Myth. MFG isn't playing. Myth has not been performing, at least for the last few days, on Miramar. So we're still just waiting. Regardless, don't go anywhere because we're going to be right back here on the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer. Be right back.
PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a steel arc loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the arc. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the steel arc that spawns mechas, there's also the assembly base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The assembly base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the assembly base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a legendary pilot challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knockdown state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the magnet gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the respawn beacon. It will show up in either the steel arc or the assembly base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. For Metro Royale, we've improved a lot of the processes. Furthermore, we've also added new honor rewards and Chapter 20 collectibles. Moreover, you can now bring your companion on your Metro Royale adventures. For more details, keep an eye out for Metro Royale update videos. In the new version, we'll also be hosting a grand home competition. You can register for it as long as you've reached 200 home prosperity. Let your imagination run wild and share your dream home with the world. Additionally, we've added a mysterious, elegant, ancient capital resource pack. Many home items will also become available in a related upcoming event. Aside from these, we've improved and updated home building, browsing, interactions, butler actions, and more. Want to find out more? Keep an eye out for home update videos. With Mecha Fusion's arrival, World of Wonder has also seen plenty of updates. For gameplay devices, the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and other gameplay devices have all undergone a series of updates. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. These devices are sure to get your imagination flowing for some awesome creations. Also, we've launched a pre-made map where you can play all kinds of creations built from a variety of themed scenery objects. Furthermore, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new map a shot. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content that will be available in Mecha Fusion. Cool mechas and thrilling combat await you in-game. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
flies, miles from down below. I know I found my heaven. I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best. Feeling like I'm best dressed, feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. Something in my bones. I am fit to run, ready for the rampage. Come before the storm rips up. I think I love it. Anticipation starting to build. Stay low, stay low, stay low. Ready to unlock. Whiskey on the rocks. Heavy from the subwaves. Out till 3 o'clock. I'm not looking for lovers. Tonight I'm looking out for myself. Letting go, letting go, letting go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. Never getting low, set for vertigo. Further as the crow flies, miles from down below. I know I found my heaven. I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best.
PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic-style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a Legendary Pilot Challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knocked down state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the magnet gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the respawn beacon. It will show up in either the Steel Ark or the Assembly Base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new
And we are back at it again here at PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer Kuku TV together with the lovely Miss Tash Bunny. And we are back after that long break. We just had to do that because we want to make sure, again, all of the players are in the lobby. But before we talk about that, Tash Bunny, let's talk about first our newest RP Ace 7, available right now, right until July 15th. Enjoy perks worth more than 80k UC. And we also have the custom color Nightscape Gladiator set for the male character. The Graceful Watcher set for the female character. Then we also have the upgradable Nightscape Gladiator PP19 Bison. Also includes the new Victory Dance and most Most of them are actually the Phono Tempo and also the Nightscape skin. So please grab yours right now if you haven't. I haven't because I haven't been given yet by PUBG Mobile, right? So hopefully PUBG Mobile can give us this RP A7. But we also have our newest collaboration, PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration, available until July 9th. You can find it under the featured event Motor Cruise. Get your chance to own a Tuatara or Tuatara Striker. Vehicle tokens do not expire though on the next corresponding event. Just a speed
Yeah.
run of all of our promotions here, Tosh, and we're back at it again here for match number 5 and match number 6. 2 last Miramars left. What are you expecting?
Expecting a, I think for the first one it might be a little bit more fast. The last one we're expecting, actually no, it's gonna be a slower one on the first one, and the second one will be a faster one, I feel. I want to see some more hard shifts. I think it works really well to see in terms of which teams have the firepower as well as abilities to really change up the way they play, especially on these harder circles. I think we've been having some really exciting ones today, and I think we're really blessed to see that, to see how teams are handling these high pressure situations. ASTE looks really good right now. Yago Galactico is back on form, and I really, as much as I hate to say it, it's because of the absence of teams like Austria, teams like GE. But at the same time, I would love for these teams to also thrive against these bigger teams and these bigger names as well, just to really show a little bit of competitiveness, just to really shake and show us that gods can absolutely bleed.
Well, 50 seconds left to go. We are going to start with match number 5. I'm not sure if we have shown our prediction. Yeah, there we go. We're going to show you now our prediction. My prediction is risk, guys. Let's just speed run this because we only have like 35 minutes or seconds left to go. Harame Bro for Tash Bunny. Well, for me, it's going to be RSG who will be dominating in this final two maps of the game because they really start slow, but eventually would get a lot of eliminations right at the end of the games.
Yeah, we want to see Harame Bro come up on top. The reason why I put this is because they haven't really been having a great week. I wasn't expecting them to really pop off in the beginning just because it's going to take some time for them to figure it out. But let's see how they go in the last, well, one of the 2 last Miramars of the week.
And flying into Miramar now, this is match number 5 from the western side of Monte Nuevo right until the south side of Puerto Paraíso. This is a really difficult flight path for actually a lot of teams because we know for a fact, Tosh, that a lot of these teams are dropping right around the middle portion or actually on the north side part of the map. We do know that there will be some in San Martin. Dread Esports drops at El Azahar, so kind of interested on how Dread Esports will play this because it's really far away out from their usual dropping point. We know also that there will be other teams like Flash Vision Esports who drops around the areas of or the jungle areas of El Azahar. So these two teams will probably take some other dropping points. And look at this in Chumacera, God 7 versus See You Soon, Tiger Kill Enemy. It looks like a Murakili is ready with a Micro Uzi, or no, it's actually a UMP. And then again, there's actually 2 players who's just right below him. Just needs to make sure he uses this height advantage for now. Doesn't have any helmets as well, so he needs to protect himself.
I'm really liking STKE just really rushing into the area, trying to gauge and trying to see where exactly the other members are, going in for that quick loot. It's going to be difficult for them to leave this area as well because they haven't even able to get those vehicles. Regardless, they're going to have to force this fight. Davan on the bottom side, Chile. Can be. It is quite isolated. They do have one member of STKE playing a little bit more on the outer side, so trades are very possible, making sure that they don't get flanked from the back as well if anyone are pushing in. But no knocks yet, but it's going to be on the other side of the map. Enigma. It's a bad start for them. I'm not too sure how severe that knock is. Actually, it's bad. I guess knocked out so soon, not even 1 minute into the game. Lol, Heartless playing close. Avoids the nade. finally punishes Amura Chili for playing on the top side. Oh, that shot from
nice!
Heartless! Huge! So quick!
Iron sights. Just iron sights. No scope for Heartless. M24 onto XZY. Oh my goodness. First time we've seen a bolt action rifle as well used in this game right now. Moek together with Nga Pacquiao will have to probably just find a different area to stay because I mean this is kind of ballsy for Moek, who's gonna try to go for that revive because Sisti KE is just nearby. They're not probably going for a follow up. There you go. There's gonna be a clutch revive here. Oh, he almost missed his teammate there. On the kill feed, there's I think it was Enigma MSI, right?
Huge. Nice pick off as well. Fearless. These aggressive fights are actually working on their favor. But for STKE, the sprays come through. Unfortunately, no pickups quite yet. Moek now in trouble. The final man standing. His teammate Nga Pacquiao back into the fray. And it's not the best outcome. It's the first game he's played today. And this soon? I don't think he wants it. He wants for that to happen. He's just skedaddling out of there. I don't think he's going to try to take this fight. No time to pick up his teammate as well. So he's going to be there for the cleanup. Goodbye and good night, Sweet Prince. One final member of God7 left alive. Let's see how Nga Pacquiao is able to hold on a lot longer, at least in terms of placement points. Still one more map to go. Not the end of the world. But for God7, they do want to be able to kind of avoid being at the very bottom of the ladder, at least this soon. They do get this bike, so they're probably aware that he's out of there, but I mean, it's scary, right? When you are riding something this open that you're so
Love
vulnerable
the skin,
to. Yeah, the skin's cool. Yeah, I do give them that. So, or TQ, they haven't really found an answer today yet. So I want to see more from them, but really gotta give it to them. I mean, I sort of knew that it was going to be happening this way, these early skirmishes. In fact, if you saw just now, ASTE and Yangon Galacticos dropped side by side each other. And I'm surprised that there's no initial fights yet between these two teams, given that ASTE can play very aggressively.
Yeah, you're right with that. Though we haven't really seen much of that aggressiveness coming from ASTE right after when they won that winner chicken dinner. I mean, they tried their best against Harami Bro, but they got eliminated with a 4-0 trade. So they weren't even able to get an elimination over Harami Bro. So I'm not sure what happened to the aggressiveness of ASTE. All of a sudden, it turned off. But when it comes to like circle positioning, they're right on point. Ooh, Macbeth now gets some gunshots coming from the quarter. Zyle's still alive, and this has been the story of Enigma MSI. Haven't you noticed, Tosh? Like whenever they drop on their location after like a few minutes, two of their members die.
Yeah. It's just been so unlucky. Oh, this high ground does no favors for Macbeth. Hero, taking that point. They so desperately need these. Just to really avoid being at the bottom side, ending the week on potentially a better note than it would have ended in. FVE is such an interesting team. They're all the way at the bottom of the ladder, but they are one of the teams that has had one of the most highlights, and now they're circling exquisite. MM all alone, denying any noise. Koopa gets tagged. They've heard his footsteps. Sprays down from below. The nades come through, and he eats the full force of it. Koopa backs away. Don't think he wants any part in that. Losing your teammate, especially MM, who's been such an impact to the team, is not the best thing that they want right now.
And he just
Slow
punches
death.
him.
Yeah, slow death for him, so taking their time. It's just been, I'm not sure why. I really would have wished we could have seen what happened to Enigma, though. It's a very early loss for them as well. Not too sure. It was quite fast too. It looked like it sounded, or at least from how it looks like from the kill feed, an early all out, possibly a situation where they dropped at the same place as another team, and they weren't able to quickly secure the weapons they needed. to really
Right.
solidify that fight is what I'm guessing what happened. And it's just so unfortunate because Enigma is just one of the teams that when the stars align for them, they're a very good team. They're very strong. Maybe lacking a bit in terms of experience, decision making as well, possibly not really understanding or don't know what to expect in this scene. So I'm guessing this will all be fixed by next week. And
Federalis.
Koopa, all alone. Federalis, oh, a dangerous game. He's slow out the open. Forced to back away. His teammates are there. So I don't think he's too worried about that. Exquisite, ever since they've done well in one of the maps today, sort of like changed up the way they play. A little bit more aggressive, but not all in. Is enough to really take these fights, put in the damage, perhaps go for a pickoff. And they're understanding their limits now. And I'm really
Right.
liking that they're kind of adapting on the fly as we go through this final day.
You're on point with that one. I mean, right after when they won that winner chicken dinner on match number 3, they know how to balance themselves. Right now, they're able to spot a player, which is Federalis, but they're not overcommitting. I mean, unlike others who was really very aggressive, most likely they will go for that push towards to Federalis. But for Exquisite Esports, they have their objectives. Like right now, they spotted Flash Vision Esports. Cowboy goes down. Master Toki won't be able to get him revive. He's out in that open. So it's going to be 3 players left for the side of Flash Vision Esports. Range on the kill feed. No, up engage with YG. Nate's coming from Exquisite. Master Toki needs to zigzag his way out of this area. And he can. Koopa just firing away with that M249. And like going back to the gameplay of Exquisite, they're kind of like balance we're in. They focus on getting their objectives, like getting into the circle, not really prioritizing on getting those eliminations. I mean, eliminations would come through right at the end of the game. Like they get those like a little bit of eliminations right at the end, where they try to finish off the other squads, and that's how they are actually successful now. Look at the score. They're currently at 124 now with the 2 eliminations that they have in this game. So I mean, if they are going to be consistent in this game together with the final game, they can go forwards with a much higher rankings. As I was saying that Pozo was able to eliminate 1. Dread Lanju eliminates Smat on the or knocks down Smat on the kill feed. And this is Sisti KE versus Fearless Esports, and they have that high ground advantage right now. Need you replenishes his loot with that death crate that they killed. And this is Fearless Esports having some good early engagements here, and this might be a good sign for them.
Take their time, Fearless. High ground advantage. A nice little area right outside the circle. This could potentially work out for them. Nade. I think the other members of Yango Galactic was just waiting. Yeah, Master Toki waiting on the other end, and FEE, they've kind of been caught out in this situation where they're getting picked off one by one. I think it's just so unlucky that it happened in the middle of their rotations. Edward is also here as well for TTQ. So they just put in a position where you have like one player just going in for that scout. Master Toki wastes no time to move out of the way. Open area for him, and it's gonna be Edward that gets caught out. And Master Rix finding that value at the very least. Changing a bad situation into a good one, but there are shots coming toward him as well. So he is all alone. His teammates are close by. They can play off each other, but they don't have those extra 2 players to give them a little bit of firepower. Not sure if he's gonna be able to solidify this kill though for TTQ. His teammates are around. It's just all about that collapse. And Zuki is there for the pickup, so it's just all about surviving. Here we go. He's here. The vehicle giving a bit of cover as well. But oh, that steal from Jibna?
Oh.
That is heartbreaking.
Yes, indeed, it was because Master Rix was just focused on getting that elimination onto Edward. However, the third party coming from Dread Esports, Jibna, just stole away that kill. Now Flash Vision Esports down to 2 members strong. Harame Bro is the one actually making them hard for them to actually get those kills, because if Master Rix would, stand up in this room, well, definitely Harame Bro can actually spot him. So he's has no choice but to just prone down on the ground. Boy Sean gets killed in the blue zone also. As also, by the way, ASTE has one of their players got eliminated. It was No Fear earlier on the kill feed.
Yeah. Bit more quiet for Edward, but I think I'm just wondering. I mean, I understand that for TTQ they're doing a 1-3 formation, but that was a very risky play. All the way out there in the open, and he didn't even have he was on foot as well on top of that, so it raises some questions as to why this decision or this call happened for TTQ, but I still have 3, so still very much up in the air in terms of their fate and how this map ends. And yeah, as I said it, this map is going to be a lot slower. Zyle.
Oh, and that's it.
Yeah, finds a god Death 7 and he's doing a lot of value on his own. But now his car is already smoking. He's in trouble. He drops out of the car. He's out there in the open. This high ground does no favors to him. Dread, with the pickoffs today, they're doing great with that. It's 2 in the bag already. In fact, 3. And these are all not even full all-out fights. Just pickoffs, third parties, steals, in fact. Third party is a strat. Asta's gotten 1 as well, but answers back. We already predicted this to happen. I'm just surprised it took this long for this all-out to be happening. And I think Asta should have already realized that this high ground is the play that Yango Galacticos were looking for. They play up here, it should have been potentially something that they should have expected to find. WTZ, big on that first pickup. In fact, one of the Asta players, the star, in fact, Miner goes down. Scotty on one end, throws that nade. Smokes as well, to potentially cut off vision. Denying information can be huge. But the other members of Yango Galacticos, they are deterred. They have full control of the area. High ground, in fact. Scotty runs for his life. Cute Loki. I think he knows where Scotty is. That's a 1! Zio! Goes below, goes down. Cloud wins in the end. Romeo Boy comes forward. Gonna have to isolate this fight. On top of that, yeah. Zio, the reason why everyone's been mentioning his name a lot. Star player, in fact. Strength. Coming in for ASTE. Scotty from one end. Space to come through. Pre-fires for Romeo Boy. Romeo Boy has been making a lot of impactful moment happen for this team, excuse me. But no movement quite yet. ASTE. Great on cutting out that noise.
Nice.
That's 1 though. Scotty. The damage. Huge. Romeo Boy, he spots him. Has to find a little bit more space to work with. The nerf to DBS does not allow him to play from this far. Teammates, no collapse. He swaps his gun. Finds him. That's 1 more for himself. ASTE comes out on top. Yango Galacticos had a good start today, but ASTE come up on top. They lost 2 though, so the damage is done, but in their favor.
And that stops YG on getting more scores now. And ASTE able to sustain that push. It's a 4v2 situation. It's all because of Zio's 2v1 earlier. So for them, they can, survive for now. Just be quiet. If someone would push them, they'll do the same thing to what they did to YG. Now, Harame Bro, all 4 members still alive. They're just doing a lot of damage from far distance, and not able to get a knockdown or maybe get a kill. It's not like what Dread Esports is doing. They're able to get those steal of those knockdowns. As Master Rix dies, as Flash Russian Esports now is already eliminated. 11 teams remaining in this match number 5. Mix spots Jappy. Jappy, though, has that ridge advantage. So Migs won't be able to, get that knockdown, as 214 Sin just still alive here with 4 members strong. Haramiro using that high ground advantage right now here in Miramar.
The weight or Fearless. They're doing good with 5 eliminations already in the bag. Playing it very safe, but aggressive enough they can get his picks. Free fires come through from Davan. Aggressive. Picks up that damage out there in the open. He's in trouble! Federal is quick on that. And eliminated already, 60 KE. Not their best game. But here we go, Harame bro. Now, facing Fearless. Plays well with that ridge. Gets a bit of chip damage, but nothing more than that. Fearless playing a very patient game. Reposition as well. We can start to see that pressure really coming onto them. Just pushing them to go for that reposition. To take that fight against Super Pickles as well as XQS. It's hard. Can't do anything. They're out there in the open. The terrain. Barely providing any cover.
And look at how good the circle is now for 214 Sin. They have a really good position now right at the middle, smack middle of the circle. They can gatekeep Harame Bro, though Harame Bro still has the height advantage with the hills. Same goes to Exquisite Esports, wherein Fearless Esports can also take over of the high ground advantage. On the south side, though, Dread might have a hard time on getting inside.
Waiting. A lot slower, but it is still these multi-team fights happening through. Shout goes down. PBE still going strong. Slow start. Quiet, in fact. But their mid-game plans, strats, working so huge. Understanding that they don't have to go aggressive, but dwindling firepower in terms of pickoffs. They get that pick and immediately just rush onto and into the area. Mid in trouble. Raimon quickly finishes off Shroud. They want to go for more. They smell blood. DZ, Joseph, in the smokes. They position themselves into this 1-1-1 formation. Can go for those trades. Good as well so they don't get needed together. Vici all alone and he eats up a lot of damage. Moves backwards. Gives up that space. Not afraid to do that. They can buy more time. But the pressure is on. Circle slowly crunching them from behind. It's already quite late into the game as well. Stage 5. Damage can be pretty high. It won't chunk them all down at once, but being in that circle for too long means they're gonna be wasting a lot of resources. Bandages, potentially. Face Jarrell. That was very risky. Doesn't get a lot of value, not a lot of chip damage as well. He pops out his head and immediately he's just met with a hail of bullets. Zio does find one for PBE. Zio, excuse me, for Dread Esports, and Moy eliminated already. The nades come out from Joseph. Not enough to really chunk him down, but he does buy time. Zio now finally down. This angle played to perfection. Stemios has to come up and play on top of this terrain. Could potentially be very bad. Not in his favor, in fact. As Jibna clears him out. Zio down and out for the count. ASTE. In terms of numbers, they're just slowly one by one getting picked off. There's only one person left standing. Skadi. Not sure how much longer he can stay or survive. I mean, we've seen it happen before, but this is definitely one of the harder survivabilities or chances to survive that he can do.
And on the kill feed, while you're saying that, PvE and Myth Clan fighting. I'm not sure if Myth Clan is still alive. Actually, they're down to 1 now. Hopefully we could see that while we see Fearless Esports just making sure that Dread Esports won't be able to take that kill advantage. And there we go. That's Monboy and actually Michi DPSing the final member of the Myth Clan. Zuki on the feed. Jibna goes down. And this is why I told you that Dread will have a hard time on getting inside. It's either they take the hillside of Fearless or go to the bottom side of the circle, which is pretty difficult. And right now they're having a really hard time on going into the circle now. One member is still down. Looks like the revive is all good to go. Circle is still within the reach of Exquisite Esports and 214 Sin. TTQ has a really good safe haven there. Look at them. They're in a really good compound where they can hold on to that unless someone else would try to take it. Ooh, but Naughty Boy goes down. RSG, Zuki gets the knockdown. Will be confirmed by Gus. And look at this. Holy Lanju now just hiding inside the smokes. I'm pretty sure that this vehicle is already burned out. Ooh, as Scotty, the last member of ASTE, gets eliminated now by Gus of TTQ.
A 6-time scope doing its magic. He really moves his attention to RSG. fact, I think Scotty was trying to take that fight against the final two members of Dread Esports. And he nearly was able to do so. Just needed that. If he wasn't third party, I think he might have won that, but it's just an unlucky situation for ASTE. But not without a fight, though. They still managed to get 4 elimination points in the bag. Not the worst way to go. As for Fearless, this is one of their best maps yet. Taking a good time. Taking the time to really get into the circle. Gus this time. A lot of pressure onto RSG. Needs to force that pickup. Bunny so low. The nades come through. Vape. Just trying to survive for as long as he can. Not much more can he do. As soon as a little pixel spots out in the smokes, now Bunny is now in trouble. Almost. Army goes down. As well as Need You as well. Full damage coming from Gus and the Mini 14. So he takes his time. He knows there's still one more player in there. It's gonna be Bunny. Here's Na. All alone as well, on his lonesome. He can't really do much to that monster truck, but he does know he can get another potential pickoffs to the final member of RSG. The nade comes through. Migs in trouble. Rankit holding. Harami bro this time a little bit more safe when it comes to these fights, but Range needs to make something happen. He needs for these pickups. And the nade just completely obliterates them. Harami bro still not finding their groove yet.
And that was Rankid who get that nade 2 in 1. While Range was going for that revive. Now, let's go back to TTQ. TTQ has a safe haven right now for them. They can just easily try to use their DMRs, like the Mini 14 that Gus has right now, to just pick off these players who was out in the open. But then again, we're just waiting for the next circle. 10 more seconds left to go. PBE now planning on getting this eastern side part of the circle. Where will this one go, though? Ooh, still with 214. Demios also is inside together with his teammate Jibna. So they will be able to survive this for later on, but for how long?
Speaking of that, Wako taken out already. Quickly obliterated by Super Pickles. Exquisite looking so strong this map actually. Just taking their time. Getting these pickoffs one by one. In a very dangerous situation, Super Pickles. Look at that. His headgear completely broken already. Koopa saving. Biding his time. There's just too many teams in front of them to really be able to take these fights. They see him, they hear him. It's almost impossible to get inside. They do have a little bit of time to just wait this out. But they don't have... I mean, potentially in this buggy, it might just spell doom as well. So the only way to do this is either just really hope that 2 and 4, Sin and PBE really take this fight and just try to take that golden opportunity or just wait it out. Now, for the two Filipino teams here, once again, they find themselves toe-to-toe. Their rotations fated to meet up with each other. Spickles moving out of the way, and Fearless, despite the great start, eliminated a little bit too early. But still, a better ending for them with 6 eliminations as the other members of Exquisite UA Prime finds a Dacia. So, quickly just gonna reposition themselves inside of the circle. Has a little bit of a tree line to play with. I don't know if they're aware that Dread Esports is close by. So it's something that they have to really worry about now. Jibna does find Bunny in the end, so that's one for them. Risk guy's out. The nades come through. Their position have been compromised. Molly as well to stop the initial push. UA Prime, he's not done. Another nade thrown out. Oof. Chip damage, and that's all that he can do. He's all alone here. I think his teammates are too preoccupied with the other 2 Filipino teams, and if UA Prime doesn't play his cards right, I don't think he knows there's 2 there, so could potentially spell doom for him. Oh, that nade. Full force into Demi-OS. One more to secure it. Yes, he does. Jibna low as heck. Hard for him to move. I don't think he is aware of Jibna's presence there in the shack.
Right, and UI Prime now. Oh, just looking at a different angle. Michi on half HP. If Jibna can play this one right, he can try to sneak in. Maybe try to backstab UI. But then again now, like what you said, the other half of Exquisite is just busy with 214 Sin, while PBE is just trying to hug this edge of this circle. TTQ will have probably the last laugh here because they're not really as busy. They're just trying to observe what will happen here on the northern side part. Now,
Oh no,
Blue Zone is
Jibna.
moving. Jibna here needs to move as well. And now will provide information that he's here. UI now will get that information, and there you go. Nice peek there with the Scar L, eliminates Dread Esports.
Slower pace. Now we're down to our top 4. Looks like all of them just really prioritizing survivability here. We're not seeing massive eliminations like we saw over in Erangel. The circle open. Barely any terrain to work with. TTQ. A team that seems to be a little bit more on the quiet side, but they are very consistent here. They've been doing a lot of value. The only person out was Edward. Sprays out. Exquisite. Moves out of the way. They do have this nice little angle to play with as well. And now the pressure's on onto PBE. You can see 2 and 4 Sin just putting in that damage needs to come out. And they just completely collapse. One boy. His pickoff's gonna be stolen by TTQ at the very least. But 2 and 4 Sin, they're looking good. Prepped and primed, KH. Answered back, Gus on the other end. Trying to make some magic happen, Michi all alone. And from Michi, we've seen him do insane clutches, but he can't do more than that. The long range pickoff from Rankid, and he shows us why he's one of the best of the Philippines.
Rankid now. I think he got most of the elimination points coming from 214 Sin right now. Circle-wise, we are now in stage number 9. The circle is moving as well. Look at Super Pickles. He got that P90 on him. So if ever someone would try to get closer to him, that would burst down the HP of his enemy. Now 214 will be forced to just move closer to where Exquisite is at. And then this will give TTQ information as well. While
Oh, Gus is troubled.
look at TTQ. They're like covered by smoke, so they can't really see at all.
Just cut off information, but look at this rush, and Rankid gets punished. Koopa on the backside, sprays, finds him, takes him down. Exquisite. Their slow play is coming into fruition. The plan, the trap, it works out so well. And in this situation as well, the noise cut once again, and TTQ, they have no clue what to do, where to go. Just hoping that 2 and 4 Sin will just rush them down. Everyone on the prone, waiting for the final stage to come through. The all out is happening very soon. Dale all alone. Next quiz, SQS, Exquisite just runs one over. Make it 2, he's close. Rush, take it out. That's TTQ. 3rd place, there's only 1 to worry about. But no worries, Exquisite just completely obliterates them. A clean one. And Exquisite Esports with the winner chicken dinner. A clean one of the night, and they look so good doing it.
They look stronger than the 4 other days that I saw them. This is their 2nd chicken dinner of this day. And normally we see Austria, we normally see GE or maybe even MFG who does this. But now Exquisite Esports, wow. That winner chicken dinner on match number 3 just woke them up.
Yeah, sometimes you just need the momentum, and it perfectly solidifies our hypothesis that Exquisite is very much a momentum-heavy team. And I really like the fact that they are not afraid to shy away from different styles of play and strats. They're just adapting on the fly. They're understanding when is an overheat. They are understanding that Edward getting caught out means that they have to... Sorry, that's like TTQ, excuse me. That them getting caught out one by one and getting picked off means that they have to play a more passive style gameplay. And they are very patient as well on how exactly they want to approach this map. Granted to the fact that this whole map was a very interesting one in terms of tempo. Yes, it was a lot slower, but there were these tiny skirmishes happening around as everyone tries to go for those circle areas. There were a lot of these big fights coming in, Young Galacticos and ASTE. In fact, I was surprised that it took, I think, at least 2 circle shifts for them to even start engaging on each other, because they dropped side by side. You can really see that all of the tempo, the momentum, the aggression has just been halted here, because everyone is trying to make sure that they can survive till the end. And at the end is when they want to really pocket all of these elimination points on top of those placement points. It's a different day, a different idea, and a different mindset, and it's looking great for all of these teams. And not having the group of death in here means that they can be okay with playing slow as well, because they're not gonna be punished for that.
And right now, the MVP is Super Pickles. 5 eliminations, 4 knockouts, 2 assists, 880 damage. Only 167 heals with 29 minutes and 14 seconds survival time. Now, going back to what happened in match number 5, would like to say that Enigma MSI is still experiencing the same problem ever since match number 1, which is they go ahead and drop onto a random spot, and then they get killed by a different team. Half of their members will be eliminated early, and then the other half will be eventually be killed in game. As we go back again to the stats here, hopefully we can see now the stats of the whole squad themselves of Exquisite Esports. And for the others, like Fearless Esports, they're kind of like on and off. Like, I thought they're gonna have that momentum in the early stage, but eventually with them not able to get that circle position, they had a hard time on rotating, especially that Exquisite Esports were right in their way.
Yeah, Exquisite played this to perfection. There were a lot of situations where I thought that it might be the end for them, but they're choosing and they are okay with playing a little bit more safe, understanding they don't have to go all out in these fights, understanding that it's okay to give up that space. They took so much time to get into the circle. They're so aware and just really relied on cues coming in from different fights, different areas, and understanding that they don't have to make things happen. They can wait for things to happen instead. A shift in mindset is definitely key, and I'm liking that they have different playbooks, different pages in their playbook on how they want to approach these different styles of play coming in for this map in particular. Regardless, we still have one more map to go, the last Miramar of the week. So there is still time for these teams to really, do that, get their one last hurrah in terms of getting those points. I mean, yes, there's a lot of eyes onto MFG as well as Austria being the top 2 right now. But sorry, I think MFG has already been overtaken, I believe, by
PBE.
By PBE. That's right. So for PBE, they're looking good and they're looking primed to take that first place spot in the end of the week. And I think what's really good about this as well is that having that advantage of playing on the last day is definitely a different mindset compared to getting to play all days and then stopping on the final day itself. And in this situation as well, I think, while Miramar is definitely a lot more slower in terms of the game, I think I thoroughly enjoyed, because that was definitely a more mechanical execution style game. It was definitely less about that firepower and more about how to really figure out on how to play and react off of each other. So kudos to the teams, because that was very enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, you're right with that. And another thing that I noticed in that match where Harame broke, tried to push in towards the 2-1 for Sin. Unfortunately, they were not ready for that defense coming from 2-1 for Sin. Now, here are the match standings, by the way. Exquisite gets 22 points altogether, as Sin, 2-1 for Sin rather, with 14 points, 11 for both TTQ and Dread. Look at Dread. Dread, they love this Miramar map. Like yesterday, if you remember it right, they were also right at the end of these games in Miramar. They were able to also get those elimination points. I just so hope that after this one good Miramar map, hopefully that on the next Miramar map that they don't get eliminated early, like what Enigma MSI is experiencing right now. ASTE as well has some early casualties, but eventually Zayo, with those clutch plays, they were able to get those eliminations.
I think it's PBE already at 200, so yeah, Austria should be shaking their feet. They're just praying that PBE has an early end, and I highly doubt that's gonna be happening. I'm not gonna estimate them; it's gonna jinx them. Looking at the the total rankings right now, 214S still maintaining 8th spot, as Harame Bro finally claws their way back up to 6th. So not the end of the world, but ASTE holding strong to their 5th place. Highly doubt that they're gonna be able to chase all the way to the top. I mean, again, I need to stop saying that because anything can happen. Imagine if I jinxed again. That would be insane.
What
And
if they get like
like a
20
32 bomb?
eliminations, right?
That's not impossible. I've seen it happen before, so I need to stop doing this. Coming into this, I mean, God 7 and FBE, they just don't have the answer quite yet. They weren't able to overtake EPG at all, and EPG isn't even playing today. And honestly, that's a bit of a heartbreak for me because I was really looking forward to that finish where these underdogs were able to come up on top. Enigma did manage to find their answer, so at least they're not ending at the bottom of the ladder, but there's still one more game to go. And who knows, F Flash Vision might be able to show us one of their masterclass plays when, like they usually do when they're able to get the positioning right. It is still going to be very complicated per se. I mean, it is Miramar after all. It's definitely a lot harder in terms of rotations and plays. I think a lot of teams really struggle with this map in particular. Teams that really thrive on this map, I think, is GE and Young Galacticos. Let's be real here. They do so well with playing in that high ground position. But PBE showing us a lot of flexibility on how exactly they approach this map. So I'll definitely put them on a top 3 that perform on this map as well.
Right. 17 more points for PBE as well. And they get that number 1 spot. That can be a motivation for Monboy and the rest of Playbook Esports. And if they get that top number 1 spot for this week, that's going to be a lot for them. 20 points for the league points. That's going to be a big start for them for week number 1. We don't normally see the PBE at the top right now because we normally see GE together with the Rami Bro. Now, here's the new RP A7 again, available right now until July 15th. Over 80,000 UC worth of perks that you will get with this one. Also, you will get the new custom color Nightscape Gladiator set, the Graceful Watcher set as well, together with the upgradable Nightscape Gladiator PP19 Bison. You can also get the newest Victory Dance, which we encourage you to post it on social media. Just please make sure to tag us, and a lot more. And we talked about this all throughout the week, Taj. And again, if I have the UC, then I'll go ahead and buy this one, and maybe even buy the level so that I can just go straight to level 100, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if you're going to be, grinding the game, as I said before, it's always fun when you have that little bit of extra motivation to grind with the battle pass, the royal pass. So I think even if you don't buy the levels, it's very fun to do it until, I mean, you have like quite a lot of time. And I think like for me, whenever I'm like grinding with my friends, especially, it's really fun when you do it with your friends, by the way. You don't necessarily have to get a chicken dinner as well, right? It's just about having fun with your friends. And I think it's kind of nice when you have this little bits of stuff and you finish a game, like, oh, you have gained this and this after a game, and then you get that little dopamine rush when you pick up the stuff, from your royal pass. So that's very fun. Yeah, but we also have the Supercars, Shelby Supercars collaboration happening as well from now until the 9th of July. So you can try and get this for yourselves. You can get either the Tuatara or Tuatara Striker. Why not go for both? Why not? And whatever vehicle tokens that you have left over from this event, you can bring it over to the next one. So that's also something I would really like you guys to really look out for. Now, let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be expecting from Miramar. So Miramar, this is the final one of the week. This for PBE, this is their last hurrah, their last chance to try and end the week on the top spot, potentially giving them those weekly league points that can really boost them toward the end of the league for those points that will potentially boost them up for their finals in a few weeks from now. And for the rest, it's their chance as well to get those placement points for the league rankings too. I think it's really important because not everyone that's playing will be getting those points for league ranking. You can potentially end the week with a 0 just by not getting the right placements. So the teams that are playing today, stakes are high because this is the last chance they can do it. And for those who are not playing today, which is Group A, the Group of Death, they can just stare and just hope that no one takes their spot in the rankings.
Right. And one thing also that you need to think about also when it comes to the overall rankings would be coming from top 10 right until top 15. It's actually really close if you look at it, from RSG down to SDKE, and most of them are actually all of them are actually playing.
Yeah.
Other than that, Dread Esports still with with that 78 points, they're kind of really struggling. I think they're kind of stuck with that 16th spot. Now, let's talk about here the predictions that we have. I'm going with Myth Clan as my final pick of the week. And you
Wow.
do have Harame Bro. Same goes with Aya. And then most of the picks are YG, Vince G, Sammy, and Stalker. The quarter now for Big Daddy and TTQ for Bling X.
Honestly, I mean, if you look at TTQ, they have the potential. They were pretty okay in the last one, so not impossible. For the quarter, still, I'm unconvinced. I haven't seen that pop off moment, that potential quite yet, and I'm just waiting for it to happen. Now, for Young Galacticos, it's really not impossible. This map is where they truly thrive. Honestly, they're so good at positioning now. Without GE means that a lot of their high ground positions are not going to be compromised by GE. It looks so good. I think they're prepped and ready for this one. They ended a little bit too early than I thought in the last one, but they still ended in a way that they were still consistently getting points. So it wasn't the end of the world for that particular one. Myth Clan, again, it's such a 50-50. It's hard for me to really vouch for them right now, especially since they're in a hot cold situation. There's a lot of win conditions they need to meet in order to get the chicken dinner. But I mean, even in terms of consistency, it's a bit hard for me to say like, oh, they're consistently getting at least the top 8, top 7, because that's not really the issue here. Because sometimes they end the game, okay, maybe toward the mid side of the game, but they still barely get any points because they're not getting those pickoffs. There was one game today they did manage to get 10. And that's like one of those moments I said that when the stars align, when the win conditions are met, that is the win for Myth Clan. But I don't want this to continue being something that Myth Clan needs to be able to make it a top. I would love to see more flexibility, more types of plays, a little bit more in terms of like sometimes you have to be a little bit more daring. And I think for Myth Clan, it's about they are daring, and we do see a few that are a little bit more aggressive, like Shroud and DZ. But other than that, I'm not seeing that full lineup just go on the same page for the same objectives, the same calls, the same goals, even.
Right. And I actually mentioned that during that fourth Erangel match we're in, they're kind of like Fearless Esports also were in. They kind of like turn on and then eventually turns off. I mean, we saw them get that double-digit points or elimination points rather during that Erangel match. And then after that, eventually they didn't really had good scores. Well, going all out for Myth Clan this final game. I mean, we've seen them play really well in the final games of every
Bring us back to day one.
Exactly.
Show us day one Myth. I want to see
Yep.
more of that. That was impeccable. That was a master class of Miramar, and I want to see more of that.
Yeah, we'd love to also see others. Like see you soon. We don't really see them much now, but we've seen them tried in the fifth match. But then again, we also have TTQ and Fearless. Again, these are teams that are like on and off. When they turn on, they basically go all out. They go all out. They eliminate every single one of the enemies in front of them. Well, right now we're just waiting for the start of the game. They're in the spawn area already. In just a minute, we're gonna fly in to the next map, which is gonna be the final map of the week in Miramar.
Yeah, that's right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us know. Give your energy to your favorite teams. I saw a lot of calls for ASTE earlier. Perhaps you can see calls of that from their other fans. Who knows, right? Coming into this particular game, I'm expecting a faster one. I'm expecting a more aggressive one. So that would be something that I would like to see, just because more of this aggressive tempo to be aggressive, mostly because teams are trying to collect as many eliminations as they can. It will be very high risk, high reward, is what I'm predicting, but I could be wrong. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, the final map, the final Miramar for week 1. Let's see who comes up on top and who ends the week crowned as number 1.
Amazing. We are now in the final match of week number 1. And it's coming from La Cabrera, just on the northern side, just down straight to Patrona. And right now you can see ASTE dropping to their usual spot at La Cabrera. This will be hard for PBE because remember, they drop at Impala. Same goes with Dread Esports. They drop at El Azahar. So we might see some early engagement here right at the very start of the 5th or the 6th and final match of the day.
Regardless, as we go into this one, I am really curious to see if my prediction of the fast tempo game would be coming through. I think that, for teams like PBE, we see on day number 1, right? How they love playing aggressive. And I think this is a sentiment that is shared by 214 Sin. So, and day 1 was all about those frags, those flashy plays. And PBE was one of those teams that, yeah, they could end the game with 1 point. But suddenly in their pocket, 10 eliminations? That's huge. I don't know if this is going to be the case for the change. Circle all the way southern side. Ooh, and Flash Vision Esports, Enigma, once again butting heads. These two seem to be finding themselves in the same drop spots. I need to come through. Spots one out. Zyle playing alone. Just has no weapons. Nothing to defend himself. Flash Vision Esports doing well in this initial aggressive pickoffs early. You can see back close by, a jump shots come through. No shots ratching onto him. Finn wins it in the end. He can't do much. This Mini 14 is doing so much work for him. And just a slow death once again. Fit. Player that honestly, I think for Flash Vision Esports, has had a lot of impact in the team. Not the flashiest in terms of plays, but in terms of what it matters. You see him shine. FV waiting. He knows, he's aware that Flash Vision is around. Losing 2 already, especially in such a crucial map this week. This must be heartbreaking. And speaking of that, I'm actually knocked already. CCKE just mentioned and questioned about how their survivability is when it comes to these early to mid rounds. They go huge, finds 1 already, quick on that as well. They're sandwiched between the other members of God Death 7. But they're okay with just playing the waiting game. Sean, playing this very close angle, looking to punish. Rushes up forward, a jump shot through. He eats that damage so low, and his teammates just rush out. The collapse, deadly. And not Pacquiao, look for 1. Boy Sean, lobbied, but not before. Getting needed straight in the face. Still Moet. He can try and get the isolate of these fights. Potentially moving out of the way. Molly to flush him out. Thinks the better of that. His teammate gone. And he's all alone on his final map. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. Wants to make sure that the team doesn't end up at the bottom side of the ladder. FVE as well struggling, these 2 teams. They need these points the most. Enigma is out. Breath of fresh air. Sigh of relief, at least, for the lower teams. But Heartless is here. The sprays. And that's it. God of Death 7. 1 elimination at the very least is their consolation prize, but no more than that.
And that's just so unfortunate for God of Death 7. They had a chance to go over APG Esports on the rankings. Instead of them being on the 19th spot, they can probably get that 18th spot. But then again, they got eliminated by See You Soon, Tiger Kill Enemy. Right now, we have TTQ versus Myth Clan. This is my pick to win, but though Joseph knows. I was about to ask if Joseph knows that there's someone right above him. But there's going to be the cavalry here from TTQ to support. Really quick from TTQ. It is a 3v1 situation as Edward now comes in. Now it's a 4v1. Monster Truck. Get with him now. Joseph throws in the nade. He's not ready for Edward. Zuki goes down as well. TTQ now is on the verge of getting eliminated. Now Myth Clan giving us some hopes here. Ooh, Shroud! Able to fire his gun there, and that was a burst of that Uzi. Ooh.
Head slap. No! Not like this! Turk sees the damage from the nade, moves out of the way. Shroud, one of the star players for the team, knocked out too early. That nade, does he actually get him? Only a bit of a chip. Sprays come through from DZ. DZ, we've seen him done miracles. It might be a bit of a tall order here. No punish. He comes up on top. His teammates just waiting for that moment where he can pick them up. Waiting for him to push. The shots from the top side. KH waiting. The pre-fires from DZ just pushes him out of the way. They're so desperate. They're trying to find anything, any moment where they can take advantage to go for the pickup. He sprays through. Is he so low? He doesn't get tagged.
Oh no!
Going downwards might be bad for him. A double barrel in his face. KH. And then Molly to come through. Thankfully doesn't hit the dot damage, but they can't do more than that. TTQ comes up on top and Myth. Their hopes and dreams shattered. Stop tier for the week.
And I'm the jinx now. I picked mid-clan, and now they're out very early. Same goes with Enigma and God of That 7. We still have 13 teams remaining. TTQ now with 4 eliminations, so this is good for Time to Quick Esports. They can also try to add more and maybe even try to be at that top number 10 spot. So it's a battle for that top number 10 spot for RSG, Fearless, TTQ, and Myth. So with Myth out now, they won't be able to add more points to their squad. Now, Dread Esports. Earlier, we saw them in the 5th match. They were stealing some kills. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get a good spot in the circle. But right now, Master Rick spots Holy Lanju. Now, Holy Lanju looks like he's gonna go to the other half of Flash Russian Esports. Good thing he was able to dodge those bullets. Now Cowboy with the UMP ready for action for close quarters combat. Now uses a QBC, hits Holy Lanju, half HP on him. Now throws a utility. That's a molly now onto Holy Lanju. He's now pinned down. Master Rix also pressures him. Holy Lanju just holding on,
Good
but
crunch.
no, he will not. And he dies in the process.
Really good crunch. This play from FVE was something I wanted to see in the beginning of the week. They're starting to adapt. Play off each other. The chemistry is there. Fit in trouble. Caught all alone. His teammates are coming by. Moy, not allowing the pickup at all. Not even bothered baiting at this point. They just want to secure as many points as they can. Dwindling the firepower means there's no reason they have to really worry about a push out to happen. And I think for FVE, seeing that their teammate is down, saying, okay, I don't think there's any use for us to go there, take this fight. Can go for a more passive approach. And it's worked wonders for them before. 3-1 formation, Master Tokyo alone. I think it's just Master Toki just trying to see if he's able to get any info, any value. Scouting things out. Master Rix as well. Going for that, but this circle,
Ooh, look
a
at the
hard
circle.
shift to the southern side. Oh my god, can we have our first Partona circle? Please, I'm begging.
Yeah, please.
Please!
Or maybe even a water circle.
No, I want Partona circle. I haven't seen it before. Let me have this one, please! I'm begging you.
Well, right now, Fearless pushing in towards the quarter. The quarter has been struggling ever since match number 1 of day number 5. Now Pozo goes for some random sprays. Nobody home there. TQ now, Fern and Smat looks like they're gonna bail out from the scene. They do not like the positioning that they have here, which is I would agree because Fearless has more of that height advantage now.
Wait, this
But
is very
Heartless-
aggressive. He waits. Nade, prepped. They know where Na is. He just throws it. Thankfully, he's safe. Heartless goes down, punish. Be out in the open, his teammate Avan is there. Nade comes straight toward him. Let's actually go for the knock. No. Let's just get a steal as well, so he's safe for now. We do have Tiev on one end. He has been playing the Miramar map today. His head pokes out. It's a lot of damage from that spray. Forced to back down. 60KE choosing to leave the area. I don't think they want to stay here too long.
And Ranzer now scouts the area, checking if there's any other SysTKE members. As you can see a knockdown on the feed. There we go. Pozo runs over Heartless as Siste KE now down to 2. And look at this. Miramar Bro versus FVE. Flash Vision Esports, one player knocked down. It's going to be Cowboy. Now it's going to be a 2v4 situation. And they're not going for the revive just yet. Because they feel the pressure now coming from range. And now that's a good nade here coming from range. Now good push as well. And eliminates Flash Vision Esports that quick.
Federalis. Massive play. Still, despite the change in tempo from Harami Bros, Federalis, one thing that I can say is that consistency is still there. His aggression, also his skill in general, firepower, still very much there. Love to see a more aggressive approach from them in the coming week. They weren't able to do that. It's a nice change in pace as well, but still not enough to really secure them the top 4, at least toward the end of the day. Exquisite just now. They managed to get, what, 2 chicken dinners today, I believe? Doing well. Finding nice balance between aggression, just going in understanding like when's the right time to go in for a fight and when's the right time to just really just go in for these pickoffs instead. They're very clear with what they want and how they want to play it. And so is PBE. They're looking really good today. Consistency is key, they say, and consistent. If there was a picture of consistency in PUBG Mobile dictionary, it would be PBE on top of that, I would say. They are very disciplined. They know exactly what they want as well. I think what I really like about PBE is that they're very on the same page, but 3 teams over to their area. Ooh, I'm excited for this.
And ASTE now at Partona, but they're kind of occupying the bridge area.
Yeah, they're very separated. It's a 2-1-1. There's a bit of a concern for me just because ASTE, you have Zio and Nofir playing toward the southern side of where SysTKE is. So, SysTKE, one thing that I know about them is that their collapse can be very deadly. Very heavy on firepower, especially from Davan.
And Rami Bro, just on the northern side. Exquisite now, UI. Nice spray there coming from Jappy, able to get UI down. And this is bad for Exquisite. After all those really good games, now they get eliminated. There you go. Koopa was the last member. And Dread was able to get the final member of Exquisite Esports. They're done for the week now with only just 144 points. But I think it's good for Exquisite Esports. I mean, they had their struggles earlier on, but then again now, Jibna just run past Jappy. Jappy doing a really good job on gatekeeping every single player that comes right at him.
Harami Bro. Quieter start, but still good enough to just really go for those pickoffs. It's very similar to what we're seeing from Exquisite. Hold that thought. Nah. Praise. PQ in trouble. Stuck in a ravine. They can't do more than that. Moving out of the way. The position compromise is so open. Ranzer, what are you doing? This is a little bit too aggressive. But he still wins in the end. The firepower. A bit much to overcome, but he goes down. Just surprising everyone with his weapon here. Nah. Still come up on top. His teammates are here. Pozo as well. He can potentially go for that pickup. Nope. Popeye down. Sama and Zero, final 2 standing. For Pozo, don't worry about getting that. Don't worry about picking up so much. His teammate is there at the very least. Zero, forced to vacate the area, pushed into the blue zone once again. But you can see that Dread is taking this fight against a 2-1-4 Sin. Ranked knocked already. So Jibna has been very impactful with his pickoffs today. Very aggressive, in fact. And this is why the potential is very much there for Dread Esports. Firepower is there, aggression is there. It just feels that in terms of how they are communicating to each other, it feels like everyone has a different idea on how to approach these things. So, really hoping to see that get changed in the coming week as well. But I think Demios is going to leave Jibna as well, choosing to leave this situation. And Ranked back in the game. So, prioritizing positioning is something that I am very excited to see from Dread Esports, because sometimes it feels that they're in these very long, drawn-out fights and ends up working against them in these situations, and this is good for them.
Very good for Dread Esports, and really good decision as well on not committing against 214 Sin, they were kind of in the disadvantage as well. So, and one other thing that I noticed with them from last season, they were having a hard time during the league stage, but after that, during the grand finals, they were really they were actually the second best PH team during that time in the grand finals. So it's just probably I mean, I've seen their highlights, like Lanju and Moy posts their highlights on TikTok. I believe it's kind of like of the communication is the problem between them, which that can be easily be fixed, right?
Hmm. Sometimes it might just also be the fact that they're playing on a bigger stage. They need that adaptation period to understand. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, you have like, if you're so used to playing the Filipino way, you're not used to a bigger and more diverse style of play. The adjustment period can be hard. And speaking of that as well, Navan, as well as his teammate Natiev, inside of this compound. A lot of pressure put onto them by Fearless. Fearless has been all over the map now. We can see them push a lot of pressure onto the team, but they haven't really been solidifying fights. They still managed to get 3 throughout this entire map so far. But for STKE, if they're able to play off this information, goes a little bit more aggressive and punished for jumping out. He got knocked down. This not boding very well for STKE. Now the other members are choosing to vacate the area. They don't want to put in too much pressure to Van. Last one in this area, ASTE just waiting, gatekeeping anyone that tries to cross into the circle. And this is the problem. These two teams are fighting for this compound to allow themselves to take this fight against ASTE. But it's hard. Right now, Davan alone. Oh, he accidentally lights himself on fire. Unlucky. He eats a lot of damage here. Moves out of the way. Does find a brief moment of respite, but can't do more than that. Ranzer, as well as the other members of Fearless, decide to go play against this bridge. Just waiting for ASTE to start this encounter. But the spray's coming in for 2-1 Sin. Just now they were going up against Dread, and now it's Harame Bro that's come to their area. Federal is waiting for the outside. Range needs to be picked up. Really gotta give it to 2-1 Sin. In situations like these, they really thrive, but not too sure how many more are still alive on their end. Maybe what, 2-3 teams now passing by them? And they're just gonna be picked up. ASTE, they do eventually find CSTKE as well. I think Fearless as well have been chucked down by the members of ASTE while they were crossing the bridge. Federalis takes up the space, coming into this area. They come through. Pre-fire as well, but 2-1 Sin more aware and adept at understanding how it's going to be playing. Fearless now out. ESTE has been doing massive damage to the teams, anyone going through that bridge as well. And Wako finds the member of Harami Bro. Can go for a pickup. Got time. I'm just honestly shocked that 2-1 Sin is doing this much damage to 3 members of Harami Bro with only 2 people left alive.
And it's all because of Federalis, who actually backed out. When he backed out, the 2 other guys backed out as well. They're kind of like all up in sync. They probably backed out all because of the third party coming from RSG. Then again, now Federalis now gets up here. Now in the Kupar B, escapes the area and will most likely be meeting up with the other members of Harame Bro inside the zone now.
That's a bit nervous. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a heart attack looking at them in that flaming Dacia. Oh! RSG, the collapse, imminent. Nades come through, Harami Bro in trouble, caught. We did a rock, and 3 different teams can't do more than that. 2-4 out. And so is Harami Bro. Nade taps them. They're too low. Time for a reset. They need this so badly, but it's hard. The terrain buys time. At the very least, Naughty Boy moving back and forth. His teammates not close enough to help them. They do get the reset at the very least, the pickup as well. 2 of them managing to survive. They heal up, almost full health. Vape is here. His teammates have arrived. Can go for a pickup into Naughty Boy, but the aggression and the pressure does come through for Harami Bro.
And with RG now, doesn't have any enough utilities. YG gets closer to Harame Bro. Now range pushes in, crashes into Vape. But unfortunately, he actually burns. with that Molly. Now for Morales, sprays down together with Vape. Vape wins it all, and Ramibro is out of this game now. RSG Bunny, though, is also knocked down. They need to help him out. But looks like YG, look at them in the minimap. They're now on the verge of pushing in, putting more pressure on the side of RSG.
This is a good thing. Not trying to commit too hard. Vape in trouble. Survives. Is in. Bunny. Not gonna be too hard to pick him up. Change their minds. Bunny in trouble. Romeo Boy puts in the pressure. The other members of our SG has left the scene. At the very least, they're trying to go for a survival game. Regardless, Kuloki sprays out. Zizak in trouble. WTZ waiting, buying time. They have a nice terrain to hold on to as well. As the members of RSG dwindle, the confidence increases for Yangon Galacticos. But I'm not seeing an overcommit at all. I think they've really learned from their mistakes in this previous week. The circle, 2/3 of it, a third of it is just straight up water. So ESCE has crossed that bridge. So they're just waiting in this area here. But we haven't really seen a lot of those fights come through as well. I mean, like, there was one instance where the fight happened, and that's because they were trying to stop anyone crossing in from the southern side. So now, the only team that's actually in the middle of the area is TTQ. And TTQ, one big problem about being in the center of the circle so early is that you're gonna have to anticipate so many push-ups to them. And Scotty goes down, TTQ, Zuki, he's been such a star player for this team. Honestly, should be commended. He's been doing this high-impact plays, very aggressive. He can do one pick, two pick all on his own. Very ballsy at the same time. If there is one player that you wanna expect him to really survive till the end and be able to get pickoffs from TTQ, you really just have to look at Zuki.
Yeah, you're right with that. Now, look at Vape just holding with the pan. Just pushing in towards the circle now as YG. Kit Loki, I believe he got revived just now. And now we'll go for the heal up. Now we'll take over the northern side part of the zone. TTQ has really good position, to be honest with you. They have that long house. And then while Zuki is currently down, I mean, Zuki does have that good ridge that you can actually hold on to. He just needs to be careful with trying to stand up. What's going to happen here now with Dread Esports is they can stay quiet for now. They can just let all of the other teams to play it out for now, and they can probably do the same thing like what they did in the fifth match. Try to steal some kills, all from the knockdowns by different teams. Now, say Cloud together with YG getting in position now. Nothing's gonna happen as of yet, unless you would have to peek through the windows, as TTQ is not doing so.
Oh, Galacticos. While it is the edge of the circle, does work out in their favor, Isaac. All eyes onto PPE. I think Raimon knows that he's somewhere here, so... Sorry, Monboy, excuse me. Jump, just to really check him out, and Raimon goes down. Dread Esports has eyes on them. Jeriel putting in the pressure, just trying to make sure that he's not able to play with his teammates. Does not manage to spot out Jibna. Hates, clear him out. Dread Esports is just potentially one of their best games, honestly. They're very aggressive this time around. They have 4 in the bag already. But they've been really fighting for this control of this position, and it's been working out. I'm just a bit worried because they don't have a high ground to really hold on to, and they're in the middle of the road. So, see Moy playing very carefully at the side of the train alongside Jibna. Jibna has not moved. So Jibna is just waiting for the right moment. If someone were to spray, he's just going to pop up his head and just go in for that kill. So it's just relying on that timing, the communication for his teammate to be able to relay that as fast as he can.
And PBE now still pressuring that one player of Dread, which is Jibna. Circle, by the way, has shifted over to where TTQ is at, so TTQ can just stay to where they're currently at right now. Zayo is still alive, just hugging that beach area right over there on the western side part of the zone. Still, for PBE, they haven't really done anything yet onto Jibna. I mean, they were able to pressure him, and Jibna bailed out from that area and then went closer to his teammates. PPE kind of stuck here on what they would do next. It's either they push Dread Esports or looks like they will. Now as Jaro goes down with the buggy, Demius now spots him, throws in a nade. Now Jaro also will cook up his own nade as Moy will just have to defend this area right now. He does have a really good view though for PvE. Now Jaro gets spotted by Jibna. Jaro very low on HP, able to survive, able to hide behind that buggy. Now Jibna really quick with the decision making, able to drop one boy. But then again, there's Jaro there to take down Jibna, as there's actually another battle happening from far distance. This is ASTE Zayo. Even though he's only one remaining player for his team, is able to still add additional points to the squad.
Damn, you're in trouble as well. Raimon, quick to take him down. Rushes forward, knows where knows where Moy is. Moy rushing for his life. Collapse coming through here for the members of PBE. They're so quick in that they love doing this sort of plays. White does find him. Now, it's just a waiting game. They have full control of this entire terrain. It's exactly what they wanted. Moy, he went straight into the water. He's trying to play the waiting game. And Zayo quickly coming into the waters himself. Moy potentially has given away his position. She has to wait for that. Wait through. As soon as Moy goes out, this might be the end. Zayo, very quiet. He wants to make sure that if he's going to go down, he's going to go down with a pick-off, but that's not going to be happening. Gerald's a bit more quicker than that. Romeo Boy, actually, in fact, will be the one to steal it, so all eyes were on that. Not too sure if Zayo had actually thrown any shots out. I think Gerald is aware of him, sparking him. And now the silence come through, the waiting game to come forward, and the only prime area is held on to by TTQ. A nade to come through. It's not actually chunk any damage, any HP from the members on one end of that compound, but Erangel Galacticos, we've seen them play patiently. Discipline is definitely up there for them as well. No movement yet. Amali is primed. Edward changes his mind. And now Zayo, still waiting on the bottom side. I don't think they know. I don't think they've even noticed him at all. This might potentially be a good situation for Zayo. But survivability is key here. We've seen it happen from Minor. Let's see how far Zayo can bring this.
And this is the final circle as well. So by stage number 9, that circle will be off, and the blue zone in 10 seconds will close in. So for Zayo, he really needs to move in closer to the middle point of that zone. Ooh, Edward gets Isaac, takes him out right away. TTQ with 7 eliminations. They're gonna most probably get engaged with Yangon Galacticos. And by the way, Tosh, PBE is still alive, and remember they only needed I think 18 points to get that #1 spot off from Austria Esports. Again, this is a possibility. They just needed additional elimination points here since they only have 2 right now.
Good. Great to come out. Edward quick on that vape. Eliminated. Risk guys out. And now we're down to the top 4. TTQ healthy with 4. 8 eliminations in the bag on top of that. Looking strong right now. Yes, TE with 6. But they're surviving very well. Silence to come through. No one has noticed at all. ESTE where he is. As soon as he pops his head, it's going to be a problem. QH puts all of his focus onto the members of PBE. Zayo quietly coming from the backside. Prones. PBE. Ooh, Gerald quick on that. He has been marking him. And 4th place for ASTE. Good one to end the week. Valiant effort to come through. But now we move on. TTQ wants to see it happen. They want to get the chicken dinner here. See the smokes. And PBE. Michi sets up those mollies as well just to prevent those push-up forward. And now Michi in trouble. Romeo Boy catches him off guard. Pop goes the weasel. But there is an answer. He backs off. Gerald forced to heal. The low ground does no favors for PBE. Yangon Galacticos as well in a bad situation. Romeo Boy does go down. Stay caught on the prone. If he gets his timing right, it could spell death for TTQ. Cute Loki as well, just waiting. The sprays to come out. They know where he is, but there is Raimon at the bottom side. The jump shot coming in for Raimon for PBE is now out. KH, aggressive. You want to see more of that from them. And now the hero plays to come through. It's only one person they have to worry about now. And it's Q Loki. Q Loki, we've seen him done magic on this map. But it might be a tall order here. No high ground, no teammates. Push through from 3 different players. And now the final map. TTQ gets the winner chicken dinner. Time to quick. Ends it with a bang.
Time to Quick Esports gets that final dinner of the week and will most likely take that 10th spot in the overall rankings. Unfortunately, for Playbook Esports, they will stay at that second place. Austria will keep that number 1 spot right at day number 5.
Probably
even though that they're not
like, oh my god.
Yeah,
Too
a sign
close to our
of sign of
comfort.
relief for Austria Esports. Also, same goes with Red Bull because I mean, there was nobody who were consistent during today when it comes to fragging out.
Yeah.
So he might take home that Terminator of the week for week 1.
Oh yeah, that's definitely there. I mean, ASCE had their moments, but today has been one of the most difficult circles. I think they tried to play it the best they can. That was just too much pressure from so many different areas. And I think that this is one of the most interesting Miramar circles we've seen this week. You know, the flight path is already skewed from top to bottom, and then suddenly, you know, players are just dropping from the northern side all the way down. It is the biggest map on top of that. So people who had dropped early, potentially it was a nightmare for them trying to get to the circle. There were so many terrains, so many compounds to worry about. There were so many skirmishes and fights. Rotations were just getting halted. There were so many bottlenecks as well. And most of these fights happened early because of how complicated the flight path and the circle was. And honestly, I think for Myth, in particular, I think there were all eyes on them to potentially bring it back because they started off strong on this particular map, and a lot of their fans wanted to see what they were made of, what they can bring to the table, and they weren't able to do that. And the thing is, like, when you come back to this particular matchup today, especially without Group A, you start to see these highlight moments from teams who were very quiet through the week. TQ had moments, TTQ had moments, FVE had moments, Enigma doing so well today, Red Esports as well. Exquisite, in fact, got 2 chicken dinners today. And it looks so strong from all ends. And I want to see more of this. On top of that, the thing is, I don't want this to happen only on days where the group of death isn't happening, because it just shows that, you know, this dynasty that has been built from these teams is still very much there. Austria still holding on strong to first place, but it was a very, very competitive day today. I was expecting it to be a lot slower because that's what we saw without Group B. But that was definitely not the case. We start to see what teams shine without the oppressive force that we can see from teams from Group A.
Well, for PBE, I mean, we saw some highlights over there. They weren't able to get that winner chicken dinner with eliminations, and they were kind of like on the disadvantage also with the slope there on the downside hill. Now the MVP of the match is Edward, with 6 total eliminations, 4 knockouts, 2 assists, with 939 damage, 211 total kills with 2840 survival time. And going back to my point, PB had that opportunity. It's just that they didn't got lucky with the circle right at match number 6.
Yeah,
and TTQ just had that higher ground advantage as well, Tosh.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about TTQ. I mean, Edward in particular is that in the previous map, he had made a very fatal mistake. But the thing about Edward is that he had really learned from that previous map, and now he's really stepped up for this last one to really make up for that, and looks so well in their favor. TTQ looks good. They were quick on the positioning. They were quick on getting the prime position, and there wasn't any overheats. There wasn't any peaks as well. They were very quiet waiting inside of the area. They understand that by having that position is key, and I would actually rate getting that positioning more than going around and getting elimination points, especially for a circle that this complicated to play. And all of these elimination points had actually just fallen to their pockets just because they were just clearing the area as the final circuit comes through. So very well done for them. This damage put through here is all those sprays, all the damage, all those chokes that they were able to control because they were able to not only get the high ground but also the compound. That honestly, there was no other position in that final circle that could work out in anyone's favor. The only outcome I can see that they have lost if another team was able to play as aggressively as ASTE did 2 days ago in taking the high ground area away from ASTE. But even then, it's going to be hard because not only do they have to worry about the high ground, they have to worry about third-party pressure coming through. And top of that, they also have to worry about the pressure, about the compound itself going inside, because the hosts, the CQC, have been phenomenally played by them.
Right, and I think it was only just Young Galacticos who had a chance against Time to Quick Esports. And nobody else, because, I mean, Zaya was right over there down below. I mean, he's all alone. PBE had the lower ground at disadvantage. Well, I mean, that is over already, and here are the overall stats of match number 6. Hopefully we could see now the league ranking points later on in the overall rankings, but we're gonna still calculate that. Total of 60 eliminations, by the way, with 65 total knockouts, 79-29 heals, 20 revives, 264 throws used, with 313 kilometers of drive distance, 325 meters of longest elimination distance, 60 total headshots, 2840 survival time, and 1 airdrop looted. And like what you mentioned, with Group A not playing here, again, we saw a glimpse of other teams' potential. Exquisite Esports, to say one, they actually got 2 winner chicken dinners in day number 5 for week number 1. And here are now the match standings for this match. TTQ with 23-13 for YG, 10 for ASTE, only 8 for PBE. So they're kind of like short of, I think, 9 or 10 points so that they can get over Austria. And like what we said, a sign of relief for Austria Esports, they will get that 20 league points later on.
Honestly, I'm quite surprised. I mean, for XQS, it's just so unlucky that the final map did not bear them any value. 0 points, in fact, but I think it's a very good day for them. The 2 chicken dinners really boosted it up. Let's have a look at the overall standings now. And I really want to see how this week will be ending. I mean, coming as well, I mean, TTQ, this is one of their best maps they've played this week, I feel. A very aggressive. I mean, it wasn't even that aggressive as well. It's all about getting that positioning right and just able to play off each other. Edward with a step up is very fun to see, and Austria maintaining their top spot, ending the week on first place, thus giving them that extra value, that boost to their overall weekly league ranking points. Excuse me. PBE coming in close at 2-8. Yango Galacticos ending in 3rd, and ASTE starting off from the 2nd page, making it all the way to 4th. Slow and steady wins the race, and I think all eyes should be on them. I think it's a bit of a disappointment, I think, for their fans. I think a majority who are watching right now are the Nepalese fans, but I think that for this week is such an adjustment week. I think that we can definitely be expecting more from the next week. And I definitely, for me though, I think I've just unintentionally become an ASTE fan myself. Now MFG is just so unfortunate that they weren't able to hold on to the 2nd spot, dropped all the way till 6th, and GE as well on 7th. Exquisite though, they came in from the 2nd page all the way till 9th alongside TTQ. Also very fun to see, and it's got 7 that ends the week at 20th place, with FVE managing to just go ahead by 2. So now here are the weekly standings, where Austria getting 20 with the league points, followed by PBE with 19 and YG 18 alongside ASTE with 17. So everyone will be getting some points, with 20th place getting only 1 point in the end. So God of Jet 7, they're a little bit behind here, but it's still very possible to come back next week and the final week after that.
Yeah, you're right with that. And looking at the overall standings earlier, ASTE, a big fan as well. Coming from yours truly, Kuku TV, they're the most elimination team with 141 eliminations.
Oh yeah.
And you don't usually see that. Usually you would see Genesis Esports or maybe even Austria Esports getting that that most eliminations in just 1 week.
I think
so with that, they actually even improved Tosh from last season.
Yeah, I think for GE, what really was the problem was toward the end of the week they were a little bit more dismal. They weren't able to find out how to deal with this aggression coming through. And the thing is, it's not even the Group A that was the problem for GE here. It was teams such as Dread Esports that were catching them off guard. It was teams like Enigma that were catching them in the middle of these situations. Again, as I said before, for GE, they rely so much on being able to do their executes well. If they're put in a position when they are a team that are a little bit more spontaneous, a little bit more explosive like Enigma, that poses a problem for them. I think even ASTE was able to overcome them at one point as well, so that is something they need to worry about. Hell, even Yenon Galacticos were overcome by Enigma, so you can actually say that Enigma is definitely a team that, in terms of firepower, in terms of explosiveness, it's there. It's just that moment where it comes back to that wrapping up of these fights that are most of the problems for Enigma. But I think they are definitely more raw. They have two players that are very, very new to the scene. And even then, the fact that they're definitely able to overcome these bigger teams. I'm really excited to see what they can bring on week 2 next week. Regardless, this is the end of week number 1 of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer. And I am truly honored to be able to have witnessed all of these fights. It's been a while since I've been watching here in the Tier 2 scene, having been stuck over in Tier 1 for quite some time. So definitely a region and a league to watch. It's bringing a different style of aggression and play to the table.
Yeah, most definitely. And another thing that I want to say, Genesis Esports, a PMGC team on unfamiliar territory right now with only 14 league points. They're not usually in that position. Usually, they're on top 1 or top 2 for each week. So they really need to make that adjustment coming into week number 2. I'm also excited with the adjustments also with the groupings.
Right.
Coming in week number 2, because Group of Death, which is Group A, won't be Group of Death anymore. It will be a different story now.
Yeah, different story, a different script. So don't forget, guys, because we'll be meeting once again next week on Wednesday for another week of the PMCL. Same time, same place. We'll see you again very, very soon. And don't forget to show us your best clips and tag PUBG Mobile.